Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Taming Hollywood's Baddest Boy by Max Monroe, narrated by Noel Bridges and Aidan Snow. Intro. Billy. Naked lumberjacks are all the rage. Or is it that they're full of rage? I'm not entirely sure, but I think maybe, just maybe, it's a little bit of both. Standing beside a hot tub outside of a rustic Alaskan cabin is a bare-chested, handsome-as-hell lumberjack of a man, and he is as naked as the day he was born.
Who the fuck are you? And what the fuck are you doing here?
The big, burly man with a scruffy beard and piercing blue eyes asks me brusquely. And holy hell, what a question that is. I started this journey in a meeting in L.A., promising my boss the world, continued it with a plane, a car, a hike, and a kayaking adventure in a cold, rainy Alaskan setting. And in a highly unanticipated twist, I'm ending it in what must be an issue of Playgirl magazine come to life. And boy, oh boy, is the centerfold pissed.
Hello?
He questions harshly.
I said, who the hell are you?
As hard as it is, given his clothesless state, I force myself to take a good, scrutinizing look at the rest of his face. I'm here for a reason, and with nothing more than a ramshackle convenience store owner named Earl's vague instructions to go on, I can only hope that the here I'm at is the here I've spent days in a plane, car, and kayak looking for. In addition to a remarkably carved line on the inside of each hip bone, the angry man standing boldly above me has a strong jaw covered by a beard, a little scar above his right eye, miles of muscular, tanned skin, and messy light brown hair. I have to look a little closer to confirm my conclusion through the rolling waves of distrust and hatred coming off him. But when I focus hard enough, the star-quality glimmer in his eyes is undeniable. For the love of pancakes at a Sunday morning breakfast, it's really him. Luca Weaver, Hollywood's former baddest boy, the man I've nearly killed myself to find, is right in front of me, and he is naked. At my non-answer, his jaw turns to stone.
I asked you a question. Either answer it or get fucking moving.
I jolt at the rumble of his voice, but my feet do nothing to take me in any direction. I am rooted to the spot, utterly awed over the fact that I've actually managed something as impossible as finding Luca Weaver, and all of my normal functions are rendered useless. He scowls, unimpressed with all the hard work I've put in, work that he obviously doesn't know about.
You have 5 seconds before I come back out here with my shotgun.
I fumble, trying like hell to grasp the English language once again. I may be distracted, but on some level I understand the importance of getting my shit together enough to at least prevent a shotgun from joining our little meet and greet. But my brain is busy and slow, because Luca Weaver looks damn good without any clothes. 8 years older since the last time he graced the covers of Hollywood gossip magazines, Luca is a man to whom time has been seriously kind. Either his genetics are just that good, or there's some kind of sexy voodoo in the Alaskan water. I mean, his penis is right in front of me, and I can't find a single thing wrong with it. It's straight and veiny and perfectly pink.
What's the matter with you? You have a death wish or something?
He spits at the statue formerly known as my body.
This is private property.
His words are serious and firm, and it seems that maybe I do have a dream that's reminiscent of the movie Fargo. Fingers crossed there are no wood chippers nearby. Because for as much as I try, I can't stop looking at my new phallic friend, even to form a few simple words. But come on, Luca Weaver's freaking dick is right there. It's not hard, but still, it's big. So big, it's not even a dick. It's a Richard. Sir Richard. King Richard, really. Shit, I'm in the presence of penis royalty, and I suddenly have the urge to curtsy. He is a lumberjack fantasy come to life. Instantly, my brain starts thinking about pine-scented flannel and chopping wood and giving a blowjob. Wait, what? Stop being a moron and speak words. So, you're naked? Oh God, those aren't the right words. He glances down, mutters something to himself, snags a towel from a few feet away and wraps it around his waist.
I didn't invite you here,
he says, his voice gritty with irritation, and maybe a little with disuse, which would make sense. It's taken me an entire season of running wild with Bear Grylls to get here. I can't imagine he's having book clubs and dinner parties and gabbing with his pals on the regular. Towel-adjusted and glorious goods hidden from view, he studies me with frigid blue eyes and a glare worthy of a scorned woman. I shiver.
I'm only going to ask you one more time. What in the hell are you doing here?
I fiddle with the edges of my shirt as I finally find my vocal cords. I'm Billy Harris. And I am in way over my head. Chapter 1. Billy. 3 days earlier. Give me coffee and no one gets hurt. Give Charles Hawthorne coffee and everyone gets their ass kissed. I suppose kissing of asses could be considered a good thing, but when it comes to Charles, my arch nemesis at work, and his propensity to kiss the gluteal region of my boss Serena, it could definitely be better. Speaking of, my phone lights up with a message from its spot in the cup holder, and I glance down to read the preview bubble as it populates. Charles.
Serena, would you like me to bring you a coffee?
Both of us are vying for the same position, to be the right-hand woman to Serena Kuntz, one of the biggest production company owners in all of Hollywood. And this is not some friendly competition turned rom-com where we fall hopelessly in love. This guy is a brown-nosing, smug thorn in my side who sucks up to our boss so much his lips will eventually be permanently attached to her ass. Serena.
No.
She generally doesn't even have the decency to include pleasantries when she shoots him down. But he never lets it discourage him. He's tenacious, I'll give him that. Charles.
What about a croissant from that bakery you love so much? It's on my way in.
Serena. Have it here at 10. Morning meeting is pushed back. I shake my head at the new information I've just obtained from being a third wheel on their conversation. Considering their messages are now inside our ongoing group chat, the eavesdropping is expected, but still. I wonder if anyone would have bothered to tell me about the change in meeting time if I weren't spying on their messages like a voyeur. I tap my fingers on the steering wheel as Wagon Wheel, one of my daddy's favorite songs, starts to blare from my stereo speakers, and I shift my mind away from workplace slights. There are 1,000,001 memories to go with this song, and regardless of how I got the information, I just want an hour and a half of extra time. I roll down my window a crack and soak in all the glitz around me. Beverly Hills, Rodeo Drive, there's nothing like it. A well-dressed woman in a little white Porsche sits at a stoplight, and a black Ferrari is illegally parked in front of a Starbucks. The sun shines differently on fancy storefronts, and people walk around in outfits that cost more than my car, an almost comical contrast to the grassroots country twang music filling my ears. But that disparity is 100% me. Small-town country girl, who isn't country at all, turned Hollywood. Well, trying to turn Hollywood. At the first available opening, I gas it up alongside my fancy vehicle counterparts and take a right turn onto Melrose. Alfred's Coffee sits on the next corner, and despite Charles's shenanigans with the fine brown liquid, coffee always beckons. And usually it does from Alfred's. Only 5 minutes from work, the establishment on Melrose Avenue has become my favorite coffee spot in L.A. It takes me a few minutes to find a spot to slip into, but when I finally do, my phone has vibrated in my cup holder another 3 times. Charles.
Great. Can I get you anything else?
Serena. Nope. Charles.
Well, just let me know if that changes.
I pick up the phone just as he's sending one final message, a smiley face and a thumbs-up emoji. Goodness gracious, if he keeps this up, Serena Kuntz will be the first human being alive to give birth to a fully dressed man. I let out a deep exhale, type my own message, keeping it short and succinct with, "See you at 9:45, hit send, and head inside to Alfred's. Maybe it's to my detriment, but I refuse to play Charles's ridiculous game. I don't want Serena to ask me to be a permanent employee at her production company because I'm the best at fetching fucking coffee. I want her to want me on her team because she sees potential in me. Plus, if there's one very important thing Charles doesn't seem to understand, it's that Serena doesn't like to waste words. She started out as a successful screenwriter and producer in Hollywood and turned that golden talent into the successful company known as Kuntz Productions. Basically, her work ethic makes Jeff Bezos look lazy. She's an inspiration, and after working as a PA on her latest feature film, I'm hoping and praying she chooses to keep me under her knowledgeable wing. PA, or production assistant, jobs are generally temporary. When you work as a PA on a movie or a television series, once the project comes to an end, so does the work. It's a rough cycle, to be honest, but it's necessary. If I want to be a Hollywood producer, if I want to follow in someone like Serena's footsteps, I need to work as many PA jobs as I can. The hands-on experience is quintessential to the career, and the amount you can learn under Serena is exponentially higher than almost everywhere else. Thankfully, a few weeks ago, after we wrapped up production on Red River, a dramatic movie that will release sometime next year, Serena sat Charles and me down and told us she wanted us to be part of the next big project. It was seriously exciting news, kind of like finding a scratch-off on the ground worth thousands of dollars. And then, she dropped the nuclear bomb of reality checks. After this project, she'll choose only one of us to mentor permanently. That person will get to move forward with her and her production company on future projects, and the other will be shit out of luck. To say the current state of my career is filled with a lot of unknowns would be a bit of an understatement. But big Hollywood dreams aren't something that comes easily. It will take a lot of ups and downs, a lot of hard work and determination. Possibly killing Charles. You know, a lot of things. Coffee now in my sights, I push through the front door of Alfred's, the aroma of coffee beans and vanilla slapping me right in the face. The place is positively bursting at the seams with caffeine-addicted pod people like me, making the place I take at the end of the long line seem miles away from the hustling baristas behind the sleek black counter. Utensils, cups, and plates clink, and the rhythm makes Dolly Parton's 9 to 5 start to play inside my head. If this were a coffee shop at a movie, this song would be playing on the soundtrack. Discreetly, I tap my right foot and bob my head a little to the music only I can hear, and think of my mama. She always told me I would end up in Hollywood, that my strange mind was a gift. "You see life like a movie, Billy," she'd tell me. "One day you're going to use that brain of yours to make movies of your own." But Mama was a bit of a dreamer when it came to this town. Being a budding actress herself who never quite made it out here to chase her dreams, she held out hope in a little section of her heart that my sister, Bertie, or I would be able to do it for her. "Next!" the barista at the counter yells, and my thoughts and the music in my head fade away when I realize she's talking to me. Oh, shoot. With an apologetic smile and an unnecessary glance at the menu above her head, I step up to the counter quickly. "Vanilla iced latte and a blueberry muffin, please," I tell the pretty, blue-eyed barista with wavy blonde hair and insanely full lips. Her name tag reads Summer, and it's oddly right. She looks like the beach on a bright, sunny day. "Anything else?" Surfer Girl asks, and I shake my head. "That'll do it. Name for the order? Billy." She grabs a cup and a Sharpie, writing Buddy on the side. Buddy? Billy doesn't sound like Buddy at all in the middle. Maybe all the high-tech espresso machines and their noise are getting to her hearing. "No, not Buddy, but Billy," I correct in my sweetest voice. "Billy with an I-E." On a sigh, she puts the Sharpie back to the cup, scratches out Buddy with a swift hand, and writes the letters Billdie. Bildy? Good Lord, am I speaking a different language? I hate to be a pain, but it's actually Billy without the D, just Billie. The barista stares at me, cup and Sharpie still in her hand, like Billy just can't be a name for a girl. Like surely I'm the one saying my name wrong. Michael Jackson sang about a Billie Jean, and Billie Eilish is one of the most successful female artists in music, but whatever. It's not worth arguing with the barista about whether or not my mama and daddy lied to me. I may have been named after my great-grandpa Willie, but Billy isn't that uncommon of a name for a girl. I want to tell her every blessed thing that's on my mind, but it's probably best if I keep things simple between Blondie and me. One day, when I manage to meet a man and fall so hopelessly in love that I don't care if he leaves all his dishes in the sink, I don't plan on making this woman a bridesmaid. I shake my head. Never mind. Your accent, Summer remarks. It's so different. It's cute. This isn't the first time my accent has come up in everyday life here in California. And surely it won't be the last. After more than 4 years in LA, my West Virginia twang is a little watered down, but it's definitely still there. A big neon sign above my head letting everyone within hearing distance know I'm an LA transplant. Are you from the South? Well, I guess that depends on who you ask. She tilts her head to the side. Born and raised in West Virginia, I explain. Some people would say we're part of the South, and some claim we're from the mountains. I've never been there. Nevada is the farthest east I've been. I don't bother telling her to change that. Some West Coasters, hell, even some East Coasters, snub their noses at the idea of visiting my home state, but I know they're missing out. I love LA, but country roads, the Blue Ridge Mountains, and the Shenandoah River are at the center of my heart. Trust me, John Denver crooned about West Virginia for a reason. Instead, I swipe my credit card as quickly as I can and move to the side so the next customer can step up to the register. While a young guy with a beanie and gauges in his ears makes my latte, I glance around the cafe and try to find an open seat. But it seems, with all the unemployed actors and actresses killing time on their computers, they're all accounted for. Outside terrace it is. I grab my latte and plated muffin as they set them on top of the case at the far end of the counter, and weave through the crowd to the back door that leads outside into the California sun. I spot an open seat at the far end of the courtyard, sit down and use a napkin to wipe the crumbs from a prior patron off the table. Laptop out of my purse and powered up, I try to dive straight into work emails, but I barely get through a message about updates needed for lighting equipment when my focus is pulled away by a male voice.
Excuse me, ma'am, you can't smoke here.
I look up to see one of Alfred's baristas standing in front of the table directly beside mine, his eyes directed toward an older woman with sleek gray hair and Chanel sunglasses, the offending cigarette hanging out of her mouth. Smoke billows around her face, and her lips slip into a firm line. I'm outside. He tries on a smile, but the smoke is wafting into his face now, and it's really hard to smile and hold your breath at the same time.
Our terrace is smoke-free, too,
he chokes out.
Christ,
she mutters. I watch surreptitiously as she reaches up with the red-tipped nails, pulls the cig from her mouth, and puts it out on the edge of the table. The butt falls to the ground. But as Joe D. Messina would say, her give-a-damn's busted. I smile as the soundtrack to the scene unfurling in front of me starts to play inside my head.
I sure miss the hell out of old Hollywood. You could smoke wherever the hell you wanted and no one cared. Sinatra would have had a coronary if you told him not to smoke on an outside terrace back then. I apologize for the inconvenience,
the male employee says before bending down to pick up her cigarette butt.
Let me know if there's anything I can get you.
Punk-ass wallflower, she mutters this time, but the guy smartly heads inside. Adele, a white-haired lady sitting across from her chastises with an amused smile. I swear I can't take you anywhere. Adele laughs, a little rasp from years of smoking making it sound almost devious.
With the way this city keeps changing, I don't want you to take me anywhere. No smoking, avocado toast and sugary coffee drinks. She shakes her head. I hardly recognize the old girl anymore.
Her table mate sighs and takes a sip of coffee. You know what that's a sign of?
What?
I move my eyes back to my laptop, but I can't stop myself from continuing to eavesdrop on their conversation. It's too interesting. That you need to retire.
You act like I'm still working full-time, Irene,
Adele retorts. You shouldn't be working at all.
Horse shit. I've got a sweet gig making sure Luca Weaver gets his royalty checks, and I plan to do it until the day I die.
Luca Weaver? Good God, I haven't heard that name in ages. He got into acting as a child. I want to say around the age of 10 or 11. And by the time he was 18, he had a freaking Oscar. Not just a nomination, the freaking guy actually won. He was the it thing there for a while, landing bigger and bigger roles every year until his mid-20s. He played the lead in a blockbuster spy movie that, if I'm not mistaken, still holds box office records, but his personal life took on a much more detrimental role. Hollywood's baddest boy. That's what they called him. I remember it distinctly. Unfortunately, I imagine that kind of moniker is great for notoriety, but bad for the boy. He partied hard. Rumors of drugs and alcohol and rehab are near constant in his wild life. And then one day, he was just gone. Up and out of the spotlight completely at the height of his career. The conversation veers and Adele goes back to bitching about not being able to smoke with her morning cup of joe, and I lose interest in listening. It doesn't matter, though. I've got everything I need to text my sister Birdie with the most interesting topic we've discussed in a long time. Me. You will never guess whose name I just heard. Birdie. You're right. I will never guess who. Me. Guess. Birdie. God, I hate when you do this. Just tell me. Me. Birdie, just toss out a guess for heaven's sake. Birdie. Fine. Post Malone. I scrunch up my nose and laugh. Me. Post Malone? Tell me you're not listening to Dive for Me for the 47th time today. Birdie. Shut up. It's catchy. Just freaking tell me already. Me. Fine. Luca Weaver. Birdie. Oh my God, I haven't heard that name in so long. Me. I know, right? His younger sister Raquel is still a successful actress. In fact, she was pretty much all I heard about when she unexpectedly showed up pregnant in the tabloids not too long ago. But Hollywood finally stopped talking about Luca a few years back. I guess everyone finally gave up hope of him making some big, flashy return. Birdie. You had the biggest crush on him when we were kids. Ha, like she should talk. Me. I seem to remember you having a poster of him in your room. Come to think of it, you had it in just the right spot to stare at it from your bed while you diddled your doodle. Truthfully, we were both fangirls of Luca Weaver back in the day. We would race home from school just to watch him and Raquel act in our favorite television series, Home Sweet Home. Birdie. Yeah, right. I didn't have time to diddle anything. Granny tore it down 2 days after I put it up. I laugh at the thought. Granny was a stickler for shit like that. She loathed the idea of us being boy-crazy teenagers. For a woman of her generation, she was quite progressive. Instead of encouraging us to think about our dream weddings, she encouraged us to think about going to college. Instead of husbands, she spoke about independence. Instead of babies, she told us to dream about our future careers. All of that will come, she always said. She wanted us to live our lives for ourselves and no one else before settling down. Birdie. So, are you going to tell me how the name Luca Weaver came up, or keep talking about how badly you need to get your kitty tickled? Me. Stop. I'm doing just fine on my own. Birdie. Sure. Me. You're ridiculous. Birdie. As I recall, you're the one who brought masturbation into this conversation. Me. Come on, I just slept with someone. Birdie. 2 years ago. Me. No? That can't be right, can it? Birdie. Yes, the guy who left his socks on. Oh my God, she is right. Ugh. Okay, fine, so I'm not exactly out there on the sexual front lines. But that has more to do with me putting my career first than anything else. I've had priorities. Me. Wow, way to depress me. Birdie. Sorry, but be honest with yourself. Your need for gratification is the real reason we're talking about Luca Weaver. Me. It is not. I just overheard some old ladies talking about him. I think one of them is his agent. She was talking about his royalty checks. Birdie. So you're not going to, meet him? Me. No. Birdie. Talk to him, work with him, sleep with him? Me. That's a negative. Birdie. So this conversation was pretty much pointless? Is that what you're saying? Me. Oh, like you should talk. You texted me yesterday about the freaking weather in Nashville. Birdie. Because it's May and we had a 30-degree day. That's a big deal. Where the hell is spring? Just before I can type out a smart-ass response, another text fills our chat box. Birdie. Hey, listen, I've enjoyed our chat about old hunks and your dried-up vag, but I gotta run to rehearsal. I'll call you later. I smiled despite her mocking. No joke, Birdie is living the music dream. The country music dream, that is. Daddy always said Birdie was named Birdie because she could sing, but it took her years to find the confidence to step on stage and sing in front of a crowd. Luckily, a little over 6 years ago, after our granny passed away and a cheating ex-boyfriend pushed her over the edge, Birdie finally had enough. I was 18, Birdie was 21, and we drove to Tennessee on a destiny-fulfilling whim. We arrived in Nashville in the evening, and Birdie entered herself in an open mic night at the first bar we found. What song did she sing? Well, exactly what you'd think someone would sing after their boyfriend cheated on them with a girl named Jolene. The rest is pretty much history. Someone from a record label happened to be in the crowd that night, and Birdie Harris's life changed forever. She stayed in Nashville and signed with a record label, and I headed for LA, determined to turn the movies in my head into movies on the silver screen. Both of us, out there in the world making our granny's advice happen. All thanks to Ricky Case and his cheating penis, a real-life floozy named Jolene, and country music's queen, Dolly Parton. Chapter 2. Billy. Call me an egg because I crack under pressure, and my yolk looks a hell of a lot like blood. Locked and loaded with caffeine and ready to bring my A game to this morning's meeting, I slide into the chair to the right of my boss. In nude heels and a sophisticated white power suit that looks perfect against her caramel-colored skin, Serena perches like an exotic bird at the head of the large conference table. A Bluetooth is in her ear, and she is listening intently to whatever the person on the other line is saying. Charles takes the chair to the left of her, directly across from me, and immediately starts trying to one-up me. "Good morning, Serena," he says, and I don't miss the way he flashes a stupid smile my way. Too bad when your lips are that close to her ass, you can't see that she's obviously on a call, numbnuts. I open my notebook and review a few of the notes I took while poring over Espionage, the screenplay that Serena decided a few months ago will be Kuntz Productions' next big project. It's expected to do well, and she's already managed to get the financial green light from Capo Brothers Studios. Charles, on the other hand, hops up from his seat, heads to the refreshment table at the back of the room, and pours 2 glasses of water. One for him, and one for Serena. Smug smile engaged, he locks eyes with me and slides the glass onto the table in front of our boss while she finishes up her conversation. Internally, I roll my eyes. Good job, buddy. Way to be Serena's gopher. Apparently, even with all of their family's money, old Chuck's parents couldn't afford to buy him any common sense. Charles and I have reached this point in our careers via very different paths. He comes from a wealthy family that had enough money to pay for private schools and Yale and a bachelor pad in Laurel Canyon, and I've spent most of my life surrounded by hard times, crawling my way up from the fucking bottom of the barrel. If it weren't for Granny's gambling problem and her lucky lotto ticket, my family wouldn't have had anything to give me besides the clothes on my back and a country accent. That's right, my Granny won the freaking lotto. $4 million, 15 years before she died. It's a long story, an ironic story. Certainly a very fucking crazy story, but a real story nonetheless. Since Granny died 6 years ago, Bertie and I have only touched that money to pay for necessities. My Bachelor of Arts in Film and Television at UCLA, her move to Nashville, and basic living expenses when we can't afford to cover them on our own. We both know the last thing Granny would want is for us to turn into some kind of trust fund babies who are too lazy to make something of themselves. I'll make my way in La La Land fighting for every inch without leaning on Granny's money unless I absolutely have to. The fact that I'm currently living in a 400-square-foot apartment in downtown LA with a toilet right next to the fridge is proof of that. That sounds perfect, Eliza, Serena says, prompting me to look up from my notebook. Talk soon. She taps her ear to end the call and watches as the last stragglers of her team file into the room. In Serena's world, if you're not 5 minutes early, you're late. She promptly kicks off the meeting without waiting for everyone to finish getting seated. I trust you've all read Espionage? Anyone left standing scrambles to find any available home for their ass. One guy, I swear to everything, ends up sitting on the rim of a potted plant. Meanwhile, those of us who don't have to worry about the moisture content in the soil nod and hum our affirmation. A screenplay by Jacob Kaufman, Espionage is based on a true story about an American CIA agent who lived in Europe and the Middle East for over 20 years to gain intel on foreign enemies. It's riveting and engrossing and different from the typical secret agent movies that have been made in the past. It's not necessarily meant to be showy and action-packed, though it is. It's meant to be authentic. It absolutely reeks of clout with the Academy, and I'm sure all the potential Oscar nominations are at least part of the reason Serena was able to get the Capo brothers to move forward so quickly. Everyone in Hollywood loves the sound of money. How is our casting situation? Callie Friddle, head of development at Kuntz Productions, asks.
Casting is almost set. Lucy Larson just agreed and signed on as the female lead.
Serena updates. And our director?
May Chen is a go as well.
Wow, that's fantastic news. Callie taps her pen on her leather notebook. So we only need the male lead.
Exactly.
Serena nods aggressively.
And that's why we're all here this morning. Since you've all read the screenplay now, I want your ideas, your thoughts, your concerns.
She flashes a big grin.
Although if your concern is anything other than being afraid of showing off with how good your suggestions are for the most important role we've ever filled, you can get the fuck out.
Soft, albeit slightly nervous, laughter fills the room, and Serena stands up and starts walking around, apparently comfortable in an environment made balmy by our sweat.
Tell me what you're thinking. With Lucy Larson on board, who should play our male lead, Finn Slate? Personally,
Charles chimes in first,
I think Harry Saint would be perfect.
Pfft, yeah, right. Serena's gonna shut that shit down faster than Twista can rap about a girl becoming an overnight celebrity. But to my surprise, Serena nods her head in agreement.
You know, I never thought about him, but I think you might be onto something.
She pauses and looks toward Olivia Wells, her casting director.
What do you think?
Maybe. Olivia taps her pen against her lips, but it seems to me that's a gesture born of anxiety. She doesn't want to disagree with Serena in front of a room full of people. And I can't say I blame her. I mean, he was pretty good in Bad Men.
I also think it should be noted, Charles interjects. After seeing them together in Long Road a few years ago, we know Lucy Larson and Henry Saint will have amazing chemistry together on screen.
I don't miss the slimy, egotistical smile he tosses my way when Serena appears happy with his second suggestion of the day. Are you really going to let him suggest casting for the lead actor of this project and not offer up anything better? My subconscious scolds me. What do you think will happen if his suggestion actually turns into reality? The pressure of my current situation starts to build an impending sense of doom inside me. Palms sweaty and heart racing. I have to rub my hands against my legs discreetly to stop myself from crying aloud. Good God, Billy, you have to offer up something! I mean, between the ass-kissing and actor suggestion and fucking hand-delivered croissants, you're way behind the curve today. I scan my notes. I know Finn Slate is not Harry Saint, but who is he? I kind of hoped Serena would play Duck, Duck, Goose, a going around the table to collect answers sort of thing, but instead, she jumps directly to me.
What do you think, Billy?
Shit. Think of something. Anything. You can't just let Charles put in all the damn ideas. I start before raising a fist to my mouth, clearing my throat and patting my chest. I don't know what I'm supposedly choking on. Maybe Charles's cum shots as he fires them all over the room in premature victory. But it seems like the most believable way to buy time. While Harry Saint is a fantastic actor, I'm not convinced he can live up to the role of Finn Slate. It needs someone special, enigmatic, someone undeniable.
Are you really saying Harry Saint isn't enigmatic? Charles snorts. Did you see the money he brought in with his last big film? Audiences love him.
Harry is amazing, obviously. I expand cautiously. The last thing I need is some Harry fanatic coming after me for bad-mouthing him. But he's not the right kind of amazing. Personally, I think this role needs someone a little darker. A little less commercial, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, but who?
He prods.
I mean, you can't just say something like that and not offer up an example.
I try not to hate anyone, I really do. But if I had a fork in my hand right now, I don't think anything would stop me from launching myself across the room and stabbing it directly in that guy's eye. Serena glances back and forth between me and Charles, but stops back on me. Give her something, for heaven's sake. Someone like... I pause, searching the scraps and scribbles in my mind for something, anything, And instantly, my mind whispers a name, one I'm hearing for the second time in ages after not hearing it in damn near forever. Charles flashes an annoying smirk at me.
Someone like...
Luca Weaver. I immediately bite my tongue so hard it bleeds. God damn it, Billy, of all the freaking people in the entire world. Sure, he is a good fit for the role. Agent Zero, one of Luca Weaver's first movies in an adult role, was dark and gritty, and he was Oscar-worthy in it. But the guy is a freaking ghost, my mind yells. Unless you're a freaking psychic medium now, he's not a freaking option. Serena hums as she stares at me for a beat. It takes a gift from God to keep my molecules from scattering, poof, and disappearing my body in a magical mist of flesh.
I haven't thought about Luca Weaver in a long time.
The room is silent as everyone waits for Serena's decision to drop. I'm out on a limb, scrambling for my footing, and seconds from falling to a tragic death when Callie finally extends a lifeline. I can see it. Agent Zero was a fantastic movie.
Yeah, and I can't imagine anyone would see that casting decision coming. It could be genius,
Olivia adds, confidence apparently bolstered by Callie.
But Luca Weaver has been out of Hollywood for like a decade,
Charles argues, getting red in the face at the crowd's unexpected support of me.
He's basically MIA.
Actually, he wants to come back, I blurt out foolishly, and Serena's eyes light up. Oh, God, where's the rewind button? Please, baby Jesus, I need a rewind button.
You can get Luca Weaver to do this movie?
My head is nodding. Why is my head nodding? And then, one word just shoots out of my mouth like a bullet. Yes. No, you cannot! As Bertie so rudely pointed out, you do not know him, my panicked mind shrieks. Watching every episode of Home Sweet Home when you were a teenage girl does not make you a magician.
Done,
Serena declares, and the whole room goes up in a low titter. The guy on the potted plant is vibrating with so much energy the leaves behind him are shaking. Oh, God, kill me. Kill me dead right now because my career is already on its way underground.
How quickly can you get in touch with him?
Abort. I'm not sure, I say with a shrug. When all eyes narrow in on me suspiciously, I say the first thing that comes to my panic-fueled mouth. But probably pretty quick. Oh, for fuck's sake.
Who's his agent?
Olivia asks the room, hoping someone knows the answer. Adele, I offer up because, evidently, I'm in the middle of a nervous breakdown. My mouth has gone Terminator-style rogue, but in this apocalyptic world, there's no reassuring Arnold robot voice saying, "I'll be back."
Oh, that's right, Adele Lang.
Oh yeah, Adele Lang. I nod. This isn't the first time you're actually hearing her last name or anything. No, not at all. I can't believe that woman is still working in Hollywood, Callie says with a grin. She has to be pushing 80 at this point.
She's old school. Fucking hardcore,
Olivia adds on a laugh. Serena walks over to the floor-to-ceiling windows that look out toward the city and stands there for a long moment. Callie and Olivia chat animatedly about Adele Lang. Charles stares daggers into my skull. And me? Well, I stay rooted in my seat, trying not to fucking piss myself. Holy shit, what have I done? I've just promised my boss a man I can in no way deliver. Chapter 3. Billy. Pretty sure the only thing I'm missing right now is Eminem's mom's spaghetti. Palm sweaty, heart racing, I hear "Lose Yourself" in my head, and let me tell you, the working motion picture to go along with it is dismal. My whole body shakes and my throat feels tight as I finally escape the conference room and head straight toward the elevator. No detours, no pit stops, no fucking bathroom breaks. I need fresh air, and I need it right the F-bomb now. Being competitive is one thing, but being so competitive that you lie about knowing a celebrity who has been MIA for 8 years is batshit crazy. Nausea roils violently in my gut as the elevator dings its arrival, and I step inside. What the hell were you thinking? You just promised a celebrity you've never met in your whole fucking life for a movie with no actual way of contacting him. Is this what anti-money, pro-happiness people would call living beyond your means? Promising your boss a man you can't deliver because you refuse to let your arch-nemesis win? Because I have a pretty big feeling this is going to bankrupt my happiness in a big way. Off the elevator and through the lobby doors, I find a quiet spot on the side of the building where no one can witness my shit fit. The last thing I need is an anonymous do-gooder calling the police and asking them to do a welfare check on me. I'll end up in Cedars-Sinai with no access to cutlery. I scrub a hand down my face and type in the name Luca Weaver into the search bar on my phone. In mere seconds, what feels like a million search results populate on the screen. I have no idea what I think I'm going to find here. It's not like Google is going to magically give me his freaking GPS coordinates. But I am a desperate woman who will snatch at any straw, even the plastic ones, and those fuckers are banned. I tap the first result on the page, his Wikipedia profile. Luca Weaver is an American actor. He rose to prominence at the age of 10 playing Sam Winston on Home Sweet Home. I scan through the entire bio. His career success, his current age, 34, his family, highlighting that his younger sister Raquel Weaver is also in Hollywood. It's all the shit I already know. I tap out of the wiki page and go back to the search results, but I'm too damn stressed out to do any more useless research on Luca Weaver. So I call Birdie instead. Surely she can give me some advice. We love to give each other shit, but we also care about each other. She'll know what to do to help me. I chew at my lips as I wait for her to answer, which she finally does on the fourth and final ring. My lips probably look like those of a hiker who's been lost in the desert with no access to water for a couple weeks after that much time tearing them apart, but I don't care. I'll bite these fuckers off completely and live a lipless life if Birdie can come up with something to get me out of this cluster. "Hey, hey," she greets, her voice altogether too cheery for my current state. "How's your day going?" I pause and force myself to set aside my panic long enough to reevaluate my approach. Birdie loathes when people unload their shit onto her. She claims there's too much transference when you accept someone else's anxiety and stress into your world. And as a result, she responds better to people who aren't about to lose their fucking minds. It's not too bad. How was rehearsal this morning?" "It was great. Everything is coming together nicely for our tour." "That's great. Really great." Jesus, calm down. Go too far in a positive direction and she'll see through your shit for sure. You aren't that chippy base case. "All right, what in the Sam Hill is wrong with you? You sound like you're on speed, but I think that's a drug of the past, so I'm going to guess that's not it." I can't help but pause long enough to make fun of my sister's innocence. It's sweet, really. "Speed is meth, Birdie. Seeing as there's a rapidly growing epidemic of deaths due to overdose from psychostimulants, I don't think it's in the past." "Billy, what's going on?" Birdie challenges, seeing through my drug fact ramble with the X-ray vision only a sister possesses. "I just promised my boss a man I can't deliver," I blurt out in a rush. "You promised your boss a hooker?" she questions, confusion evident in both her voice and her comprehension. "God, no, not a hooker, you lunatic." "Lunatic?" she laughs. "Pretty sure you're projecting right now, sweetie." I sigh. I will never, ever forgive you for dating that psychologist and soaking up all his bullshit. "Billy, what did you do?" "I just told my boss I could get the impossible. We're talking a blind man just walked into my office and I told him I could make him see. Like, holy shit, what is wrong with me?" She laughs, the sadist. "Slow down, sis. You're talking so fast I can't keep up." She transforms her voice quickly, though, in a way only Birdie can do. 1 second it's cold and mocking, and the next it's like the warmest of blankets. "Just relax," she coaches. "Take a breath and slowly tell me what's going on." Okay. I shut my eyes, take a deep breath. I might have, sort of, kind of, maybe told Serena I know Luca Weaver. "Like know his movies or like know him? I cringe. Both. "Lord almighty, Billy!" She shouts so loud I have to pull the phone away from my ear for a beat. "I'm pretty sure this is not how you go about breaking into Hollywood." "I know," I whine. "Trust me, I know." "I mean, I shouldn't be surprised, but damn." Wait a sec. My eyes pop open if only to be able to narrow. "What do you mean you shouldn't be surprised?" "Come on, sis. You know you have a tendency to make big promises under stress." "I do not." She laughs. When Granny got pissed at you for crashing the riding tractor into the old oak tree, you told her you already had someone lined up to fix it for an insanely low price, even though you had no one.
That was one time.
On my 16th birthday, you told me Reba McEntire was going to be in town and that she was coming to my party.
Because you love that song Fancy, and excuse me for wanting my big sister to have the best birthday ever.
I never said you had bad intentions, Billy. I said you make too big of promises.
Yeah, well, no matter what I do, I've pretty much fucked myself. The line goes silent, and I groan. Birdie, this is when you're supposed to say everything is going to be okay. She laughs again.
But I can't.
Well, a little white lie never hurt anyone.
Yeah, but a little white lie coming from my mouth isn't going to make you feel any better because you and I both know your current situation is a big old rock and set a very hard place. Although if it helps at all, I did read a story in the paper about some artist guy getting his sight back through the first ever eye transplant in the U.S. So maybe if you're lucky, it's not impossible. You just have to find the right angle.
I shut my eyes and slam a palm against my forehead. You're right. There has to be a way to find him. I mean, he's not Tom Hanks in flipping Castaway. No one is completely unreachable, right?
What the hell do I know? I don't know Luca Weaver.
Oh my God. Just like that, it hits me. She doesn't know him, but someone does. And I even know who. His agent. Because of my eavesdropping this morning, I know he is still in some sort of contact with his agent. That's a start, right?
It's the only fucking start you have. Billy? Hello?
Shit, I gotta go, Birdie. I'll call you later.
Wait.
I hang up on my sister before she can respond. My phone pings with what is most likely a text message from her, but I ignore it. I don't have time for pointless things like goodbyes when my career is on the line. My first stop on today's flight of crazy may have been a mental breakdown in the middle of a meeting, but my next stop is something entirely different. Getting it the hell together and finding Adele Lang. Chapter 4. Billy. I don't always offer to take it in any hole, but when I do, I make sure it's for a good reason. Blueberry Eggos in Dorothy's little basket. It's been a hell of a 24 hours. The good news is I not only have the number for Adele Lang, but I also have an appointment with her. Sure, it's under the guise of being an actress/singer looking for representation. Comically false pretenses given my inability to hold a note or disguise my accent in any way. But that's not the point of this story. The point is that my career just got a fancy new life support machine, and the family's agreed not to pull the plug just yet. After I paid $20 for parking and take a 6-story ride in an elevator, I step into Adele's office with a whole 5 minutes to spare. I would have been much earlier. I padded in an insane amount of time due to the gravity of my situation. But LA traffic came to a complete stop on the 101, and when my old Civic saw what was ahead of her, she started to cough up a little fluid. I'm not proud of what I offered the mechanic at the shop off the first exit I came to in exchange for his speediest work ever, but I am thankful he didn't expect me to follow through with any of it. I pull myself together and straighten my shirt as I step into the worn, eclectic space. A 20-something guy with bleached blonde hair a la Justin Timberlake circa 1998 sits behind a marble-top desk, but his eyes never leave the laptop on his desk. Hesitantly, I close the distance and place myself directly in front of him, hoping he won't immediately see right through me. My armpits are a dark, damp swamp, a notable result of indescribable stress. I don't have to worry about him seeing anything, though, because despite my undeniably close proximity and heavy breathing, he doesn't even look up. Hi? I finally prompt when standing there starts to make me feel a little like the Grim Reaper. Oh man, if only I had the power. Can I help you? He asks, but still makes no effort to look up. What the hell is he watching on that thing? I'm Billy Harris. I have a 10 o'clock appointment with Adele. Oh, he says curtly, finally tapping his finger on the space bar. His dark brown eyes meet mine with stone-cold apathy. Well, she's busy. Busy? Yeah, he says, unnaturally white teeth gleaming in a way his personality clearly never will. She's on a call. I don't understand. Is my appointment canceled?
Is this like that episode of Seinfeld where Jerry makes a reservation to rent a car, but when he gets there are no cars to be had? Do I need telepathy to have this conversation? Give me something. Anything here. Is she... I start to ask, but he cuts me off with a deep, annoyed sigh. Just take a seat. I'll let you know when she's ready for you. A sarcastic retort is on the tip of my tongue, but I swallow it back. It tastes like curdled milk, which makes sense. I've been pounding coffee with vanilla creamer all night long. Alrighty then, sitting it is, I mutter, making my way across the room to an older-style black leather sofa. My ass isn't even on the cushion before the receptionist is back to watching whatever he's watching on his laptop. I can only hope someone watches my shit that avidly one day. I fidget with myself, mainly ironing out the wrinkles in my skirt only to watch them bounce right back, for what feels like an eternity while Adele finishes up whatever she's in the middle of. A fluorescent light bulb hums above me, obviously in its final hours, and boy, oh boy, can I relate. When the receptionist clears his throat, a foreign sound in an otherwise white noise-filled environment, I jerk my head up to find him looking directly at me. Go. Go? Oh, God. Tell me this appointment is going to get me more than minimal FaceTime with an in-sync wannabe and acid reflux. You can go inside, he elucidates when he takes in my befuddled expression. Ooh, go in. Got it. I stand up quickly and reach back to gather my belongings, only to find there aren't really any. Other than my purse, I've got nothing. For some reason, I feel like I should have more stuff. For the love of God, get inside the office before the opportunity passes. I walk quickly through Adele's door and straight up to her.
Billy Harris,
Adele says immediately, looking up at me over the top of a cat-eye-shaped pair of tiger's eye glasses. That's me. She holds out her hand, but when I go to shake it, she shakes her head.
Headshots.
Shit. I don't have any fucking headshots. I knew I was supposed to have more stuff. Her brow wrinkles when I make no move to hand over any professionally taken photos. I could show her my Instagram feed on my phone, but I really don't think that's what she's after.
No headshots?
Lord help me, forgot them.
An actress who forgets her headshots to a meeting with an agent,
she states, and I don't miss the way her raspy voice crackles around the edges.
If you pulled that shit at an audition, they'd tell you to fuck right off.
I nod. Sounds right.
But you've got a pretty face, a sweet voice, and a cute little body, she continues. I guess I can let the headshot shit slide for now. Take a seat.
I do as she says, a little pep in my hip bending at the comment about having a cute body, and send up a silent prayer that she remembers how good-looking she thinks I am when I get down to the real reason I'm here.
How long have you been in the biz, honey?
Over 4 years.
Do you have something prepared?
Something prepared?
A monologue, a song and dance, something to give me an idea of what I'm working with?
Oh, right. Because I'm an actress who acts and sings. Fucking hell, I really oversold myself in the name of ensuring I got this appointment. I wish I could do more than sit here as I try to figure out what to do now, but my stalling techniques are running dangerously low. I feel like she's Oprah, and I'm the only one in the audience.
You get a dilemma, you get a dilemma, and you get a dilemma. 1 million dilemmas for Billy Harris!
Adele pulls a cigarette out of her desk drawer and lights it. With her lips wrapped around the white stick, she takes one deep inhale and blows the residual smoke into the air.
Any day now would be great, doll.
Jesus, Mary, and all the saints. I inhale a shaky breath filled with secondhand smoke and stand up. To do what? I don't have a clue, but I'm standing. And now, I'm pacing. I might have most of the movie Clueless memorized, but I doubt Adele wants to watch me give her an example of what it would look like if Cher Horowitz had been from West Virginia. Sincerely out of options and time bleeding perilously into I've got some kind of developmental deficit territory, I settle on telling the truth. It's a shot in the dark, and there are a hell of a lot of not-so-good consequences. She kicks me out, I never find Luca Weaver, and Serena Kuntz chooses Charles the errand boy over me. But I've come to the end of the line. It's now or never. I sigh, push the thoughts out of my head, and just do it. So, I have a bit of a confession to make. When Adele doesn't immediately pull a shiv out of her drawer or threaten me with a lawsuit for fraud, I continue. I lied about my appointment, I admit. Well, the reason for my appointment. Still, she doesn't do anything besides puff on her ciggy. I'm not really an actress. Never acted in my life, actually. Kind of like a ballerina might not have the feet, I don't have the chops. I'm just a girl trying like hell not to lose her job after she made the stupidest promise of her life, and, crazily enough, you might be the only person who can help me. 2 long drags, more puffs of smoke pushed into the air. And I know this is a lot to ask, probably too much to ask given your disdain for the current state of Hollywood. But do you think, if I promised never to bring you avocado toast, you could help me? The silence stretches out between us like a celebrity yoga instructor in Downward Dog, and I'm about 2 seconds away from getting on my damn knees and begging. But after another few puffs of her cig, she puts me out of my misery with a response.
It's a little short, but I guess I can see some potential. Huh? A little desperate, nervous. She continues to comment. You portrayed those emotions pretty well. Have you been using that monologue on auditions?
Oh, sweet baby kittens in a wicker basket. She thinks that was a monologue. Could this be any more awkward right now? Freaking hell, this is like having to tell your kids their fish died only to get a new one and have it croak right away. 2 fucking times I've got to tell Adele about a dead fish. Phew. I take 2 deep breaths. Okay, Adele, that wasn't a monologue. I confess somewhat crudely. That was just me being honest with you. It seemed desperate because I am. Very. She narrows her eyes.
You're not an actress?
I shake my head with a sardonic laugh. No, I'm not.
Well then, pardon my French, but what in the fuck are you doing in my office?
Oh, holy hell. Make that 3 dead fish. You represent someone I need to get in touch with. She rips her glasses off her face and throws them onto the surface of her desk, and I swear I black out a little bit, just for a fraction of a second.
By all means, she says irritably. Don't hold me in suspense.
I choke on the frog in my throat and hope that later, when I throw it up in a technicolor expression of my nerves, it at least turns out to be a stylish prince. Luca Weaver. A loud, raspy cackle escapes her lips.
Turns out Hollywood isn't changing that much, she muses. Years ago, if I'd had a nickel for every person who asked me how to find Luca Weaver, I'd have more money than he does.
She shakes her head with a mocking smile.
Let me guess, you're a journalist.
No, I refute. I'm a friend of the family.
Bullshit. Luca Weaver doesn't have any friends, and he doesn't have any family. Not that he keeps in touch with, anyway.
Desperation turns to dejection, and I sink into the chair in front of Adele's desk and put my head in my hands. Fine, I mutter there before once again looking up. I work with Serena Kuntz, and I have the impossible task of delivering Luca for the lead role in her next movie or face certain career death.
What movie?
She asks without hesitation. Espionage. It's a movie that Capo Brothers Studio just...
Spare me the details, doll, because I've already heard them. Hell, everyone in Hollywood knows about the potential and the money that movie might bring in.
She cuts me off and studies my face closely before narrowing her eyes.
Wait, I know you from somewhere else. Where?
Alfred's. I was there when you were yesterday, I admit, my voice shrinking in on itself like the melting witch in The Wizard of Oz. She nods resolutely before inclining her head toward the door.
If that's all you really needed, then I think it's safe to say this meeting is done. I might be his agent, but Luca Weaver has been done with Hollywood for a long fucking time. I can assure you that nothing will bring his tight ass back here.
Fuck. I climb from the chair slowly, turn on my heel, and walk toward her door. But just as my hand reaches out for the handle, I stop. I can't let this go. I just can't. A woman shouldn't have to die on her own sword, goddammit. If I'm going down, I'm going to do it fighting. I turn around and square my shoulders. Look, I say, and she picks up her head again, her scrutinizing gaze hitting me square in the eye. I know you don't know me. You almost definitely don't like me at this point, and I'm sure I just seem like some random crazy person, but I'm not crazy. I'm motivated. I've got big, almost unreasonable dreams that brought me to this town, and making a largely impossible promise isn't going to make me leave. I pause to take a breath, but keep going. I can't give up on this. I can't accept no as the answer. Hell, Granny would come out of her grave and kill me herself if she knew I'd just walked away from this. We Harrises finish what we start, she always used to say, and damn it, I will finish what my big fat mouth has started. I just need to know how to get in touch with Luca Weaver, that's all, and I'll handle the rest. Adele shoves back in her chair and crosses her pale, freckled arms over her chest.
It's illegal for me to give out one of my clients' personal information.
I get that.
But,
she cuts me off.
That doesn't mean shit because I don't even have anything that's going to help you. I send Luca Weaver's checks to a P.O. box in a town nobody's ever heard of, and that's the end of the line.
You don't send them to his house?
She laughs. Nope. I imagine Luca Weaver was smart enough to realize that in Hollywood, any information is a liability.
Shit. What am I going to do now? I'm dead. I'm a walking, talking corpse with no possibility for resuscitation. I'm in my end-of-life transition and everything is going black and, oh God, I never thought I'd...
Probably pretty smart of him, seeing as I'm about to blab.
Wait, what? I peek open one eye and she nods.
Something about you seems just pathetic enough to make me take pity.
I jump up and down, doing some kind of cheerleading move teenage me only wishes she could do. Adele laughs, a raspy cough making her grasp her chest dramatically. Dear God, Billy, don't kill her before she helps you.
Goddamn L.A. smog, she gripes.
Sure, Deli. It's the smog making it hard for you to breathe, not the decades-long addiction to cigs. Still, I nod along and make a face in agreement. I'm not about to blow this deal by pointing out the obvious. She takes out another cigarette from her pack and lights it up, sucking it harshly between her wrinkle-lined lips.
Town's called Raleigh, Alaska. I don't know shit about it, and it don't know shit about me. But I'd say going there is the best chance you're gonna get at hitting your target in the dark.
I jump forward and grab her hand, patting the back of it like she's royalty. Thank you so much, Adele. Thank you. I'm awkward and she's uncomfortable, but I can't help but fall all over myself now that I'm not completely hopeless.
Yeah, she replies. Best of luck. You're gonna need it.
Call me optimistic, but I think I'm back in the game. Chapter 5. Billy. I've never actually spit on a neighbor, but if I lived out here, I couldn't hit him even if I tried. After 3 hours of scrambling to pack some kind of suitcase and get to the airport, 7 hours of flying, a night in the cheapest motel I could find in Juneau, Alaska, and 90 minutes trying to rent a car that can handle whatever the Alaskan wilderness throws at me, I'm finally on the road to Raleigh. Raleigh, Alaska, that is. The only crumb of a clue I have on the path to Luca Weaver. I'm told Alaska is the land of adventure, an invigorating state that will show me things I've never seen. Or at least that's what a billboard near baggage claim said. Seeing as I've never seen Luca Weaver, I'm hoping to hell it's right. So far, though, through the windshield of a Subaru Outback that smells like days-old cigarette smoke and gym socks, all I see are lots and lots of trees. 90 miles into my lonely drive inside the Alaskan wilderness, and I start to wonder if I'm going the right direction. Does Luca Weaver really live out here? There's literally nothing but 2 lanes of pavement. No traffic, no restaurants, no coffee shops, not even a Target. Just me, the open road, and Lady Gaga's voice crackling through the radio. From what I can gather from the directions I printed off at home after freaking out about maybe not having strong cell service, I should be getting close. I hunch up over the wheel and squint to see if I can get a look at anything up ahead. A wooden sign with bright red lettering beckons in the distance, and I find myself stepping on the accelerator just to get there faster. "Welcome to Raleigh," it says in bold letters. I throw a hand in the air and cheer. Yes, signs of life do exist up here. I slow to 25, the posted speed limit on the roadside, and coast through what must be the outskirts of town. There's a rickety old cabin with a sign that reads Earl's, a small white church with a bright red door, and another building set back in a field on the other side of the road. I look up ahead, ready for a downtown area or something, when another green sign approaches quickly. I slow down to read it as I'm passing. "Thanks for visiting Raleigh," it proclaims. I hit the brakes hard and screech to a halt before looking behind me. Did I pass out briefly? Miss a turn? 3 buildings can't make up a whole town, can they? With a huff, I sit back in the cloth seat of my rental car and breathe. Dear God in heaven, what have I gotten myself into? I've taken peas that have lasted longer than Raleigh, Alaska. With a thrum of my fingers against the steering wheel and a lick of my lips, I summarize what I know before coming to a quick conclusion. There's no telling what's inside Earl's. It could be food, it could be booze. Earl could sell dildos and porno flicks behind a dusty black curtain for all I know. Earl could also be a serial killer, and I could be setting myself up for an Alaskan revival of Texas Chainsaw Massacre. But I'm not seeing a whole lot of options. It's Earl's, a mystery building, or a house of God. And even though I'm not deeply religious, I'd like to avoid lying in a church if at all possible. Earl's it is. I execute a U-turn and head back in the other direction. When I get to the rickety-looking cabin with a wraparound front porch and a sad excuse for a gravel parking lot, I pull in and put the car in park. I grab my phone from the cup holder, send Birdie and Serena texts letting them know I've arrived safely at my destination in the north-to-the-future state, and get out of the car. With only a 10-day allowance from my boss to come through on my promise to produce Luca Weaver, I've got no time to waste. Caution, meet wind. The air is cooler than I'd expect for a spring day, but not intolerable. No doubt sunny California weather has spoiled me into a punk-ass wallflower, as my new queen Adele Lang would say. Faded wooden steps creak under my feet as I climb onto the porch, and a bell above the entrance door chimes my arrival when I open it. It's dusky inside among all the shelves and racks stocked with camping, fishing, and hiking gear. And quiet. Almost eerily quiet for someone used to the hustle and bustle of virtually every place in L.A. "Hello?" I call out cautiously. "Anybody here?"
"Just a minute,"
a male voice answers from somewhere in the back, perhaps tending to the adult franchise materials.
"Be there in a jiffy."
I nod and rock faux patiently back and forth between my cowgirl boot-covered feet. Evidently, a jiffy is equivalent to about 3 minutes, because that's how long it takes for the man to appear through a curtain-covered doorway behind a cash register that I refuse to believe is from this century. Seriously. If he made out his bills of sale on slabs of stone while writing in Sanskrit, I wouldn't be surprised. With bushy gray eyebrows, a ball cap with a fish on it, and an ensemble of attire that is entirely khaki-focused, the man walks toward me and the corners of his lips wrinkle as he flashes a friendly smile my way.
"I'm Earl,"
he introduces himself.
"How can I help you?"
Ah, right. I swallow hard and gear myself up to steamroll another person with lies. Poor Earl, an innocent proprietor of this lovely business, has no idea what kind of a web he stepped into. Yes, I'm hoping you can, I say, trying really hard to smile in a way that will make Earl fall victim to either one of 2 acceptable options. Fall in love with me so instantly and completely that he's willing to do anything for me, or take pity on me enough that giving me his assistance seems like the only humane thing to do. See, I'm visiting an old friend. I had directions, but I lost the paper with everything beyond the stuff that got me to here. I pause, trying to decide if he's skeptical or sympathetic. When I can't figure it out, thankfully, he fills in the void.
"Who are you looking for, darling?"
I swallow hard through my dry throat. Luca Weaver? His eyes narrow as he hums.
Mm-hmm.
My knees start to shake a little bit as he gives me an enthusiastically thorough once-over, probably mentally logging my physical description for when he talks to the cops. You know him? I ask, hoping to hell that I haven't already shot myself in the foot. He nods resolutely.
Old Earl knows everyone in these parts.
Hallelujah, he knows him.
Also know that Luca Weaver don't have friends, especially not the old kind.
Oh, shit. Oh, well, see, I'm really more of an acquaintance than...
Save it, honey. I'm too old to waste any time listening to bullshit stories.
Fuck. He leans into the counter in front of him with both elbows, sighs, and looks me deep in the eyes.
You mean Luca some kind of harm?
I shake my head vehemently. He nods once.
Good. I hope you mean that. Because if I send you up there and you're lying, only one's gonna get hurt is you. Understand?
I nod, my head on a spring like a bobblehead toy. I'm not sure I actually understand, but agreeing seems like the only sane thing to do here.
All right. Follow this interstate for another 15 miles, and then you'll go 1.2 miles over Mud Bay and up into the flow of the Hatchel River. Current's not too strong this time of day, so you should be fine. The only cabin for miles and miles. If you make it before sunset, you won't be able to miss it.
I exhale in relief. I can't believe this is actually happening. He's actually giving me directions directly to Luca Weaver.
I'm assuming you brought a kayak with you?
Oh, I'm not planning on doing any Alaskan adventures. I respond on a laugh. Just a quick visit with Luca and I'll be back on my way.
That's all well and good, but...
A hearty chuckle laces his words together.
You're going to need the kayak to get over to Luca's place today.
My face contorts, and relief is quickly punched out of the air and replaced by confusion. I'm sorry, what? I ask, seeking clarification for what I'm obviously misunderstanding.
The tide is too high to hike across Mud Bay.
Like I said, I respond, striving to get us on the same non-adventure page. I'm just visiting quickly. I don't think we'll be outside of the cabin much at all. Earl smirks, and I realize what I've just said must sound like. I blush a little, but otherwise let him believe what he must. If sexual healing is what he thinks I'm giving Luca Weaver, so be it.
That's all well and good, darling, but you can't drive across Mud Bay,
he clarifies, his words coming out slow and steady like he's talking to a child.
You can usually hike or float across, but since we've had rain for the past week, you can't even hike. You're going to need a boat or a kayak because the water is too high.
My jaw hits the top of my cowgirl boots. He studies me closely before muttering.
Maybe I should call him, at least have him looking out for your arrival.
He reaches back for the peach-colored rotary phone on the side of the counter, and a tsunami of panic crashes over me. No. Do not call him. On instinct, I reach out and slap the receiver out of his hands. It bounces off the counter with a thud and falls toward the ground. Thankfully, its spiral cord saves it from a smacking death against the hardwood. I glance from the receiver to Earl, and the skin between his wild eyebrows creases like I've kicked his puppy. Shoot, I'm so sorry, I mutter, and reach down to pick up the receiver and firmly place it back in its holder. It's just that I don't want him to know I'm coming. It'll be much better if it's a surprise, I exclaim and add jazz hands because apparently all of this fresh Alaskan air is turning me insane. Earl goes back to humming.
Mm-hmm.
I smile again, trying to make it look normal. He receives it without awkward comment, which is really all I can ask for.
Well, I can loan you a kayak if you need.
Loan me a kayak? The girl who has never kayaked in her life? I may have been born and raised in West Virginia, but I'm a city girl through and through. I wouldn't know how to paddle my way out of a paper bag.
It'll only cost you $50 for the day,
Earl adds. Deep and heavy, I sigh. The mere idea of kayaking across a body of water to get to Luca Weaver's house is downright terrifying. But I'm stuck between a rock and a hard place. Crawl back to L.A. and lose my job, or risk my life. It may not be the obvious choice to stay, but I can't give up now. I got myself into this mess of a situation, and death be damned, I will find a way to get myself out of it without ruining my future career. Okay. I pull my wallet out of my purse and slide 2 20s and a $10 bill across the counter toward Earl. Looks like I'll be renting a kayak today. Cross my heart and hope not to die. 1.2 miles feels a whole lot longer when you suck at kayaking. The water sloshes and shimmies my pathetic plastic form of transportation, and I stop paddling to brace a hand on the side. Impending doom pummels my chest with its tiny fists, and my knuckles turn white from how hard I'm holding on for dear life. Heaven help me. Droplets of the bay's icy water pelt my face, and I shiver. I swear to God, if I fall out of this thing, my sister will be planning a funeral for more than my career. I thought it was supposed to be spring. Once the kayak settles, I resume the awkward task of paddling. Left, right, left, right. I try to maintain a steady rhythm that's conducive to forward movement and keep it up until even the bones in my arms ache. My clothes are damp and my hair scraggly. But on a positive note, so is all the camping equipment Earl managed to sell me at an inflated price. Oh well, at least my little internal joke makes me smile. I don't have the first clue what I'm going to do with all this extra equipment, but it's better to play it safe. A girl like me, one who has zero experience in living off any kind of land that's not adjacent to a target, can't go into a situation like this without some kind of emergency backup plan. That's why, before I got into this damn kayak, I snagged as much shit from my rental as possible and shoved it inside the big hiking pack. The screenplay, a phone charger, extra clothes, boots, even a few magazines and a bag of M&Ms. You name it, and I'm toting it with me. Not too far off in the distance, lights and a curvy, billowy trail of smoke appear up on a long, sloped ridgeline. I send a prayer to the big guy upstairs that this is where Luca Weaver has been hiding out for the past 8 years. If it's not, I should probably just retrace my steps and start applying for jobs at Auto Universe. Thankfully, as I get closer, the rocks and trees clear enough to reveal an actual home. A rustic yet modern-looking cabin sits perched above the rocks that lead to the water. Out in the middle of nowhere, yet still blends in with the lush forest behind it. It's an impressive sight. And, considering it's the only house, the only anything I've seen since I started paddling, I sure as hell hope it's the right one. The tip of my kayak bumps into the rocks and jolts me back as I try like hell to maneuver myself close enough to the shore that I can step out without getting my favorite pair of boots completely wet. On a deep breath, a wish, and a damn prayer, I push myself out of the kayak and onto the ground. Problem is, for as solid as it seems from my vessel, it turns out the top layer is just a 4-inch film of icy slush. Ugh! I shout into the air. Son of a bitch! My boots slish and slosh as I pull the kayak onto a sliver of dry land to the right of the rocks and beside a long path of wooden steps that lead toward the cabin on the rocky hill. Once I'm confident the boat won't try to sneak into the bay and head back to Earl's without me, I snag my purse and toss it over my shoulder. The rest of my shit can stay put until I'm ready for it. Tiny hints of fear clench my chest and creep into my throat as I walk up the stairs, but I swallow them all down. I am a woman on a mission. I am here because I promised my boss a man I have to deliver, or else I might as well light all of my filmmaking dreams on fire. And come hell or high water, no matter what I have to do, I refuse to let even a single stick spark up into a flame.
Chapter 6. Luca. What happens in my hot tub stays in my fucking hot tub. Unless some random woman wearing soaking wet cowgirl boots shows up to the party without an invitation. Head tilted back and eyes closed, I soak in the hot water and rub at the muscles in my legs with a firm hand. The knots are semi-permanent these days thanks to all the physical exertion that comes with living on a homestead like mine. But the reward of a long sit in my hot tub is always worth it. In a world of nothing but silence and solitude, the alien sound of wood creaking at the foot of my deck stairs catches my attention. I open my eyes and whip my head to the side to keep watch. When the noise of approach continues, I hop out of the warm water and into the cool air by swinging both of my legs over the side. I think I'm ready for anything, but I'm wrong. I'm sure as fuck not ready for this. Long blonde hair, full lips, and big, surprised green eyes, the woman on my porch isn't at all like the bear I suspected she might be. But it doesn't matter how goddamn perfect-looking she is. She shouldn't be here. "Who the fuck are you, and what the fuck are you doing here?" I ask gruffly. I didn't tell Hollywood to fuck right off and move out into one of the remotest parts of Alaska because I wanted people to be able to find me. Eyes wide and mouth fixed in a tiny, perfect circle, she makes no effort to answer my question. It's almost as if she didn't even hear me. "Hello?" I prompted again. I said, "Who the hell are you?" I watch avidly as she looks me over from top to bottom, scrutinizing the details of my body like she'll be tested on them at a later date. I don't bother returning the favor, at least not yet. For some reason, I can't look away from the vibrantly green sparkle in her two wide eyes. "I asked you a question," I finally say, the cool air on my swinging dick moving from annoying to downright aggravating. "Either answer it or get fucking moving." She's a statue, frozen in place on my deck whether I want her here or not. Out of ways to ask her the same question and past the point of patience, I make a threat that's guaranteed to get her to move. "You have 5 seconds before I come back out here with my shotgun." She finally manages, only to stop before getting to anything worth my time. God damn it. "What's the matter with you? You have a death wish or something? This is private property." Christ. I'd love to know whose ass needs to be kicked for sending this glammed up, practically mute, inconveniencing woman up here. Ultimately, though, through some kind of miracle, she decides to speak words. So, you're naked." Instantly, I'm so fucking infuriated I wish she'd just kept her mouth shut. This is my fucking cabin, and I never invite anyone up here. If I want to walk around with my dick out all day, every day, that's my goddamn business. I swipe my towel from the side of the hot tub with a violent fist and wrap it around my waist. She watches my movements closely, probably thinking my covering up has something to do with protecting her delicate sensibilities. But she's wrong. I'm just done with this shit. "I didn't invite you here," I state again. She doesn't respond, choosing instead to keep standing there looking at me like I've grown 2 fucking heads. "I'm only going to ask you this one more time," I say, locking my eyes with hers. They have to be the most insanely interesting shade of green, like the grass on the prairie when everything is in bloom. "What in the hell are you doing here?" She fiddles with the edges of her shirt, but I force my attention to sit squarely on her face. Billy Harris." "And that's important because why?" I mock, raising a pointed eyebrow. She just stares back at me, her pretty green eyes as wide as saucers and her survival instinct clearly on vacation. "Yeah, you know what? Never fucking mind," I snap and head for the back door of my cabin. "There's absolutely nothing you're going to tell me that's going to make me want you here, so now would be the time to take yourself back to wherever the fuck you came from." Hand to the knob, I yank it open and step inside, slamming the door shut behind me. Good fucking riddance, Billy Harris. Chapter 7. Luca. Dogs are only man's best friend until a pretty woman comes along. Then they're a traitor. I still don't know who Billy Harris is, but I do know she should have fucking left by now, even if Bailey, my silver Labrador, strongly disagrees. "Aw, you're just a big sweetheart, aren't you?" I hear from the deck outside my master bedroom while I dry the rest of the way off and toss on a clean pair of boxer briefs, sweatpants, and a hoodie to cover my previously naked body. What in the hell is she still doing here? I'm not subtle. There should be no fucking question about whether I want her to hang around or not. Thanks to her, my planned hour-long soak in the hot tub, an important part of my prep for my monthly trip out to Luz, was cut short by 40 minutes. I shake my head. Today was supposed to be a day of relaxing, because the hike out to this place is equally strenuous and important. I'm the only way Lou gets the medicine he needs to live. That means 36 miles each way, carrying the biggest pack I can manage. "Oh my goodness," the annoyingly familiar female voice exclaims on a giggle. "You're a little too big to be a lapdog, but you sure make it hard to say no." Fucking two-timing dog. In 3 strides, I'm at the doors that lead to the back deck again and stepping outside. And there sits Bailey, right on Billy's lap. He licks her face and his tail wags, and she grins down at him as she scratches her perfectly manicured fingers between his ears. My blood pressure skyrockets just looking at it. There are a lot of goddamn reasons I live all the way out here, but the main one is so people don't fucking bother me. How in the fuck did she get here? 8 years and no one has ever tracked me down before. If they had, I imagine I'd be spending most of my time in a cell at a correctional facility. But this high-maintenance, dolled-up, skinny jean-wearing pain in the ass somehow managed it? It doesn't make sense. "Why the fuck are you still here?" I ask without preamble. But she doesn't deserve pleasantries. Pretty woman or not, I should have had an answer about the reason she decided it was okay to trespass the minute she set foot on my property. And how in the hell did you manage to find me? She pushes Bailey gently from her lap and climbs to standing, holding out a hand for me to shake with a smile. I look at it briefly before crossing my arms over my chest and planting my feet shoulder-width apart. She pulls her hand back and tucks it into her pocket with a sigh. Staring at the top of her pretty little head, I give her a thorough once-over. I look at her big green eyes, her full lips, her cute little nose, her silky, wavy blonde hair, and my gaze doesn't stop its descent until it passes over her slight curves, tiny waist, little hips, and svelte legs in a pair of tight jeans and fucking cowgirl boots. "Look, I understand why you're upset. Me just showing up without warning and all. But you're a hard man to get a hold of," she explains instead of answering my actual question. "Yeah," I say with a snort. "That's for a reason." "Yes," she says with a nod. "Of course. But I also have a reason for going to these lengths to find you." "My parents or my sister dead?" I ask callously. She jerks back in shock and shakes her head. "No, God, no. I mean, I don't know them, but as far as I know, they're all alive." "Then you don't have a goddamn reason to be here." She swallows hard but regroups pretty quickly. If I didn't hate her so much, I might be impressed by how difficult it is to discourage her. "I'm here on behalf of Serena Kuntz." "Who the fuck is Serena Kuntz?" "She's a movie producer." A barking laugh escapes my lungs. Jesus Christ. No wonder this woman is all done up. She's from Hollywood. "Yeah, you're definitely not welcome here. Get the fuck off my property now." I only get 2 steps toward the back door before she reaches out to stop my forward momentum. Her small, cold hand grips my forearm. "Wait," she says, pauses, and then quickly figures out it'd be a good idea to let the fuck go of my arm. "I have a very serious, very lucrative opportunity for you." "What are you, fucking deaf?" "I said I'm not interested. Get the hell out of here." I yell, unable to hold back. I left Hollywood a long time ago, and just the idea of going back makes my skin crawl. She recoils at the harshness of my response, but I don't fucking care. If she'd have gotten the point the first fucking time, I wouldn't have to yell so goddamn much. I breeze past her and head inside, slamming the back door shut behind me. For the 2nd time today. Bailey whines, but he doesn't leave her side. I shake my head as I head toward the kitchen to brew a fresh pot of coffee. The pot gets the brunt of my anger as I slam it around the sink and stove like a ping-pong ball. It's only after I've calmed down enough to actually put the water on to boil that I look out the window. The princess is down by the water, as is my fucking dog, and she's wrestling with a kayak that says Earl's on the side. Of course fucking Earl Harry helped her. He sees tits he's never seen before and goes weak in the knees. Watching her struggle to wrangle the thing like a fucking mouse in a pit of snakes makes me wonder how the hell she managed to kayak herself across Mud Bay and up the river without falling the fuck in the water in the first place. I grit my teeth as a pang of guilt over knowingly putting her safety at risk makes my temple throb. The sun's already set, so there's no way she's going to make it back down the river and across the bay before it's pitch dark. The kind of dark she's never encountered in her life, I'm sure. Around here, there's nothing but whatever moon we've got and the stars in the sky, and tonight, there's not even that. Rain's supposed to be moving in within the hour. I war with myself as she finally manages to climb back inside, a dangerous rock of the boat making her brace herself against the sides and crisscross one of her hands over her heart. Bailey barks from the shore, and she uses the oar to push herself away from the rocks and back out into the flow of the river. She's sucked up in the current pretty quickly, heading back for the bay whether she's ready or not. Bailey looks up at the house and barks, imploring me to make the decision we both know I should. My teeth ache as I clench my jaw. "Son of a bitch," I yell, grabbing the pot off the stove and dropping it into the sink with absolutely no fucking finesse before turning off the burner. I storm over to the door and grab my rubber boots, yanking them on angrily. With a snatch of my hand, I snag my raincoat off the hook, shove open the door so hard it slams like a clap of thunder behind me, and head to grab my goddamn gear. So much for relaxing.
Chapter 8. Billy. I'll look at a lot of things. Naked penises, weird YouTube videos, that Dr. Pimple Popper show, even though it makes me sick. But I won't look a gift horse in the mouth. Especially when it's a steel horse a la Wanted Dead or Alive and the very difference between life and death. A single moment can change everything, Mama used to say. Sometimes it's for the good, sometimes it's for the bad, sometimes it's for reasons you can't understand, and sometimes, if you're lucky, it'll lead you to somewhere, to someone you never saw coming. A soft smile from a stranger at the stop and go. That's how she met Daddy. Impulsively calling into a country music station and winning a trip to Vegas to see Waylon Jennings. That's how she got pregnant with my older sister Bertie. Not by Waylon Jennings, mind you, but Daddy. Uncontrollable laughter in the middle of a fancy Italian restaurant. That's how she landed her one and only acting gig. A part in a TV show. She was a waitress in a diner. 1 episode, 1 scene, and only 1 line. Whatever you do, don't order the meatloaf. But my granny, well, she had a slightly different view on luck.
If you're Harris, you're either cursed or you're one of the luckiest sons of bitches alive. There are no in-betweens, no simple lives. We're complicated country folk and we're either flying high or flat on our asses.
I used to think my mama was right and my granny was just batshit crazy. But unbelievably cold rain is falling on my head as I paddle my way across a bay I can't even remember the name of, after encountering the angriest man I've ever met. And the only things ahead of me are a 100-mile drive, 7+ hours of flying, and a catastrophic end to my dream career. So now, I don't know what to believe. It's the small things, Mama had said. They might seem meaningless at the time, but they have the power to change everything. Well, Mama, I've got a lot of big things going on right now, and I don't have a freaking clue how to handle them. I rub the water away from my eyes with the back of my hand and squint to try to see through the downpour. If it weren't for the fact that it's soaking me all the way to the bone, I'd almost believe it was a television screen filled with white noise. I can't see a damn thing. Panic takes hold in my chest pretty quickly as I realize how serious this could get. I don't know what I'm doing in a kayak on a good day. What happens if I end up somewhere in the storm that I don't know how to get back from? Quickly, I shake my head and let out a little scream to ward off tears. Freaking out isn't going to help me right now. My stupid phone has no service, so I can't call Bertie for help. I can't use it to map my location, and I can't turn back toward Luca's. The current is way too strong. I only have myself to rely on, and I have to figure out how to step up to the plate. I pick my oar back up and paddle it side to try to get control of the direction I'm heading. Now that I'm once again in a rhythm, a little smile of victory forms on my lips. Unfortunately, that makes it all the more surprising when the kayak jars violently against the unexpected rocky shoreline and tips far enough that I can't stop myself from falling into the water. I fight and gulp and kick for the surface, but my boots are filled and weighing me down. I go under again, the icy water piercing my chest and making my lungs ache as I struggle to hold my breath. I grab one boot and yank it off, and then the other, and I'm finally able to surface again as they sink to the bottom. I suck in a huge helping of air and flail to grab onto something at the shoreline before getting sucked farther downstream. My muscles burn, and my arms feel scraped and bruised as I finally manage to grab onto a rock and bear hug it desperately. Oh God, I'm in trouble here. Help! I yell through shaking lips. Please, someone help me! Oh, Jesus. Tears hit my eyes, the surface of the cold rock scratching slightly against my face. Am I really going to die out here? Because I couldn't keep my big fucking mouth shut long enough to realize Luca Weaver was a promise I couldn't keep? The sound of a dog barking startles me from my crying jag, and I whip my head around to see if I can find the source. Upriver, a light shines on a small boat as it motors toward me, and the dog barks again. I try to turn my face and make my voice as loud as I can manage. Help! Please! Over here! A shiver racks my body, and I have to readjust the grip of both of my hands to keep them from slipping off the surface of the wet rock. But the boat keeps coming, the dog barking harder now. I watch as closely as I can until the light on the front shines directly on me, blinding me instantly to everything around and forcing me to close my eyes. I hear a flurry of activity as the boat pulls up beside me, and the next thing I know, 2 strong hands are lifting me away from the slimy rock and up into the boat. I look up, right into familiar, intimidating blue eyes, just as Luca lays me down on the bottom of the boat and grabs a blanket from his side to wrap around me.
Are you okay?
He asks, his voice gritty and gruesome and unbelievably sexy all at once. Streams of water run off the pointy tips of his messy, wet hair, and I get lost in staring at the tiny waterfalls flowing in front of his mesmerizing eyes. I still haven't answered when the ass end of the boat starts to kick around in the current and he jumps up with a muttered, "God damn it." Bailey, Luca's sweet Labrador, fills his void pretty quickly, though, licking at every inch of available skin on my face. I welcome his doggy breath. Thank God I'm alive to feel it. Luca whips the boat around from somewhere at the rear and cranks up the engine, headed back in the direction of his house. Bailey keeps me company as I stare out toward the water and try to wrap my brain around how I managed to find myself here, soaking wet and banged up. I don't know what made him do it, but I don't even want to think about what would have happened if Luca Weaver hadn't come motoring down the river when he did. My gaze moves to him. Luca's jaw is just as firm as it was when I first walked up the deck stairs to find him. But it's different somehow. Edgier. His beautiful blue eyes are nearly black as night, and his entire demeanor vibrates with way more than irritation. I let myself relax into the sound of the engine and the small waves that lap against the side of the boat. Exhausted from travel, stress, a level of physical exercise I'm in no way accustomed to, and nearly dying in cold, salty Alaskan water, I close my eyes and without even realizing I'm doing it, fall asleep. When I open my eyes again, my body is being jostled gently as Luca picks up my arm and puts a small, wet rag to the cuts and scrapes all over it. I blink several times and quickly realize I'm no longer in the rain, no longer on the boat, not even outside. I'm inside, on a bed. My clothes are still wet, but my socks are off of my feet. My boots already long gone in the river, and what feels like a heated blanket covers me from neck to foot. And a handsome, broody man tends to my wounds with the kind of tenderness I would have never imagined was possible for the same Luca Weaver who told me to fuck right off his property earlier today.
What time is it?
My voice sounds scraggly to my own ears. I swallow thickly around my dry throat.
Nearing 10 in the evening.
Good Lord. That means I've been out for what, like 2 or 3 full hours? I mean, I can't be sure how long my near-death experience lasted out there in the river, but considering my idea of cardio is a movie marathon, I highly doubt I would have lasted too long. Where am I? He quirks an eyebrow.
Where do you think you are?
Smartass. I'm guessing this is the inside of your cabin?
You guess right.
He nods and then refocuses on whatever scratches he's cleaning on my arms. Holy hell, what a day. One that, scarily enough, could have been your last fucking day. I grimace at that morbid thought. This guy might be a broody bastard, but he literally saved my life. It's hard to still be pissed at him for all the F-bombs and threats when he's the reason I didn't meet my fate at the bottom of an icy grave. Thanks for... I start out softly, making his eyes jump back to mine. You know, rescuing me and everything. Luca glances at me and back at the cuts on my arm.
You're welcome.
How did you, He flicks his eyes back to mine at my paws. How did you find me out there in the water? He jerks his head at the snoring dog lying next to me on the bed.
Bailey's a good tracker. Knew the direction you went, but he picked up on your scent when we got close. Plus, you were yelling loud enough. I imagine just about everyone in Alaska heard you.
I was drowning, I snap in my defense. A tiny, unbelievable smirk finds its way onto the corner of his mouth.
You were on the shoreline.
Do you do this often? He quirks a brow.
Do what?
Save uninvited guests from a fate of dying in the middle of the great Alaskan wilderness in icy waters, and then berate them for handling it the wrong way. A laugh escapes his throat.
Honestly, this is a first for me.
I don't know why that response makes my chest turn all gooey, but it does. I mean, it's not even nice. It's human decency at best, but the fact that Mr. Surly dropped the bearded, broody jerk act long enough to even consider my safety has to mean something, right? Maybe I've grown on him a little. Maybe he realizes it was short-sighted and unreasonable to send me away without hearing me out. My dad always told me I had a way of giving people no option but to like me, even when I was being a pain in the ass. Maybe this is that. Can I ask you a question? He glances over his shoulder to look at me as he screws the cap back onto whatever he was putting on my injuries and searches my eyes.
Is this about that stupid movie?
Yes. No. I lie and shake my head.
You can ask,
he says quietly, before standing up from the bed and crossing his arms over his chest, intimidating again.
But I can't guarantee I'll answer.
Why did you leave Hollywood? Although the question does contain some ulterior motives, I mostly just want to know. I've never been able to wrap my brain around what would make someone walk away from that much work. What would make someone throw away all their success in an instant? He rolls his eyes and turns to leave.
I should have known you weren't going to drop that shit.
Wait, that's not how I meant it, honest. I was just curious. He shakes his head, his mouth in a firm line.
I know you're pretty banged up and shit, and I can imagine you're going to be quite sore tomorrow, so it's probably best if you stay here in my guest room and let yourself rest and heal. I'll be leaving in the morning on a hiking trip, but I'll be back in a couple of days to run you back across the bay on the boat, and you can be on your way.
A sarcastic retort about why a man like him would even need a guest room is on the tip of my tongue, but I bite it back and focus on the priority. He wants me to stay at his cabin? For more than one night? What in the ever-loving hell? A couple of days? I question in absolute confusion. I'm in a cabin in the middle of freaking nowhere. What am I supposed to do here for a couple of days?
Well, there's enough food and drink in my pantry, fridge, and freezer to last 3 months, so I know you'll be good there. Other than that, I don't know,
he says with an asshole shrug.
I'm sure you'll find some kind of messed up shit to snoop through.
First you wanted me to leave your property, and now you're okay with me staying here without you even being here? I question. I mean, it's truly absurd.
Don't take my kindness for a change of heart. I still want you gone,
he says without hesitation.
But I'm not completely insensitive to the beating your body just took out there in the water. You're damn lucky you didn't lose your fucking toes.
This man is downright impossible.
Although,
he adds,
If you want to try to kayak your way out of here again while I'm gone, I'm not going to be here to stop you. Or save you. And, well, I think we both know your kayaking skills are inept at best.
I huff out a breath. I can't believe I used to love you as a kid. You're not even broody or surly. You're broody and surly's evil stepbrother, Awful. He smirks at that.
You think I'm awful?
I nod.
Good. When you leave, you'll have no goddamn reason to come back.
I guess even my gift for making people like me in the midst of impossible odds has its limits. Unless I somehow become well-versed in kidnapping, Luca Weaver isn't getting on a plane to anywhere, let alone Hollywood to do a movie for me. I throw my hands up in the air, expecting him to leave the room, but for some reason he doesn't. Silence stretches between us, and I half expect him to change his mind about letting me stay and send me back down to the river to find my own way again. Almost certain death be damned. But when he opens his mouth, I'm shocked that it's because he's opening up to me about something else.
I left Hollywood because I had to,
he says gruffly.
Drugs, drinking, women. I was on a one-way ride to an early fucking grave, and not a single goddamn person around me gave a shit. It was time that I started making decisions for myself, taking control of my life.
He drops both his arms to his sides and shakes his head.
I wasn't even a human being anymore when I was there. I was a product to sell. A hot fucking commodity, and cleaning up my act wasn't an option. Bad boys bring in a hell of a lot more dollar signs.
That's horrible.
It's over.
I bite my lip, and he leans in with a tip of his head.
Over,
he repeats, each syllable pushed out from his lips in a firm, succinct way.
Understand me?
I nod. Oh yeah, I get it. Couldn't miss it.
Now, I think it's time you put on the dry clothes I left for you on the dresser over there and get some sleep.
This guy, always with the fucking demands. I just nod again and watch him walk out of the room. Bailey stays rooted to his spot on the bed beside me. I reach out and run my fingers between his ears and think about what Luca just told me. He was Hollywood's sexy bad boy, rebel without a cause, a present-day James Dean. Now, though, he's a hot Alaskan lumberjack of a man with absolutely no desire to go back in time. But, too bad for him, he's the brand new owner of a big fat thorn in his fucking side. I have 10 days in this state, and damn it, I will use every single one of them before I admit defeat. I have too much on the line.
Chapter 9. Luca. I do not condone glamping. If I did, I'd do it alone. My dog, however, would gladly bring along another companion. Today, Bailey and I will be headed east on a hiking and camping trip to visit Lou, someone who means a lot to both of us. A short boat ride upstream and 36 miles of fairly treacherous hiking each way will be gone for about 6 days, and it's imperative I make sure we're prepared. One stupid mistake or error could result in us not coming back at all. Needless to say, my top priority before I head out the door is my large hiking backpack. I double-check that all of the essentials, everything I need before I can re-up my supply at Lou's, are there and in their correct spot. Food for me and Bailey, water, tent, sleeping bag, extra clothes and shoes, Lou's medicine. It's all there. Which means it's time to get the show on the road. I finish scribbling the note for Billy about the spare key and toss it on top, head out the door, lock up the cabin, and move toward the water, where the first leg of our trip will begin. I'm not entirely sure why I'm willing to let this lunatic of a woman stay at my place while I'm gone, but I'm pretty sure it's mostly because I've run out of ways to tell her to get the fuck off my property. She also took a beating out there in the river last night, and lucky for her, and unfortunately for me, I'm not completely heartless. I am, however, still stubborn enough not to adjust my own schedule just to ride her back to the other side of the water. Her persistent little ass can wait it out here for a few days, and I'll take her back when it's convenient for me. Does that make me a bastard? Probably. But do I care? Not a single fuck. Not to mention the mere idea of her robbing me blind is a goddamn joke, considering she'd have to tote all my shit in a kayak she can't even maneuver. "Come on, Bailey," I shout as he lifts his leg on a tree and takes a piss. "It's 8:30 and we're already a half hour behind schedule." He gives me a proverbial eye roll by striding over to another pine and lifting his leg. You'd think since I'm the one who feeds his stubborn ass he'd listen. But no, not Bailey. He's only obedient when it's convenient for him. "Fine," I call over my shoulder as I walk toward the deck stairs that lead to my small boat dock. "If you want to be a dick about it, then I guess I'll see you when I get back. Bye, Bailey." I hear a canine groan behind me, and eventually the jingle of his collar starts to follow suit until the sounds of his paws tap across the deck. It's the only noise in the otherwise silent morning until I hear the word, "Shit!" echo off the water. I squint my eyes, and at the bottom of the stairs right beside the dock, I see her. Billy. The woman who's supposed to still be sleeping in my guest bed. What in the fuck is she doing out here? In a whirlwind of long blonde waves, jean shorts, and knee-high furry fucking boots, she has her back facing me, and she's tossing shit out of Earl's kayak, the one I went back out to collect last night after she was all settled in and onto my dock. She huffs and puffs with each toss of her shoulder, and Bailey's footsteps down the deck speed up like he's finally found a reason to be prompt today. Quick as a whip, his promptness turns to excitement, and the damn dog nearly knocks me over as he runs past me and proceeds to hit the bottom of the steps at a damn near sprint. Oh no. Impending disaster flashing before my eyes, I jog after him, shouting, "Bailey, no!" Billy stops unloading Mary Poppins' kayak of fun and looks over her shoulder in confusion. Instantly, her eyes go wide when she spots the sprinting, tail-wagging, happy-as-fuck canine barreling toward her. But there's no time for me to stop him, or for her to react. Boom. Human and dog collide in a hurricane of bouncing excitement. Bailey jumps up, his paws hit her chest, and the two of them fall off the dock and back into the kayak. Billy yells, then grunts, and Bailey, the bastard, proceeds to lick her face like he didn't just nearly knock them both into a fucking coma. "Bailey, off!" I shout as I run toward the two of them and shrug off my backpack onto the ground between one long stride and the next. "Bailey!" I boom again. "Off! Now!" He groans in annoyance, but thankfully does as he's told for once in his stubborn fucking life, and jumps from the kayak back onto the dock. His momentum jolts the kayak, and with Billy still flat on her back, the small boat starts to make its way into the water. God damn it, not again. In a rush, I hop down, my boots crunching into wet gravel, and snag the rope of the kayak, pulling Billy back. She looks out toward the water, then at me, then at Bailey, then at me again, before her pretty little mouth morphs from shocked to hysterical. Her melodic laughs echo off the water, and Bailey just stands there staring at her with his tail wagging. Of course he likes her laugh. I pay no mind to the fact that something about me likes it too, and I discreetly adjust my tightening pants. I shake off that ridiculous thought and quirk a questioning brow toward her. "Mind telling me what you're doing out here?" I ask, and it's then my brain begins to comprehend what exactly she was tossing out of her kayak. Sleeping bag, flashlight, a hiking backpack, all the shit she had stocked inside that damn thing for reasons I still don't understand. "You planning on camping instead of staying in the cabin while I'm gone?" "No," she retorts and pushes herself to standing. "I'm going on the hiking trip with you." "I'm sorry, what?" I ask. Surely I'm hearing her wrong. "I'm going with you," she repeats. "On your trip. I noticed you got the kayak with all of my stuff back for me. Thanks, by the way. I'm sure Earl would have screwed me on the price to replace it, and having more than one outfit is nice since my boots are gone." She runs a hand over her body as though I wouldn't have noticed her ridiculous get-up on my own. "So now I'm all set. Ready for the big adventure." "Yeah." A barking laugh escapes my lungs. "No, you're not coming. I told you that you can stay here to rest up, not join me on my trip." "Well, good news. I woke up this morning feeling like $1,000,000, so no more rest needed. I shall join you on your trip." Her voice is confident to the point of confrontational. There's a small part of me, just like before, that can't help but admire her persistence. But the larger part of me, the most annoyed part, isn't having any of it. "Princess, there is no fucking way you're coming on this trip," I retort, and look pointedly at the small patches of scratches and bruises on her arms and face. I can't deny that they look worlds better than they did last night, but fuck if that matters to me. She's not coming. "You're going to stay here and rest." "You're not the boss of me," she snaps back, grabbing all of her shit off the ground in a flurry of motion. "I'm not a princess, and I'm going on the trip." Jesus, this woman is a pain in the goddamn ass. "Why?" I ask, and run a hand through my hair. "Why what?" "Why do you want to go on this trip I didn't fucking invite you to go on?" God, you're a stickler for invitations, aren't you? It's like a crazy fixation with you. Someone needs to tell your future wife about this, or else she's going to have a hell of a time with you when she's trying to plan your wedding. "Wedding? Future wife?" I ask in question. "What in the fuck are you talking about right now?" She brushes me off with a shrug and makes a poor showing of tying her sleeping bag to the bottom of her hiking backpack, which, mind you, still has the fucking tags on it. "Why did you even have all of this shit in the first place?" "I already told you," she says and rolls her pretty green eyes toward the sky. "Earl suggested I might need it, and look at that, he was right." Of fucking course. I watch her struggle with the straps for a full minute as she tries to sling the thing over her shoulder before I can't stop myself from asking, "Have you ever in your life gone hiking before?" "Yes," she asserts strongly. "I hiked up to see the Hollywood sign, twice. Personally, once was enough, but Birdie wouldn't stop yapping about doing it when she came to visit, and apparently it makes you a bad sister when you suggest she do it by herself." I clench my jaw and rub my temple to combat the flurry of useless information she's spewing. "What about camping?" "What kind of camping?" "What do you mean, what kind of camping?" I retort. "Camping is camping." "No," she responds with a hand to her hip. "There's tent camping, RV camping, glamping." "Glamping? What the fuck is glamping?" "It's like fancy camping, I guess." Jesus Christ, I mutter. "I assume we're not going glamping, right?" "Fuck no. We're not goddamn glamping." She grins, and it's only then I realize she somehow managed to get me to say the word "we're," as in me and her, us, together. Shit. "So, where are we headed to?" she asks, and a cavernous sigh escapes my lungs. God, she's stubborn, and really fucking annoying. But you know what? Screw it. I was being nice by offering to let her stay here. She wants to hike 36 miles with no fucking training. She can have at it. "You really want to do this?" I ask, and she nods. "I don't want to hear a goddamn word about that movie." She smiles and crosses a hand over her heart with a prissy little wink. "Fine," I growl. "You want to come along? Then come the fuck along, but mark my words, you will regret it." Billy flashes me a victorious smile. "Where do we start our adventure?" Our adventure. God help me.
Chapter 10. Billy. In LA, the only thing that should drip dry is a paintbrush. Out here, though, the meaning is a whole lot more interesting. Which, since Luca is proving to be quite the boring travel partner, at least has a small silver lining. Regardless, I've been doing my best to liven him up. It's not going well. A few minutes into our boat ride upstream, I asked him if I could steer. He said no. When I noticed the small radio close to the steering wheel, I asked if we could listen to some music. Again, he said no. And when I asked him to tell me where exactly our hiking and camping adventure would take us, he didn't answer at all. Instead, he sighed, stared out ahead at the water, and mumbled something I couldn't discern. Sheesh, tough crowd. Thankfully, Luca's dog Bailey has become the companion I didn't even know I needed. He sits close to my side, his head resting on my thigh, and the only time he gets up is when he spots some fish popping out from the water. He barks at them like a maniac as we move past, and then he resumes his trusty spot beside me. I scratch between his ears, and I swear to God, the silver lab smiles up at me. "I think you're my only friend on this trip," I whisper down at him, and he smacks his lips in a sign of contentment.
What was that?
Luca questions over his shoulder. "Nothing," I mutter. I've learned pretty quickly that Luca Weaver is a man of few words. Unfortunately, it's taken me a little longer to realize that I can't bombard him with questions and info about the movie. I have to pick and choose my moments selectively. I'm still coming to terms with how incredibly rare those moments are. Still, I'm here. I am on this trip with him, sitting in the back of his boat with his dog while he navigates through the channel of the Hatchall River. A plain of low-lying grassland on each side of the passing water, upstream from his house by a couple miles. The landscape doesn't take all that long to change. Snow-capped mountains sit majestically in the distance, and I'd be lying if I said I haven't found religion a time or two while I silently hope our hiking route doesn't include them. But I had to come. Leaving to go back to LA with nothing but some bruises and scratches wasn't an option. Sitting and waiting at his house for days while he's gone to God knows where also wasn't going to help me achieve anything but temporary insanity born out of boredom. Obviously, the only option is to be on the front lines, infiltrating my enemy, his anger, loathing, and mistrust for everything Hollywood, one joke at a time. I might be a little banged up from last night, but I'll deal with any and all discomfort as long as it keeps me in the saving my career game. Plus, if he didn't sort of want me to go, wouldn't he have made it impossible for me to come along? Obviously, yes. He's grouchier than a grizzly bear, and his words are most definitely sharper. Luca Weaver would have taken my beaten carcass straight to my car last night if his only reason for rescuing me was to keep his conscience clear. Hell, maybe he even secretly wants to come back to Hollywood. Stranger things have happened. I mean, I just saw Charlie Sheen on some kind of health insurance commercial with his father Martin. If you would have asked me in 2007 what Charlie Sheen would be up to now, I sure as hell wouldn't have said that. Luca slows down the engine as he pulls us toward a boat dock, and I start to get excited at the possibility of a bathroom. My bladder has been full for the past hour, and now that there's an option other than hanging ass over the side of a boat, she's positively screaming. "Pit stop?" I ask as casually as I can manage.
"Final stop,"
Luca corrects, wheeling the front end of the boat in at an angle and cranking the throttle back to reverse. I scrunch up my nose and look around at all of the nothing. It's a desolate no-man's land. No people, no boats. Just a single slip dock that leads to nowhere. "Where are we?" I ask and stand to my feet as Luca turns off the engine and hops off the boat to grab some rope and secure us to the dock.
"A boat dock."
Wow. Thank you, Captain Obvious. Bailey wags his tail and jumps onto land, and I look around in confusion. This is our final destination?
"Not even close."
Luca grins at me as he heads for the back of the boat, bends down and secures the stern with another rope.
"This is where our hike begins."
Oh, right. Hiking. Haha, I almost forgot about that part. I just nod my head, careful not to let any of my inner hysterical cackles fly free, and grab my backpack from the back of the boat, lugging the heavy sack with me as I step onto the dock. I can do this. In a way, I asked for it. Not in the grand scheme, sure, but definitely when he was telling me I couldn't go. So I can, and I will. I am woman, hear me roar, and all that jazz. All I have to do is pee first. Well, before we begin the hiking portion of our day, mind pointing me in the direction of the bathroom? Lucas stops in his tracks at the end of the dock and turns around to face me.
"A bathroom?"
Yeah, so I can start fresh. He stares at me, his eyes nothing more than hollow orbs of blank blue ocean. I smile slightly and pick up my point again, only this time mixing up the terms in the hope that I'll land on one he understands. Empty the tank, clear the screen, erase the board, reset the...
"Sorry to be the bearer of bad news here."
he says while shaking his head and chuckling, clearly not sorry at all.
But we're in the middle of nowhere, Princess. There aren't bathrooms out here, just nature.
I narrow my eyes. Where am I supposed to pee, then? He smirks and nods toward Bailey, who is now lifting his leg on a nearby tree. You're not serious, I say, and his stupid smirk grows wider.
Oh, but I am.
I have to pee? In the damn woods? Oh, for fuck's sake.
You having second thoughts, Princess?
I can't deny this whole no bathroom thing has raised a few doubts, but he doesn't need to know that. If I can grit my teeth every time he calls me princess, I can gird my loins to go in the damn outdoors. Nope, I respond and take a page out of Bailey's book. Toward the forest at the edge of the grassland and behind the biggest, widest tree I can find, I attempt to pee. Outside. Like a freaking dog. Sheesh. Men have it so easy when it comes to this. They just whip out their wieners and do the damn thing. But women, our parts make it far more complicated than that. We have to pull down our pants and underwear, squat, and then, while squatting and peeing at the same time, we have to make sure the pee hits the ground instead of our clothes. And Lord knows there's not a woman alive who has any real control over her stream. Left, right, or 180 degrees out in left fucking field. That thing's going places. Places you don't want it to go, specifically. Not to mention, in cases like mine right now, when there's no freaking toilet paper, we have to do some weird form of a squat and shimmy to assist in the drying. No shaking the joystick and tucking it back in. It is a squatting, pea-scented rain dance, and it is hell. But I manage. I squat like a sumo wrestler, pee like a racehorse, and my shimmy to drip dry puts Shakira's hips to shame. I am an outside peeing, nature-defiling goddess, and nothing can stop me. When I make it back to the dock, Luca is sliding his large green backpack over his shoulders and heading for the trail. Without any time to waste, I follow his lead. I use my newfound squatting powers to get low to the dock, put one strap over my right shoulder and the other over my left, and then engage the muscles in my thighs to push to standing. I know I'm short, but I'm not lying when I say it is a long and arduous journey. I can barely breathe with the way the heavy pack is pulling at my chest. Dear God, what did Earl put in this thing? Rocks? I wobble a little on my feet, but grip the straps and find my balance again. Lucas stares back at me from his spot at the entrance of the trail. Frankly, there's no telling how long he's been watching. What? I ask with way more bravado than I've earned.
Are you going to be able to carry that for the entire hike?
His question is completely valid because honestly, I don't know if I am. But fuck if I'll give him the satisfaction of admitting my struggles aloud. Tough girl act engaged, I roll my eyes. Of course. He moves his gaze to my boots then, before jerking his head at my pack.
Better get your real boots out then.
I glance down at my jean shorts and trusty Uggs and crinkle my nose up at him. What's wrong with what I'm wearing? I inquire, pointing the toe of one Ugg boot toward him. They're Uggs, perfect for hiking. And my favorite cowgirl boots are at the bottom of the river, so...
They're crap. You're gonna lose fucking toes.
Pfft, they're made from sheep's wool.
Do you see any fucking sheep around? No, because they'd freeze too.
It's 70 degrees out, I retort. If anything, I'm too prepared.
It's not going to stay 70 degrees, Princess, he states on a sigh. Alaskan springs aren't like the ones in LA. The temperature will drop at night and it'll drop fast. Not to mention the ground is saturated and your fucking socks are going to be wet before we even hit the 2-mile mark. I would have thought you'd have learned your lesson about the conditions around here last night.
I frown at the reminder of my brush with death before throwing my hands up in the air. I don't have anything else. Luca grumbles something before shrugging his backpack off his shoulders, pacing irately back toward me, and dropping the pack unceremoniously onto the dock. Zippers slide out of the way as he shoves his hand inside and pulls something from one of the pockets. And before I know it, he's leaning down before me and wrapping what look like garbage bags around my boots. What the hell are you doing? I ask and try to step back, but he keeps one hand firmly on my calf.
Saving your toes from frostbite.
In a minute flat, he's done, and I stare down at the disaster that now sits on my feet. My pretty fur Uggs have been transformed into ugly plastic galoshes. I look ridiculous. He chuckles and raises both of his brows.
You're just now figuring this out?
What's that supposed to mean?
You're wearing booty shorts and Uggs in the Alaskan wilderness. Trash bags or not, you are the picture of absurdity.
Well, excuse me for not knowing I'd have to trek to hell with you, I retort with a defiant hand to my hip. I would have packed accordingly had I known I was hiking with Satan. His stupid grin just grows wider, consuming his damn face.
Does that mean you're starting to realize this was a bad idea?
Of course I am, but I sure as hell am not giving him the satisfaction of a yes response. No, I lie.
God, you're fucking stubborn.
He groans, rolls his eyes, picks up his pack, and walks away from me, off the dock and toward the trail that lies ahead. Where are you going?
Now is the part of the trip where we walk,
he says mockingly over his shoulder before whistling for Bailey to follow his lead. The handsome Labrador stands at the edge of the dock, looking back and forth between Luca and me. Luca comes to a halt when he realizes no one is following him, not even his dog.
Goddamn, what now?
He asks, jaw firm. I huff out a breath and raise both of my hands up in the air. Can you at least tell me where we're going?
My friend Lou lives 30 or so miles that way,
he says and points over his shoulder.
And since I already told you this was a hiking and camping trip, those next several miles are by foot.
Wait, how many miles did he say? Did you mean 3 miles? I ask, hoping I'm suddenly hard of hearing.
I said 30 because I meant 30,
he answers.
Well, 36.2 to be exact.
We hike over 30 miles? On our feet?
Yeah.
His stern expression turns to amusement, and I don't miss the smugged smile that crests his perfect lips.
Do you have a problem with that?
Yes, I do. I very much do. 36 fucking miles? That's like more than a marathon. Why on earth would anyone be friends with someone they had to hike a blooming marathon to get to?
Billy?
Luca asks, his frosty blue eyes positively sparkling.
You think maybe you've bitten off more than you can chew?
Fucking definitely. From the moment I said his motherfucking name. But the reality of my situation is that my whole career depends on this. I have to convince Luca Weaver to do this movie. I have to, or else Charles the kiss-ass will be Serena's right-hand man, and everything I've worked so hard for over the past 4 years will just be useless. I'll be starting from scratch again, back to the beginning in a way Switchfoot doesn't even understand. And they wrote a dang song about it. Ugh.
You need me to take you back?
Get it together, Billy. Get it together and get ready to move your feet and hike like you are the world's hikiest hiking hiker that's ever fucking hiked. No? Unconvinced, he tilts his head to the side.
You sure?
I'm sure.
Because you don't look sure at all. You look scared out of your skull.
I really want to tell him to fuck off. I also want to tell him to take me back to civilization. But the stubborn, unrelenting part of me wins out. I'm sure. I force a smile to my face and move toward him and Bailey. Off the dock, onto the mushy ground and toward the fucking forest. Let's hike it up, I feign excitement. And Luca groans.
God help us all.
Yeah, for once, I think we're on the same page here, buddy. Chapter 11. Billy. History always repeats itself. Sometimes in the ways you don't want it to. Sometimes especially in the ways you don't want it to. When I was a kid, around 7 or 8, if memory serves, my parents took my sister and me to Disney World. It was supposed to be the trip of a lifetime. Mickey, Minnie, roller coasters, and overpriced snacks all coming together to make the ultimate fantasy for a little girl like me. But 2 days before we were all set to fly to Orlando, Birdie broke her foot at soccer practice. The doctor put her in this hideous purple cast, gave her crutches, and instructed my parents that she'd need to stay off her foot for the next 3 weeks. When you're on your way to Disney World, 3 weeks is a dang eternity. When we made it to the land of make-believe, Birdie tried to stick with her crutches, But 2 hours into our first visit to the Magic Kingdom, she wouldn't stop bitching about her armpits hurting. And it would be I, my parents deemed, who would have the honor of pushing her whiny ass around in a wheelchair. Our week-long Disney extravaganza transformed in a poof to the child's equivalent of running the New York Marathon. By the time we hit the end of the week, I was wrecked. Tired, cranky, and unreasonably close to pushing Birdie right out of her wheelchair on purpose. So she couldn't walk. Pfft, big deal. Even babies know how to crawl. The point, though, is that I didn't push Birdie out onto the hard, sweltering ground like some kind of animal, no matter how much I wanted to. I restrained myself and used rational judgment. And now, while hiking through the forest with a broody lumberjack and 1,000 freaking pounds strapped to my back, I'm having to tap into that very same kind of willpower. I will not give up and sacrifice my body to the animals. I will not beg Luca to turn back and then kill him upon arrival to hide the evidence of my weakness. I will prevail, and I will do it without making a single comment about outdoor types and their obvious mental illness. Sweat beads at my forehead and beneath my bra, and I send up a silent prayer that I remembered to pack deodorant. Shit, did I even put deodorant on today? I was so busy trying to sneak out of the cabin ahead of Luca that it's all a jumble in my mind. I know I put on underwear because my vagina isn't currently chafing, but gosh almighty, when it comes to the BO juice, I'm drawing a complete blank. I'd attempt a sniff check, but my nose and lungs refuse to assist in anything other than inhaling and exhaling and panting like a dog right now. I have no idea how far we've hiked, but I swear to God we're going to finish all 36 miles by tonight. There's no way we're not. I look ahead and stare daggers into Luca's back, the slave driver. His strides are downright nonchalant, and his arms relaxed as he and Bailey head toward another rocky incline that has a strong possibility of being the actual death of me. My chest is already pretty tight, and I'm not sure how many more beats per minute the ticker can take. There's no family history of heart attacks in the Harris clan, but you never know how an organ is going to react in extraordinary circumstances.
You okay back there?
He asks over his shoulder, but thankfully doesn't glance back to take in my current state. Sweat slicks small pieces of hair to my forehead, and I'm fairly certain my tongue is lolled out of my mouth like a stick-figure corpse. Never better, I exclaim like I'm not one wheeze away from landing a part in a commercial about emphysema. Good God, how are you going to convince him to do espionage if you can barely talk? It's way too complicated of a conversation to have via miming. Whatever, I can worry about that later. For now, I need to focus on following Luca and Bailey up and over the rocks without making some kind of a mess. It could be blood, it could be shitting myself. Anything and everything is a possibility when Fear Factor Alaska Edition is involved. Grunts and groans escape my lungs without invitation, which I would totally laugh about if I could breathe. And when I get to the top of the formation and crest the peak, I find my travel companion standing down below watching me in amusement. One of them, at least, Bailey, doesn't look like a totally smug bastard.
You sure you're okay?
Luca asks again, immense amusement at my misery making his lips curve up into a smirk. I swallow back the urge to tell him to fuck off and force a smile to my lips. I'm great. Having the time of my life.
You look like you need a break.
I wave him off with one weak arm, cupping my hand into a pose of royal recognition, just to give it a little something extra. No way, I'm good. Carefully, I turn and scale down the rocks toward the two of them on shaky arms and legs.
You good?
He asks from behind me, his voice somehow mischievous.
So you'll be able to manage another 10 miles before we call it a night?
What? I ask, whipping around so hard I almost lose my footing and fall to a treacherous fate. Resecured in my position after a mighty scramble, I try to calm my voice and ask my next question without turning around. How many more miles today?
Just 10.
Just 10. Just 10 more miles. Oh, for fuck's sake. My heart starts to speed up, fueled by my anxiety, and then suddenly seems to start slowing down. And I can't be sure, but I don't think it's doing it on purpose. Screw you, my heart says. I'm throwing in the towel. And hey, I get it. It's one thing to be a hero, but it's another thing to let your bravado take you places you can't possibly survive. They call it Darwinism. Other than my loud pants as I finish climbing down from the rocky mountain, silence stretches between us. It's only when I make it to the bottom and turn around that Luca breaks it. With laughter and leg slapping and belly grabbing, he gives an award-worthy performance imitating one of the fucking hyenas from The Lion King. And all I can do is stand there and watch him lose his shit while I try to catch my breath. I don't have nearly enough energy to inflict the level of violence on him that's playing out in my head.
I'm just screwing with you,
he finally says through wheezing gasps when enough blood is drained from my face that half the embalmer's work is already done.
But hell, it was worth it to see that look on your face.
I growl.
We're not doing another 10 miles,
he says with a cheeky grin.
This is where we're stopping for the night.
Here? As in, right here? I ask, looking around to find absolutely nothing but trees and forest.
What did you expect? A fucking Holiday Inn?
Expect? No. But it would have been a nice surprise. I make a big show of rolling my eyes, skirt around him to survey the ground, and lie. I just want to make sure this is the right spot for us to, pitch our tents, you know? We don't want the ground to be too soft or too hard, that sort of thing. I pinch some dirt between my index and middle finger. Yeah, okay. This should be all right, I guess. Lucas sighs and shakes his head as he shrugs off his backpack and begins to unpack his tent from the front pocket. Bailey busies himself with marking his territory, and I take the blessed opportunity to do absolutely nothing. My legs aren't above staging a rebellion, and I'd rather not leave this earth being the first half-body coup as my legacy. How many miles did we walk today? I ask as Luca works, lounging back on my pack with little to no grace. My legs are open, my belly visible from the bottom of my now gross shirt, and my undetermined use of deodorant has finally given way to a rather large amount of perspiration which forms obvious circles of discoloration around the armpits of my top. Luca glances at me over his shoulder, takes in the sexiest woman he's ever witnessed, obviously, and smirks.
9.
19, right? Did you say 19?
No.
He shakes his head.
9.
Just 9. We've only hiked 9 fucking miles today. Only 27 to go. Oh, hell's bells. His broody ass better end up doing this movie or else I might be tempted to kill him. Of course, his stupid tent is up before I even find the strength to open my bag. It's like he went straight from being Hollywood's baddest boy to Alaska's #1 Boy Scout recluse without even stuttering. I watch him discreetly as he gives Bailey some food, and I ponder how that's possible. After listening to his reasons last night, I understand why he had to leave L.A., but being locked away from the whole world and living off the land seems a little extreme to me. Wasn't there some other place he could go? Like, I don't know, Duluth? I can't imagine people would go looking for him there, but at least there'd be a diner or something. But hey, what do I know? The loner lumberjack persona seems to suit him incredibly well. Bailey dives into his kibble, and I turn my attention to my backpack. It sits beside me on the dirt, and as much as I want it to, I don't think it's going to come to life like the furnishings in Beauty and the Beast and unpack itself. Ugh. With a huff and a grunt, I get up on my knees, unzip the main compartment, and rummage through the inside. One by one, I pull out various items and set them on the ground in front of me. There's plenty of it. Some of my items, but mostly it consists of all the shit Earl stuffed in there. Frankly, it's probably all the camping gear a woman would need. But it may as well be essentials for a fucking astronaut to head into space for all I know about it. Besides the flashlight, batteries, a few bottles of water, food, my magazines, cell phone charger, the golden screenplay, and extra clothes, pretty much everything is unfamiliar. I grip a package with 3 tube-shaped objects in my hand and examine it. Life Straw is written on the side, and the words personal water filter are scrawled across the top. What does that even mean? I know our bodies are like 60% water content, but I usually get all of my water from coffee. Could I use this to purify it? I grabbed the instruction booklet from just inside the packaging and flipped through the illustrations. When I realized they're painting a picture of a person dipping this tube thing into a lake and wrapping their lips around the top, it hits me. I'm supposed to use this thing to drink water from lakes, or creeks, or freaking ponds. I drop it to the ground like it might catch fire, and Bailey strides over and picks it up in his mouth.
Bailey, no,
Lucas says. But the doggo can tear that package to shreds for all I care. I'm willing to do a lot of things, but drinking water from a creek that animals piss and shit in is a hard limit. Maybe when I get to the mental place where lost hikers have been willing to gnaw off their own arm, I'll feel differently. But for now, I'll abstain. Luca is determined, though, pulling it out of Bailey's mouth and handing it back to me. Thanks. I take it as politely as I can manage. I choose dehydration over piss water, but I have absolutely nothing to choose over putting together my tent anymore. Time's a-tickin'. I pull it from the back of my pack and smile. It's cute and pink, and the only damn thing I actually got to pick out. Earl was insistent about directing me on the rest of it. With the instructions in one hand and the pink material and support poles in the other, I seek out the best spot to begin. Enough feet away from Bailey's new favorite pissing post and the surly lumberjack's perfectly set up tent, but not so many that I'm the first choice for some wild animal's dinner. One by one, I follow the instructions. Lay out and account for all components of the tent. Done. Lay a tarp over the ground. Done. Lay tent over the tarp. Done. I grin victoriously, looking down at my current masterpiece. Well, look at me, just rocking and rolling through these instructions. I am a goddess of tent preparation. Connect your tent poles. Okay, this one is a little more complicated because the poles are tricky little fuckers, wanting to go left when I need them to go right. But I manage because I am a total badass. Done. I glance over my shoulder to find Luca's eyes pointed in my direction. Huh, and you said I'd regret this. Feast your eyes on my newfound camping skills, bucko. Confidence straightening my spine, I focus back on the task at hand and read the next instruction. Insert tent poles into the corresponding flaps in the tent. Flaps? What the fuck are flaps? I feel around the pink material, searching for flaps. Oh, wait. Is this a flap? No, that's a zipper. Or this. Is this a flap? Nope, that's... I don't know what that is, but it's not a flap. Good Lord, how can a tent be so complicated? Sweat starts to bead on my forehead, and a heavy sigh escapes my lungs as I continue my search for flaps. Flippity fucking flaps, where are you? Hello?
You need some help?
Luca asks from somewhere over my shoulder. I roll my eyes, refusing to look back at him. Nope.
You sure?
Positive. I refuse to give him any grounds for saying I told you so. My granny was a mean, old, stubborn biddy when she needed to be, and I can be too. She was also obsessed with luck. Scratch-off lotto tickets, video poker, penny stocks. When it came to any and all gambling, she claimed, you gotta be in it to win it. In the end, though, the joke was on me. On her deathbed, 2 breaths away from meeting Jesus, Granny let Bertie and me know the truth. All that gambling had led to something great. She'd won the lotto 15 years earlier. And I have to believe that right now, out here in the wilderness fighting for my livelihood, Granny's up above telling me to keep rolling the dice. You've got to be in it to win it. And if I'm going to win Luca Weaver, being in it means being in the wilderness, proving to myself moment after moment what I'm capable of. Come on, Billy. You can do this. If I once found a way to get a snooty famous actress frozen yogurt in a Montana blizzard, surely I can build a darn tent.
Chapter 12. Luca. It's nothing unique to have a dick and act like one, too. But in the midst of suffering through this hike with a furry boot-wearing, same-tune humming Hollywood fucking princess, there's no reason to rebuild the wheel. The happy fucking humming Billy I started out the day with is long gone, and all that's left is a woman who doesn't want to admit she doesn't know what the hell she's doing. She groans for the 100th time and tosses a pole to the ground, an all-out war over there by the neon pink tent. I've watched her fight with that thing for the last hour, twisting and contorting her body into the weirdest positions as she struggles to follow the instructions. I shake my head. Tents aren't rocket science, but right now you'd think Billy is in the midst of developing the next high-tech space shuttle for Mars. For the love of God, I say and stand to my feet. I can't take this anymore. In 4 long strides, I'm at her side, pulling the instructions and poles from her hands. "Hey," she shouts, "I can build my own tent. I don't need your help." Her jaws firm, her big green eyes narrowed in self-righteous indignation, and I have to bite my lip to fight my smile. Stubborn fucking woman. "Give that back," she snaps, and stomps one furry, garbage bag-covered boot on the ground. If I didn't hate her so damn much, she might actually be adorable. "Relax," I respond, sliding the first pole into the flap. "I'm sure if you had another 24 hours, you'd be able to get it done, princess, but we're losing daylight." "It wouldn't have taken me 24 hours, you jerk," she huffs. I lift a skeptical brow at her, and she flips me the bird. "God, you're annoying." "Annoying enough that you're willing to admit this trip was a bad idea and you want to go back?" She snorts at that. "Nice try, bucko. I'm here to stay. Even if you're a big enough dick that no one would dare send your ego any of those male enhancement spam emails." It's my turn to sigh. How am I going to survive the rest of this trip with this woman prancing her way through slowing me down? "Okay, fine," she huffs again. "I will let you finish building my tent." I snort audibly, but she ignores it. "But I refuse to just sit around and twiddle my thumbs while you act all caveman. So what can I do?" "You can go home," I mutter, eyes focused on building my second tent of the day. The neon color is so bright it's nearly blinding. If it weren't for Billy's incessant babbling, it would probably make me pass out or seize or something. Kind of like an epileptic in a warehouse full of strobe lights. "Be serious, Luca." I am. Dead fucking serious. She ignores my words entirely and puts a hand to her hip. "What can I do? Whether you like it or not, we're a team on this hiking trip, and I want to do my part." A team. Jesus Christ. This woman in the jean shorts and furry hiking boots and pink tent wants to do her part. She barely finished the 9-mile hike, legs shaking and knees wobbling, can't build a tent with the instructions in her hand, and yet she thinks there's something else she can help with. Fine, she wants to help. I'll let her help. "We need a fire." She looks at me, then over her shoulder toward where I gathered kindling and logs and dug out a temporary pit in the center of camp. Her nose crinkles up in confusion. "I need to light a fire?" "Yep." "Do we have any—" I look up at her. "Any what?" "Fire lighting things?" "Fire lighting things?" I question with a tilt of my head, and she scowls. "A lighter, okay? I couldn't think of the word. Do we have one?" She holds out a hand to me instead of doing a single thing to get one herself, and at the sight of it, I can't help the idea that takes root. "Nope," I shake my head. "Personally, I prefer to do things the old-fashioned way." "What the hell does that even mean?" she asks. "Like rubbing 2 sticks together until fire happens?" I smirk to myself, but move my focus back to her tent. "I guess that's an option, but if you haven't noticed, I'm a little busy here. You said you want to help, so fucking help, and figure it out yourself." "Goodness gracious," she mutters. "What's the problem?" I challenge, looking back up at her. "Need my help to do that too?" She glares. "Of course not. And for the record, I could have built my own tent. You just didn't give me the chance." This woman sure as shit doesn't like being told she can't do something. I tuck away that knowledge in my back pocket and finish setting up her tent while Billy turns on her heel and stomps away. I can hear her doing all manner of shit behind me, but I don't bother to look up and check in. I have a feeling the fun will be so much greater if I wait until the end. Not even 10 minutes later, the pink monstrosity is all set to go. I stand to my feet, brush dirt off my jeans, and turn around to find Billy hovering over the kindling and logs with Bailey lying behind her snoring. Her petite hands grip 2 large sticks, and her arms move furiously as she rubs them together. Her brow is furrowed and her eyes are focused, and her teeth dig into her bottom lip as she tries like hell to move her arms faster and faster and faster. For fuck's sake, this woman is literally trying to start a fire the old-fashioned way with wet, soggy fucking sticks. At this rate, we'll have a fire sometime next goddamn century. She pauses for a moment to brush a few pieces of her long hair out of her eyes before going back to the madness. Harder and faster, she rubs wet sticks together in the stupid hope that it'll lead to something fruitful. I could probably watch her struggle for another hour or more, but the fact is, out here, fire is a necessity, and I'd like to relax sometime soon. "Need help?" I ask, and she glares at me but doesn't stop her arm's momentum. "No." This woman is so damn stubborn. I have to believe she'd die out here in the woods before giving up the good fight on this fire. I sigh, done with the games. I grab the pack of matches from my sack, step over to the logs and kindling, gently move Billy out of the way, and light the fire with one quick swipe of my wrist. Her eyes go wide with surprise, and outrage makes her cheeks redden. "Are you kidding me right now?" "What?" I ask and grab a stick to shuffle the kindling into the growing flames. "I asked you if you had something." "You asked for a lighter," I shrug. "I only had matches." "Oh my God. You're such a dick," she shouts, and stomps over toward her tent. Yeah, I am. And at the rate we're going on this god-awful trip, it certainly won't be the last time she feels that way. Chapter 13. Luca. Don't have a phone surgically attached to your person? That evidently makes you a creepy fucking weirdo these days. I don't give a fuck. When the sole form of service is provided by carrier pigeon, the only thing a phone will add around here is extra weight. When Billy steps out of her tent a few hours after stomping off to do God knows what inside, the temperature has dropped a good 10 degrees and counting. While I've been enjoying the brief reprieve from her chatty, sassy mouth, she's evidently been using common sense to change out of her ridiculous jean shorts that showed way too much of her ass for my well-being and into a pair of stretchy black pants. The furry boots, however, are still holding strong. The sun has begun her descent toward the west, and the sky is putting on a pastel show of pinks and oranges and blues. A cool breeze shakes the trees, and I sit by the crackling fire perched on a log while Bailey chews on a stick he found from the forest. Billy walks around in circles, phone held in her hand, and Bailey stops what he's doing to watch her stomp her big boots around our campfire. There's nothing for me to stop doing, but I have to admit, I watch her too. Her hair flips and flutters in the breeze, and she bites into the flesh of her bottom lip as she concentrates. She sighs, lifts her phone higher, and stomps some more. Bailey watches her for a moment longer, but eventually grows bored and moves his attention back to the half-chewed stick between his big paws. I wish I could say I do the same, but despite how outrageously dramatic she's being, I can't seem to take my eyes off her. Shit, I need to find something to keep me busy. Billy groans. "What's a girl got to do to get some freaking cell service out here?" Her eyes move to me. "I haven't had any since I got within an hour of your house, which means I haven't been able to update anyone. Oh my God, my sister is going to kill me if I don't let her know what's going on." Her eyes go wide, and her mouth keeps moving. "And my boss isn't going to be happy if I'm not keeping track of emails and shit." Eventually, she finishes her long-winded ramble long enough to shoot a ridiculous fucking question my way. "Do you have cell service?" I want to laugh. "Wouldn't know. Didn't bring one with me." Her big green eyes grow wider, like a child who just found out Santa Claus isn't real. "You didn't bring a phone with you?" I shake my head and toss another log onto the fire. "How in the hell are you planning on calling someone if there's an emergency?" "I'm not," I reply. Only way you're making a call out here is with a satellite phone. And no, before you ask, I don't have mine with me. I'm sorry, what? She asks and puts her hand to one defiant hip. Are you telling me I'm not going to be able to get any kind of service on this trip? Pretty much. I mean, Lou definitely has a sat phone at his place, but I'm praying at some point in the very near future, she's going to choose to bail out of this trip. No need to incentivize her to keep going. No cell service. No Wi-Fi, no hotspot, no nothing? Well, I wouldn't say nothing, I respond with a little smirk. I mean, we have this great fire, and your pink tent. I nod toward my dog. And Bailey seems pretty content with that stick he found. How in the hell am I supposed to let my sister know I'm okay? How am I supposed to check in with my boss? I shrug. Telepathy? Or, and this is a new one, you could go home. Funny ha-ha, she snipes. You don't understand. I need to get some kind of service to check in with people back home. Sorry to tell you, Princess, but if you're planning on sticking with this trip, you might as well toss that phone of yours into the fire. Kindling is about the only thing you can use it for now. She groans and tosses both hands in the air. And for the love of everything, stop calling me Princess. I smirk. I guess it's time to start using Princess more. Is now the time for me to say I told you so, because I'd really, really like to. It would give me great pleasure. Her glare could cut glass, and a laugh bubbles up from my lungs. She doesn't appreciate it. You didn't tell me there wouldn't be service. I nod. You're right. What do you think? Should I have told you when I was telling you that you weren't invited on this trip, or when you weren't listening? You know what? What? Beauty is only skin deep, but ugly goes straight to the bone. I can't not laugh at that. You think I'm ugly? I think your cocky, snide, jerk attitude is ugly right now. I smirk at the attraction she's given away. But I'm not ugly? Oh, get over yourself, she snaps back. Like I'm going to sit here and give you compliments. But isn't that what you should be doing? I ask. Shouldn't you be giving me compliments, buttering me up so I agree to meet your producer about this big, lucrative movie opportunity you keep talking about? I'm smart enough to know buttering up doesn't work for someone like you, she retorts with a quirk of her brow. And there's no butter required in this scenario. The screenplay speaks for itself. If you don't do it, there's a long, long line of successful actors who are just waiting for this kind of opportunity. You sound pretty confident for someone who's wading ankle deep in Schitt's Creek. You obviously need me badly, or you wouldn't be failing spectacularly at doing an impression of Annie fucking Oakley. Psh, she mutters, her nose raised high in the air. You should feel special that your name was even muttered near this movie. I should feel special, I ask on a laugh. I should feel special that you stalked me to my private residence and then took it upon yourself to come on a hiking trip? I should feel special that I had to build your neon pink tent over there? Or that instead of just worrying about myself and my dog, I have to make sure you survive this trip? I laugh again. Oh yeah, Princess. I feel real fucking special right now. You're impossible, she shouts, stalking back toward her tent and abruptly sliding inside, zipping the opening closed behind her. Christ, this woman. Why did I let her come on this trip again? I mutter to myself and stare out toward the woods. That's the winning fucking question. Bailey looks up at me, his eyes knowing far too much for a canine, and I run a hand through my hair in frustration. Just chew on your damn stick, I grumble. An hour later, while I have corn and baked beans heating up over the fire, Billy decides to make her second debut from the solace of her stupid pink tent. I expect another country twang tornado of anger and fury, but the woman is a rat's nest of surprises. Twigs, garbage, steely determination, and lies. There's no telling what you'll find in there. Her emerald eyes are soft around the edges as she makes her way over to the fire, sitting down on a log beside Bailey and running her fingertips through his fur. What you making? she asks, like she didn't storm off in a flurry of ass-swaying, hair-tossing, and a general piss-poor distribution of blame the last time I saw her. Still, I keep it civil to preserve the peace. Anytime I get amped up to argue with her, my body up and decides to get amped up in other ways. Maybe I'm better off keeping my cool. Beans and corn. Is there enough to go around? She asks, surprisingly timidly. It appears Earl only packed protein bars and a bag of trail mix for me, and my growling stomach is demanding something with a little more oomph. There isn't, but I nod anyway. It won't do me any good to starve her before we head out on the trail again tomorrow. She lags behind enough as it is. Yep, I mutter and focus my attention on stirring. Both the beans and corn are starting to bubble up to a boil. Thank you, she says, and her gentle voice urges my gaze to move to hers. I refuse, staring at the beans like they're going to explode if I take my eyes off them. No good thing can come from another annoyingly interesting conversation with her. Besides the crackling of the fire and the whistling of the wind and an occasional smacking of Bailey's hungry lips, silence takes the reins. It fills the space between us, and for that I'm thankful. The less we talk to each other, the better. That way, I won't be able to get irritated, or irritatingly turned on. But it's no surprise that Billy has other things in mind. If I've learned anything about her, it's that she always has an agenda. Since you're sharing your food, and we have no damn Wi-Fi out here, I'll share my reading material. I look up to meet her eyes and raise one suspicious brow. I brought some magazines, she clarifies with an innocent lift of her hands, and I snort. I'm pretty sure I have no desire to read any of the magazines you brought along with you. And what's that supposed to mean? You think I have bad taste in reading material? Based on what you've been wearing on this hike? I ask teasingly. She scowls as I finish the thought. Yeah. You don't like the Times? She asks. Or Alaskan Wilderness? I narrow my eyes. You have those with you? No, she says on a giggle, and I swear to God I officially hate her fucking giggle. I guess that's because there's nothing worse than a likable quality in the person you're trying to keep disliking. But I do have 2 issues of Cosmopolitan and People magazine. A smile almost curls my lips, but I hold it back with self-control, willpower, and years of acting experience. Yeah, I think I'll pass. I take the beans and corn off the fire, putting 3 steaming servings of each onto reusable plates. Bailey bounces around on his paws, his excitement visible, but I know better than to let his eagerness get the best of me. I guess in some ways Billy and Bailey have a few things in common. Sit down and chill, I tell the canine. This food is too hot to gobble like a heathen. He grumbles a sigh, but obeys, lying back down and putting his big head between his paws. Billy giggles again. Please stop that. And rubs her fingers between his ears. You'll get some soon, Bubby. Bubby? Of course. She'd come up with some prissy nickname for my dog. He loves it, though, the bastard looking up at her with happy eyes and a wagging tail. It doesn't take long before we're all sitting around the fire eating our food, and Billy opens up one of her stupid magazines. Are you sure you don't want something to read? She inquires. Positive. But you could find out the 10 hottest things a woman can do with her tongue in this issue, she peddles, holding up one of her issues of Cosmo in the air. I bet it's pretty interesting. I shake my head. The only way I'm going to find out the top 10 hottest things a woman can do with her tongue is by having her fucking do them. I need to read about that shit with a woman I can't touch 10 feet away like I need a hole in the head. I'm good. It also has the top 10 things that annoy men in here, too. She keeps trying. I wonder if I mark all of those things off your list. I laugh. I'm sure it does. Her list of annoying behaviors is a whole lot longer than 10. Fine, I say. You convinced me. She grins and hands the magazine over to me. But the damn thing is a hell of a lot heavier and thicker than I'd expect. When I open it up, The cause of the increased weight is clear. Tucked inside, a stack of white sheets of paper sits right in the middle. "What is this?" I ask and look over at her. "A magazine for you to read, obviously." "Funny. Sure looks like a screenplay on the inside." "Really?" She feigns confusion. "Are you sure about that?" I narrow my eyes. "It literally says the word screenplay on it, Billy." That's strange. Maybe the magazine made a mistake. How about you read it and see?" God damn this woman. She just won't give up, will she? "I'm not reading this fucking screenplay. Not today, not ever." "But why?" she questions on a sigh. "Why won't you just read it to see if you like it? What's the worst that could happen? You actually end up liking it?" she challenges. "It's not a snake. It won't bite." I look down at the screenplay and then over to the fire, and she follows my eyes. "Luca Weaver, don't you even think about it." Damn, that's tempting. A little too tempting. I meet her eyes and she points her index finger at me. "Don't you dare toss that screenplay into the fire. Or else," she scolds. "Or else what, princess?" "Or else I will stick this furry-booted foot right here," she lifts one slim leg into the air, "straight up your ass. It'll probably make the trip miserable for both of us, but I'm willing to do the one-legged shuffle for the cause." I reel in my anger and toss the screenplay her way. It hits the dirt with a soft thud and she glares at me. "You jerk." I shrug and take a bite of corn. "And what about my magazine?" she questions with a hand to her hip. She nods her eyes down toward the issue of Cosmo that's still in my lap. I keep a tight hold on it, just for revenge. This, I'll read. I shove a fork full of beans into my mouth and nod toward the screenplay again. But that, and your pushiness, can go right to hell.
Chapter 14. Billy. If bears need food, I've got a big old stack of papers that aren't getting used for anything else. I pick up the screenplay Luca just threw from the ground and dust off the debris of dirt and grass and leaves. He sits across the fire, eating his plate of beans and corn, reading my Cosmo magazine, and literally giving zero fucks about anything. Every once in a while he steals a glance at Bailey and gives him a few extra bites of food, but otherwise he is occupied with whatever is inside that magazine. A magazine I offered him, sure, but I didn't really want him to read the darn thing. I wanted him to open it up, spot the screenplay, and, wowed by my ability to create a ploy of distraction, read it. But no, not Luca Weaver. That'd be too easy, right? Mama used to say, "Impossible men aren't as impossible as they seem. Once you crack that hard shell of theirs, they're soft and gooey on the inside." Sorry, Mama, but I call bullshit. Daddy might have been chemically composed like the inside of a Godiva truffle, but Luca Weaver is solid as a rock. A giant stone peppered with little sparkles of ill-tempered blow-ups, explicit commentary, and hard-headedness to rival my own, he is, without a doubt, the most impossible man I've ever met. I busy myself with the not-too-bad dinner of beans and corn. It certainly beats the damn granola and protein bars Earl packed for me. And stare at the fire, trying to figure out my next move. I didn't come on this trip for the hell of it. I'm here to convince him to take a meeting with Serena, to read a screenplay, to do a fucking incredible movie, to save my mother-clucking job. The fire glows red and orange and smoke drifts off the tips of the flames. A perfect, painful metaphor for what's about to happen in my career. Ugh, sometimes I hate my own brain. I shake off the thought and move my gaze out toward the trees, but with the sun resting and only the moon and stars held tight in the sky, those trees are more like a void of black nothingness. If it weren't for the flicker from the fire, I wouldn't even be able to tell they're trees at all. And it's all so damn quiet, it's almost eerie. I move my eyes back to the fire, and then to a now snoozing Bailey, but my gaze is quickly brought back toward the trees when I hear something rustling. My back jerks painfully straight and my senses dial up so fast, I can hear my heartbeat in my ears. I don't know what's out there, but it's something. I stare toward the forest until spots start to dance in front of my eyes, waiting for the moment of attack. And then, the noise happens again. A rustling and a shaking. "What was that?" I ask, my voice jittery and terrified even to my own ears. But Luca barely looks up from his stupid magazine. I don't even think it's possible to read at this point. I mean, the fire is bright, but it isn't that bright. "Did you hear that?" I question again, this time more urgently.
"Probably just a bear,"
he replies calmly. "Pardon, but what did you just say?" I ask, certain I couldn't have heard what I think I did, because tranquil, soothing tones are in no way freaking appropriate when big, man-eating creatures are lurking nearby.
"I said it's probably just a bear."
Oh, Jesus Christ. I think this guy needs to see a professional. Some kind of emotional reflex specialist, or something. We've got tons of people in LA who would be willing to overcharge him to analyze the complexities of his emotive shortcomings. There are... I pause, and my heart damn near skips a beat. Bears out here. And you're just gonna sit here like you're a lady who lunches? He nods.
"There are wolves, too."
"What?" I question, then my voice goes louder. "What?" His lips quirk up with amusement. "This is not funny!" I whisper yell this time because wolves and bears. Holy hell, I don't want to encourage them to come over here. He shrugs.
"It's kind of funny."
"Luca, how in the hell could you bring us out here if there are bears and wolves?"
"I didn't bring us out here. I brought Bailey and myself out here. You took it upon yourself to join the fun."
"Oh my God," I whisper on a groan. "What if they come over here? What if they attack my tent?"
"Trust me, Princess. That god-awful pink tent is a deterrent to just about any living thing on the planet."
"Funny, ha-ha," I snap back. But honestly, I don't really know what's coming out of my mouth. I think I'm too busy having a mental breakdown.
"You're safe. We're safe. Just relax, Billy,"
he says like it's no big deal. Like it's so easy to relax right now, you know, with the fucking bears rummaging around the forest and all. Relax? Relax? Yeah, I'll try to do that once I find my heart that somehow made an escape into my damn boots.
"Look,"
he says, and I move my gaze to his.
"Bailey's sleeping. This dog has done this trip hundreds of times. If there were a reason to be alert, he wouldn't be sawing logs right now."
I don't know what else to do at this moment besides sigh and not move. Or maybe I should hide inside my tent. I never went on Daddy's camping trips with him and Birdie, so hell if I know what to do when giant meat-loving animals are involved.
"You ready to go home yet?"
he asks, and I hate how hopeful his face looks.
"Because I'll gladly lose a day and help you get back."
My competitive nature hardens me against my flight response. You ready to read the screenplay?
"Fuck no."
Then fuck no, I'm not leaving yet. He sighs and runs a hand through his hair. Ditto, Luca Weaver. Freaking ditto. Chapter 15. Billy. Apparently, Alaska doesn't put a limit on the number of times you can almost die in a visit. No, it's a gosh darn all-you-can-eat buffet of catastrophe out here in the wilderness. Last night, I almost died again. Thankfully, it wasn't from bears or wolves, but from how crazy cold it is at night here. That's right. In a tent in the middle of nowhere with my teeth chattering and toes and fingers completely numb, I almost met my fate. Camping in Alaska in May is no joke. Someone should have told me spring in this northern state doesn't mean shit. Once the sun goes down, the temperature drops like an underwire bra being taken off by a girl who just spent 12 hours at the office. If it was 20 degrees last night, I was lucky. I spent the majority of my night watching my breath leave my lips and shivering inside my sleeping bag. The other part was spent fixating on every little noise that surrounded my tent. Sleep certainly didn't get checked off my to-do list. And now, I'm faced with hiking God only knows how many miles today without the restorative properties of rest. I'm so tempted. So incredibly tempted to ask Luca how much longer until we can stop. But I bite my tongue and just keep telling my feet to move. Lord knows, at the pace he's currently hiking, I don't have a damn choice but to haul ass. Nearly 36 hours into this wild Alaskan adventure, and I'm not any closer to getting Luca to read the darn screenplay than when I started. He's still grumpy and broody and grumbling about any Hollywood-related question I ask him. And I'm still trying to figure out how I ended up here, hiking through the forest like a lunatic. Because that's what this is. Pure insanity. Why on earth anyone would willingly want to go camping is beyond me. It goes against every survival instinct we should be programmed with. As technology evolves, so should the human race. If cavemen were offered a tent or a warm, cozy house that had electricity and a fridge stocked full of food, they'd light their cave on fire and move into the damn house. It's a basic fucking survival skill. Bailey sticks close to my side as I follow Luca up a hill without a path. No gravel or flattened dirt to guide us. We're climbing over rocks and tree limbs and through all kinds of strange-looking plants that make me thankful I'm wearing pants. The stupid hiking pack Earl packed for me has only managed to get somehow heavier along the way, and I don't think my lungs have ever worked this hard to breathe. Air pulls into my tight chest and releases on heavy whooshes with each step. Sweat beads on my forehead and drips between my boobs, and my heart is pounding so hard it might escape my chest before we make it to wherever we're going. I look up from my feet to find Luca moving up a rocky hill like his ass has turbo boosters. Good God, man, slow down. A loud buzz bounces around inside my ear and I squeal. Get away! Shoo, you little bastard! I shout so loud it echoes off the trees. Luca turns around to find me swatting at my face and ears. Bailey barks. I swat some more.
Everything okay back there?
Oh yeah, just peachy. I yell toward him once the buzzing has blessedly disappeared. I just love when bugs fly into my ears. Possibly my favorite thing ever. I swear to God he smiles. But he's so damn quick to turn back around and start hiking again that it's hard to be certain. Wilderness-loving bastard. Don't get me wrong. I was raised in the hollows of West Virginia in a small town stuck between mountains, and everyone I knew loved those same hobbies. But Lord knows they still enjoyed civilization every once in a while. Walmart, shopping malls, grabbing some Twizzlers from the stop-and-go. Living in a house that could be reached without a damn boat. They weren't crazy people. But Luca is anything but normal. And unfortunately for me and my job, he's still just as mysterious as he was the day I paddled myself to his cabin on the cliff. Bailey stops to lift his leg on a tree, and I decide that I'll wait for him. You know, just in case he gets lost. Obviously, this has nothing to do with the fact that my thighs are burning, like Jane Fonda herself forced me to do 72 hours of workout videos. I pull a bottle of water out of my pack and take a long swig, and once Bailey has marked his territory on enough trees to be satisfied, I follow his lead up the hill that might as well be Everest. All is going surprisingly well. I'm getting up the hill. Hell, I even grabbed my phone from the pocket of my jeans to snap a picture to commemorate the moment. For one, it'll distract me from the constant burning in my thighs. And two, well, the view is truly breathtaking. As much as I complain, I can't deny that Alaska's got something going for her. Her lush nature and gorgeous mountain views would make anyone feel wonder and awe. But with my phone in my hand and my boots still moving up the incline, something snags my progress. Quicker than I even know it happened, the toe of my boot gets stuck between two rocks, and my body decides it's perfectly fine if I leave that leg behind. Catapulting forward, I'm all limbs and legs and giant hiking backpack and cell phone flying through the air and landing on a rock in the hard dirt with an awful thud and shatter. Oh, hell! I shout when my stupid boot finally releases from between the rocks, and my ankle twists and pops in response. This is exactly why I should never be out in the wilderness. I am not made for this. Shocked silent, I look around at the aftermath. Cell phone crushed to smithereens. Damn it, I knew I should have gotten one of those OtterBox cases everyone talks about. And my body and backpack on the ground in a sad display of defeat. I curse you, Hill. I curse you to hell.
Shit,
I hear from somewhere ahead, the hard patter of footsteps moving toward me in quick succession.
Are you okay?
Bailey licks at my face like his tongue is some kind of healing salve, and I groan as I adjust my body to a sitting position.
Billy?
Luca questions and puts a gentle hand against my cheek.
Are you hurt?
I don't think so. I don't know. Embarrassment, warranted or not, runs through my face like a hot river. Most of the time I'm trying to be a pain in the ass, but this was not on purpose. If I'm really injured, I can't imagine it's going to be extremely convenient for any of us. Maybe just help me up, I ask. He nods, but when I put my hands into his and try to brace myself on my feet, pain shoots into my ankle. Oh, hell. Maybe I'm not okay, I squeal, gritting my teeth against the streaking bolts of agony. Instinct makes me lift all my weight off the offending area and do my best to hobble on one leg. Luca puts his arm around my waist, and those big blue eyes of his look into mine.
What's hurt, Princess?
He asks with surprising tenderness. For once, the nickname he's given me doesn't sound mocking at all.
Is it your leg?
I shake my head. My ankle.
Sit down here,
he says, and guides me toward a log, using his strength to ease me down.
Let me take a look.
With gentle fingers, he lifts up the leg of my jeans, removes my furry boot, and examines my right ankle. And I just kind of sit there, stunned. But it's not from the pain. It's from something else altogether. Am I hallucinating? Or is Luca Weaver actually being nice to me right now?
Chapter 16. Luca. Sticks and stones may break Billy's bones, but her obstinacy will never falter. I gently prod around her exposed skin with my fingertips, and Billy hisses in discomfort. I can't blame her. It's already starting to bruise, and the swelling makes it look twice its normal size. From the top of her petite foot all the way to the bottom of her calf, it's spreading rapidly. That hurt? I ask, looking up to search her face, and she nods. Like a real son of a bitch. Like sugar and spice, her voice and her words are an iconic contrast. That cute little accent of hers could make the world's worst insults sound adorable. And I'm pretty sure my cell phone is toast. I snort to myself. Now that I don't feel bad about. She reaches out to grab it from the rocks and stares down at the broken screen. The damn thing won't even turn on. Pretty sure that phone should be the least of your concerns, Princess. It's not like it was doing you any good out here anyway. But your ankle? Probably not a bad thing to have use of. She rolls her eyes toward the sky. Yeah, but when I get back to civilization, I need the phone more than the ankle. So really, who can say what's more important? I can. The ankle. She sticks out her tongue at me and crosses her eyes, clearly unamused with my unsolicited response. Even with her ankle damn nearly broken, she's still a sass. I bite my lip to hide my grin and force my gaze to leave the full pink lips of her mouth and back to her injured ankle. God, I'm a real bastard for letting her fall behind. I got so caught up in messing with her that I forgot how easily things can go south out here. And I take my responsibility for her safety seriously. I knew that's what I was signing on for from the beginning. I wouldn't have let her come, no matter how hard she fought me about it, if I weren't prepared for the obligation. I'm sorry, I say quietly, and she tilts her head to the side in confusion. For what? For this. It's not like you pushed me down, she replies, a tiny laugh echoing around the slender line of her throat. Pretty sure I did this all on my own. Yeah, but I should have been looking out for you. As I'm examining her ankle, I try to ignore the fact that Billy Harris has insanely cute feet. But it's a pretty hard task to achieve when one of them is in your hand. Her toenails are painted bright pink, and the now familiar soft scent of vanilla and honey fills my nostrils. I shouldn't know that scent is from lotion, but I do. It's a white bottle with yellow writing, and she slathers that stuff on her hands about every half mile. It's why the bugs won't leave her alone. But up until now, I haven't had even the slightest desire to fill her in. But, guilty conscience flaring up or not, right now the priority is her ankle. It's already bruised and swollen, and I worry she may have broken something. I work quickly to assess her mobility and pain level. Can you wiggle your toes? She nods and moves them back and forth without any issues. Can you point your toes? She does, wincing slightly at the action, but bearing it. Okay, good. Now try writing the alphabet with them. Billy crinkles her nose. Say what? Just try to write the letter A with your toes. A lowercase a or a capital A? Lord help me. Whichever will work just fine, princess. All right, I guess I'll try lowercase. She pauses, then starts up again. Wait, no, I'll do capital. I fight the urge to roll my eyes and welcome back a swirl of feelings I'm much more comfortable with than the ones of guilt and affection I've been mired in for the last 10 minutes. Frustration, aggravation, impatience, these are things I'm familiar with. Sounds great. Without too much difficulty, Billy moves her toes up and down, then horizontal. Could you tell it was an A? She questions. I can do it again if you want. I'm not grading your toes' penmanship, for God's sake. Just trying to see how much movement you have in your ankle. Oh, she blushes. And I'll be damned if I'm not feeling shit I don't like again. I wonder how that blush would look all the way down her chest, at the top of her pussy, all over the insides of her tiny thighs. Son of a bitch, stop, you horny bastard. Focus on the ankle. On a scale of 1 to 10, how painful was it to do that? Do what? I sigh as my adrenaline takes a plunge. I'm a pinball machine of fucking emotions. Write your capital A. Oh, she says and shrugs. Not too bad. 2 or 3, I guess. I prod around her ankle some more, lightly feeling the bones for anything that appears out of place. I'm just going to rotate your ankle a little. Let me know if it gets too painful. With my right hand bracing her calf and heel, I use my left to move Billy's ankle tenderly to the left and to the right. That okay? It's tolerable. Just feels sore. Okay, I say with a satisfied nod, pulling her sock back on for her. I don't think anything's broken. Probably just have a pretty nasty sprain. I stand to my feet quickly, and when she stares up at me with those pretty green eyes of hers, I'm hit with a wave of lightheadedness. I close my eyes against the feeling, convinced I must have gotten up too fast. Should I put my boot back on? She asks obliviously. I open my eyes and look back down at her to shake my head. No, definitely don't do that. Now that it's off, we don't want to force it back on until we get the swelling down. We need to find a way to ice it and let you relax for the rest of the day. But I thought we didn't have time to rest yet. You said we had to finish 11 miles today, and we've only gone like 8. My chest squeezes. You're hurt, Billy. I might be a hard ass sometimes, but I'm not a complete asshole. A hard ass sometimes? She questions with a teasing grin, and I shrug. Fine. Most of the time. Mm-hmm, she hums melodically. In need of distraction and purpose, I slide my backpack to the front of my chest and stick her boot inside it. What are you doing? Getting ready to get us up the rest of the hill so we can find a flat spot to camp for the night. Get us up the rest of the hill? She questions on a laugh. You're not carrying me up this mountain. There's no way. Billy, you can't walk. And more than that, you shouldn't be walking. I'm not going to drop you. It's not that, she contests. It's just, between me and both hiking backpacks, that's too much. Relax, I say, kneeling down in front of her, my back toward her. Just hop on and let me worry about the rest. Luca Weaver, you are not carrying me, she denies obstinately. I grit my teeth and turn back over my shoulder to look her in the eye. Billy, for once in your life, stop being so fucking stubborn and just listen. I'm not stubborn, I laugh. Yeah, you are. I recognize it well because I am too. She jerks her head back at my admission and I shrug. But right now you're also being a pain in the ass. She sighs. Come on, I coax. The sooner we get going, the sooner we'll be settled for the night so you can ice your ankle. She sighs again. Billy, fine. She grips her hands around my shoulders and shimmies herself onto my back until her legs are wrapped around my waist. And without any trouble, I stand to my feet. She doesn't weigh that much more than Bailey, and I think he notices because he jumps and dances beside us, wondering why the hell he's not the one getting the lift. Oh my gosh, this is crazy. It's just a piggyback ride, princess, nothing to get all worked up about. With my right hand, I support her leg and make sure her injured ankle isn't in an awkward position, and with my left, I keep a hold of her hiking backpack. Please don't drop me, she squeals as I move forward to resume our climb. The vulnerability in her voice is apparently just enough to influence a promise I know I would never make otherwise. If I drop you, I'll read that screenplay of yours. Oh, she says, and then switches gear. You know what? Feel free to drop me then. I grin and shake my head. Hold on tight, Billy. Fines are doubled if you bail on purpose. She laughs. You know what, Luca Weaver? What? You're not as big of an asshole as I originally thought. For the whole trip, I've been annoyed to be figuratively carrying the weight of her inexperience on my back. Now that she's literally latched onto me like a spider monkey, I'm glad to have her there. Thankfully, from her spot back there, I know she won't see my smile.
Chapter 17. Billy. When aliens did their Earthwalk last night, they must have probed the tent next to mine. Seriously, something crazy is happening, but I don't know what. Maybe there's something in the air, or Mercury is in retrograde, or Luca's body was switched out for the android version when I wasn't looking. I don't know what it is, but something is different. He is different. A lot less broody and grumpy. My hiking companion hasn't been anything but a gentleman since I ate dirt a few hours ago and screwed up my ankle. He carried me and all of our gear up a freaking mountain. He built my tent. He managed to find a small stream with ice-cold water and wet a few washcloths to put on my ankle. He even fed me dinner. Beans and corn again, but I can't complain with all the 5-star treatment. I stand up, gingerly putting pressure on my ankle, and extend my hands closer to the fire.
How is your ankle feeling?
Luca asks, his eyes locked on the offending body part. Thankfully, now that the swelling is down a little, my comfy, cozy Uggs give my ankle room to breathe and don't press against the bruising too much. They're also probably to blame for the injury itself, since they lack gravely in ankle support, but that's not worth focusing on right now. Better, I say through a yawn. A lot better, actually.
You need to ice it again before you go to bed.
Are you crazy? I look down at him with a raised brow. I'm pretty sure it's cold enough out here as it is, no ice needed.
Billy,
Luca says, his voice all Mr. Serious.
You need to get as much of that swelling down as you can. So, no, I'm not crazy, I'm realistic.
Jesus Christ, he's obsessed with those stupid cold washcloths.
Did you take the ibuprofen I set out for you?
Yes, Dad, I grumble. And I swear I ate all of my dinner, too.
Good girl.
He winks, and an unexpected little shiver runs up my spine. Oh, hell. Should good girl sound that sexy coming out of his mouth? No, my mind warns. It most definitely shouldn't.
Now,
he continues,
stop being so fucking stubborn and ice your ankle one more time before you go to bed.
Sexy thoughts out the window, I groan. And then I start to get an idea. Fine, I'll do it. I hold up one index finger, but only under one condition.
And what's that?
You let me ask you 10 questions about Hollywood and you read the screenplay.
Now that's funny.
His responding laugh is a little too amused, if you ask me.
Good one, princess.
I'm serious. I put a hand to my hip. 10 questions and the screenplay. He taps his finger against his chin and stares up at me, thinking it over for a few seconds.
2 questions,
he finally rebuts.
And 5 pages of the screenplay.
6 questions and 50 pages.
2 questions and 5 pages. That's my final offer.
He grins and holds out his hand, ready for me to make good on the deal. It's a hell of a lot better than him not reading the screenplay at all, my mind squawks. Now is not the time to quibble, you fool. Fine, I say, covering my excitement with a bland shrug of my shoulder as I hobble over to shake his hand. You have a deal. Without hesitation, Luca hops to his feet and grabs another stupid washcloth.
Go ahead and sit your little ass back down,
he says when he makes his way back over to the fire. I sigh and do as he says, sitting back down and sliding my boot off my right foot. Gently, his fingers slide down my sock until my swollen ankle is exposed, and I squeal when the cold-as-ice material hits my skin. Heavens to Betsy, that's freezing!
Relax.
He slides a blanket over my lap, ensuring that my right ankle is covered from the cool breeze, and winks.
Only 10 minutes to go.
Well, at least I can busy myself with asking you questions then, huh? I grin, and he holds up 2 fingers with an agonized groan, likely already regretting this little arrangement.
Only 2 questions.
Trust me, I'm aware of the deal we just brokered 1 freaking minute ago. I didn't get a concussion when I fell today. He laughs.
It'd be hard to tell. Your normal behavior is already so erratic.
I hold up a graceful middle finger on one hand and tap my chin with the other. He smiles, content with his little zinger. Okay, first question. What was your favorite movie to act in? His answer is rocket quick.
Agent Zero.
Seriously? A sly smirk crusts his lips as he gets up from his spot across the way, crosses the distance, and sits down on the log beside me. A hum of energy runs through me at his unexpected proximity, but I squash it down with a swallow from my water bottle.
Is that your second question?
No, smartass. Good feelings fleeing, I snort. This is my second question. Why was it your favorite movie to act in? He pauses for a long moment as he runs his fingers along his beard.
There are a lot of reasons. For one, the director Lance Lee is a genius and was amazing to work with. The cast was first-rate, even with such a large ensemble. And that movie was the first and last movie I ever chose for myself.
What do you mean?
I'm the one who decided to pursue that script.
He moves his eyes from the fire to meet mine.
Not my parents, not my agent, but me. It was the one and only thing I did for myself when I was still working in Hollywood.
He laughs sardonically.
Which is probably why it went downhill so fucking fast from there.
At the mention of Luca's parents, I rack my brain, trying to remember everything I can about his family history. It's all a little hazy, but at one point, I'm pretty sure his mom was both his and his sister's manager. I'm not sure of the details that led to that changing, but I do remember that right before he left Hollywood for good, Robin and Lionel Weaver went through a nasty and very public divorce. It was like the OJ trial of divorce media, and I can't imagine it would have been easy on any of them. I don't really know what happened to his mom and dad after that, but I know they didn't stick around. In fact, it's like everyone but his sister left Hollywood. Not sure if you know this, but Agent Zero still holds box office records, I say, instead of digging into a depressing hole with all of that shit, my lips turning up into a small grin. Maybe a little good news about the one movie he actually loved doing will put him in an amenable mood.
8 years later. Is that right?
I nod. When his eyes turn soft in thought, I decide it's best if I don't push or pry anymore. Intuitively, I know, both for him and my agenda, now is not the time for more questions. And it sure as hell is not the time to hobble over to my tent to get the screenplay out of my backpack. Luca needs a moment, and I'm going to respect that. And with the kind way he's treated me for the past several hours, I'm surprised to find it's not a hard thing to achieve. Honestly, today, Luca Weaver has been a gentleman and, dare I say it, likable. I'm willing to play my cards later if dropping the subject now will get him to stay that way.
Chapter 18. Luca. Nothing good happens after midnight. When I was a kid, my mom was always telling Raquel and me that the streets of L.A. transformed like Cinderella's fucking carriage at the final stroke of 12. For the first time in my life, I think I might be close to agreeing with her. To start with, lying here in the dark while I listen to see if I can hear any movement from Billy's pink monstrosity while thinking of my parents at all are giant red fucking flags. But my mind has been off to the races since I came in here a few hours ago. I've been in this fucking tent trying like hell to fall asleep, but between Bailey snoring and my brain refusing to shut off, I'm failing miserably at getting some shut-eye. I stare up at the top of my tent, counting the seams and fighting the guilt I feel over Billy's injury. Fuck. I need to be more careful from here on out. I know she's tough, and no doubt she's as stubborn as a damn mule, but I need to do a better job of looking out for her. I'll stop being such a miserable prick, and I'll do better tomorrow, I tell myself. I will make Billy's safety my #1 priority, even when she's being a pain in my ass. Eyes heavy and mind slowing down, I force a deep, cleansing breath into my lungs and shut my eyes. Just relax and go to sleep. With the help of Bailey's steady snoring and the sounds of the wilderness playing out like a live sleep track around me, it all starts to fade away, and sleep is so close I can taste it. Thank fuck. I'm mere breaths away from going lights out when the sound of footsteps outside my tent yanks me back to the present and makes me jerk violently to sitting. Senses heightened and eyes wide open, I blink several times and force my vision to adjust to the darkness. Bailey lies contentedly in the corner of the tent, the soft woof of his dreams the only sign of life. Apparently, the instant his head hit his fleece blanket, he clocked out of his duties as a trusty watchdog. Sleepy bastard. The hint of a shadow stands outside the entrance of my tent, hands bumbling around the material, tapping and feeling near the zippered entrance door. Barring a Yeti or a real-life miniature version of Bigfoot, there's only one person it can be. In 3 abrupt motions, the zipper is pulled up, and a rush of cold air fills the tent. 2 seconds later, Billy steps inside. "What's going on?" I ask as she zips the tent back up behind her, clearly planning to stay. "Are you all right?"
"I'm so freaking cold," she whispers as she turns to face me. "I can't take it anymore."
I open my mouth to respond, but she doesn't give me a chance. She's a desperate woman on an unfailable mission as she crawls up from the bottom of my sleeping bag, slithers in next to me, and shoves her body down into the bag alongside me without asking for permission. "Billy, what the hell are you doing?" I ask again. But she ignores me completely and presses her cold little body against mine. At the shock of the frigidity, my anger cools considerably. God, she really is freezing. I wrap my arms around her without much thought and rub my hands up and down her arms. Her teeth chatter, and ice-cold fingers grip my wrists and force my arms to wrap around her tighter, pulling us even closer together. It's only when she finally settles, the heat from my body penetrating the impossibly cold layer of hers, that I realize exactly what I'm feeling. Billy is inside my sleeping bag. Her body is pressed against mine with the soft hints of her flowery perfume filling my nose in thick, delicious waves. Thank God these cold Alaskan nights have forced us both to go to bed still bundled up in clothes, but fuck. I can still feel enough of her beneath her fleece pants and sweater to make my goddamn head spin. My dick starts to enjoy it a little too much, and my mind reels with a scrolling flurry of dirty thoughts. My big hands touching more than just her waist, my lips brushing against her neck, my ears listening for her soft moans as I explore her perky breasts and stomach and thighs with my tongue, her pussy bared and wet and ready for my mouth, my fingers pulling her panties to the side so I can press the tip of my cock at her entrance. Ah, fuck. Stop. My dick is a fucking traitor, but it's hardly the first. Betraying philandering cocks are pretty much the main dilemma of all men since the beginning of time. Our dicks aren't our friends. Hell, 16-year-old dicks are basically fucking terrorists ready to shoot any pretty girl within a 100-mile radius. And right now, my 34-year-old dick has his sights set on beautiful Billy and her perfect little curves and warm little body. Instantly, I shut my eyes, and with my free hand, I press my fingers against my forehead and try like hell to force the very bad ideas out of my mind. Billy's teeth stop chattering, and a few more satisfied little breaths escape her lungs as she wiggles her hips and settles against me. God, those hips. Those curvy little hips. And her perfect little ass, it's right there, against me. Fuck! A soft sigh of contentment escapes her lungs, and it's more than apparent she gives zero fucks about personal boundaries or the fact that our close proximity is wreaking havoc on my fucking head when she's this close to hypothermia. Billy, are you serious right now? I ask, because I have to. For the sake of my mental health, I have to be an asshole right now. Subconsciously, she wiggles her fucking hips again. Serious about what? She asks, her voice already lazy with sleep and the warmth she so desperately needed. About this, I say, and squeeze my fingers against her hip. You're in my fucking sleeping bag. Deal with it, buddy, she whispers back. Just go to sleep. Warm, cozy sleep. And that's pretty much all she wrote. Not even a minute later, soft snores escape her nose and throat, and I'm wide a fucking wake again with a whole new set of problems to worry about. Billy in my arms, the feel of her body against mine, and the startling fact that I don't dislike it at all. Son of a bitch. My dick starts to stir again, and I try like hell to think of anything other than Billy. Not how fucking cute she is when she's trying to act like a tough girl, or how damn beautiful she looks when she first wakes up in the morning coming out of her tent all groggy and sleepy, or how good her little body feels against me, or the fact that deep down, this isn't the first time I've thought about what this would feel like. And definitely not the idea that she fits perfectly inside my arms, like she was made to be right here. The little spoon to my big. Fuck, she smells good. God, what is it about this woman? Billy stirs a little, pulling me from my thoughts, and once she's found comfort in sliding her feet between mine, she settles back into sleep. It takes everything inside me not to push my nose into her hair and press a kiss to her forehead, and that's when it really hits me. I am so painfully, gravely, achingly, undeniably fucked.
Chapter 19. Billy. When morning wood comes calling, do not answer or reply. I don't think that's a state motto anywhere or anything, but it most definitely should be. The first hints of the morning sun start to invade my eyes, and the usual desire to get out of my tent and sit by the fire to thaw out my frozen ass is not there. For the last 48 hours, I have gone to bed cold and woken up even colder. I have slept like crap. My damn bones have ached, and my brain function has slowed, and I've wondered a time or two how well the blood of a human body flows when it's the consistency of slushy snow, and how in the hell I've found myself here. Normal people do not force themselves to go on a hike to hell in the middle of the Alaskan wilderness. But normal people probably don't tell their producer boss they know Luca Weaver either. Obviously, I'm experiencing an acute onset of lunacy that might be at risk for turning chronic. But for the first time since I got here, I'm a warm lunatic. A comfy, cozy lunatic. I swear, it's like God himself took pity upon me during this camping trip and decided that I deserved one good night's sleep. I stretch my injured ankle a bit, checking on its status, and I'm relieved to find the pain has lessened considerably. It appears all that ice-cold washcloth insisting Luca did last night helped. And I'm half tempted to apologize to him for acting like Katie Heron in that scene from Mean Girls where she calls Tina Fey a drug pusher. But he doesn't need to know that he was right, and I certainly don't need to think about it. Right now, I'm choosing sleep over everything else. Cocooned by the kind of heat I've been dreaming about for the past couple nights, I settle back into the comfort and refuse to open my eyes. The sun can wait. Luca can wait. All the miles in the world can freaking wait. For once, I'm finally comfortable, and you bet your ass I'm going to soak up every blessed second of this. Heaven, that's what this is. A contented sigh escapes my lungs. And then, something grips my hip and pulls me closer to the source of heat. What the fuck? Did I crawl into a cave with a bear? Panic makes my eyelids flutter, and when the sound of soft breaths that aren't my breaths fill my ears, I turn into a statue and a wave of consciousness-stimulated knowledge crashes over me. Vivid memories of last night pour into my mind like a tidal wave. Being so cold that I couldn't take it anymore, leaving my tent, getting inside Luca's tent. Oh, sweet Lucifer, I'm not in a cave, and the warm body behind me is not a bear. Unbidden visuals of the very first day I met Luca Weaver flashed through my mind. His handsome face, his scruffy beard, those gorgeous dreamboat eyes, endless miles of tight, firm muscles, his completely naked body, his magnificent penis. Mortification spreads throughout my body, starting at my now blushing cheeks and going all the way to my toes. Good God, Luca Weaver must think I'm a... God, I don't even know what he must think. I take a deep breath, and when it stutters, force myself to take another. Okay, maybe I can just sneak out of here and... I don't know, never think or speak or dream about this ever again. Everything is fine. I'm close to regaining my composure when Luca groans softly in his sleep, grips my hip again, pulls my back even closer to his chest, and then something very hard, very large and very firm, settles against the curve of my ass. Is that what I think it is? No way. I shake my head. But I know in my heart of hearts there's no way it's anatomically possible it's anything else. For the love of morning wood, Luca Weaver's penis is poking me right now. Literally tapping against me like it's trying to communicate something to me via Morse code. And yet, you're still just lying here, not moving. Oh my God, am I seriously enjoying this? I am a pervert, a sex-starved pervert. I should not be enjoying the fact that Luca Weaver's boner is pressed against my ass. Still, an aching throb begins to pulse between my thighs, and I mentally berate myself. Oh my God, Billy. No one should get this excited about being poked by morning wood. It doesn't matter whose it is. My mind and body are at war. And, as if he's right on cue, Luca, and his boner, stirs behind me. A raspy groan fills my ears, and I just fucking know I'm no longer the only one awake. I brace myself for the awkwardness that will unfold. I wait for him to realize our current dilemma, possibly yell about the meaning of an invitation, and pull his body away from mine, but it never comes. And before I can stop myself, before I can process what I'm saying, I lay my body upon my own awkwardly placed sword. Your boner is literally poking me in the ass. You're welcome, is his completely unhinged reply. That's seriously your response right now? I turn over on my side to meet his eyes, but I am unprepared for just how good Luca Weaver looks when he first wakes up in the morning. Soft blue eyes, ruffled hair, full lips, a little grin. I could snap a photo of him like this, and it could be on the front of any magazine without needing Photoshop. It's infuriating. Jesus, Billy, fucking focus. Right, focus. On the boner situation. I pointedly glanced down to his you-know-what that is no longer poking me in the ass, and then meet his eyes again. You're welcome? He shrugs blandly. Yeah, princess. You're the one who got into my sleeping bag last night, and I'm the one who didn't turn you away. You're welcome. Yeah, but I didn't ask for a boner wake-up call. He smirks. You think that has anything to do with you? Morning wood is a normal part of male physiology. It's pretty much always going to come with the territory if you want to use my body as your heat source for the night. I try to act nonchalant about it all, but we are still in this fucking sleeping bag, and he is way too fucking close, and that stupid throbbing ache between my thighs refuses to go away. I move my gaze from his eyes to his mouth, And holy, full, perfect lips, I want to kiss him so badly it physically hurts. So I do the only thing I can do. I blame him for my own self-destruction. In a huff, I get out of Luca's sleeping bag and storm away, back out into the cold. I can only hope it gives me one hell of a slap in the face. I need it.
Chapter 20. Luca. I was wrong. Billy Harris, given the right opportunity, can absolutely pitch one hell of a tent. And let me tell you, accidental morning wood is a catalyst for one strange fucking day. Shortly after Billy left my tent this morning in a bad mood, I found her outside all packed up and ready to start today's hike. At first, I was concerned about her hiking on an injured ankle, but she was adamant we needed to get moving. So that's what we did. 2 miles into our trek, and I've kept a watchful eye on her. So far, though, all appears okay. No limp or hobble or anything indicating pain. If her ankle is giving her discomfort, she's doing a damn good job of hiding it. "Oh, wow. Look at that view," Billy says, her 1,000th sentence of the day, and I fight the urge to laugh. I don't think her mouth has stayed shut for a single second since we started our hike. From the instant our boots hit the dirt, Billy has been rambling about anything and everything, non-stop fucking chatter. Honestly, it has to be some sort of world record. This is an awkward, I need to fill the silence with whatever word vomit shoots out of my mouth kind of ramble, and I've never seen anyone do it better than her.
Thanks for staying with us. Before we continue, take a minute to enjoy some peaceful music. This audiobook is our gift to you. No cost, no ads. Let's keep the good vibes going.
"What kind of trees are those?" she asks and points toward one of what has to be hundreds of trees we've already seen since we left my house a few days ago. "Pine trees." "Pine trees? Really?" She scrunches up her nose. "I would have never guessed. And what about those trees?" I follow her finger to see the same tree, but bigger. "Still pine trees." "Lots of pine trees out here, huh?" she questions. But I guess it's more rhetorical than anything else because she follows it up with another. "The fresh air is nice, isn't it?" Fresh air. Fucking pine trees. What else is she going to talk about? The damn rocks? As cute as one part of me wants to think it is, fucking spare me. Abruptly, I stop my momentum, and Billy's chest runs directly into my backpack, and an oof escapes her lungs. "What the hell?" she questions, and I turn around to meet her eyes. "I'd love to ask you the same question." She narrows the grassy peak of green I get every time I look at her and scoffs. "What's that supposed to mean?" "You've been rambling about nonsense since we took our first fucking steps this morning," I comment. 4 hours of non-stop fucking talking. I can't take it anymore. So let's get this out of the way. What's really on your mind, princess? She shrugs and stares down at her boots. "I'm a chatty girl." I reach out and put my fingers beneath her chin and lift her gaze to mine again. "Horse shit," I challenge. "This has nothing to do with having a chat and everything to do with you crawling into my tent last night and trying to seduce me." "What?" she shouts, and her voice booms off the trees. Bailey barks several times in response, and if I hadn't been prepared for the reaction, I would have smiled. I raise a defiant eyebrow, and she gears up to let me have it. Thankfully, though, she drops her volume to a whisper yell. I was not trying to seduce you. And like you should talk. You're the one who had a freaking... She trails off, and I can't stop myself from pushing her to say it. I had a what? She shakes her head, and I shrug. What did I have, princess? A stupid freaking boner? She shoves both her hands into my chest, and I have to swallow back my laughter. This morning, while I was sleeping next to you. Should I remind you that you chose to sleep inside my sleeping bag last night? Because I was too cold. She huffs and blows a strand of hair out of her eyes. I couldn't take it anymore. Well, princess, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but men have dicks. And when we sleep, sometimes they get hard. It happens. I know that. She rolls her eyes heavenward. I'm not a child. Yet you're still acting like I've scandalized you. She groans and shoves past me, her strides the longest I've ever seen them, and I smile. If I'd known this little argument would get her to move so fast, I would have had it out hours ago. Chapter 21. Luca. There is nothing colder than a woman's cold shoulder. The science of my current situation has concluded this is a fact 10 times over. Billy has gone from non-stop chatter to complete silence. Her body has vibrated with irritation since we headed out on the trail, and now, after 3 more hours of hiking and 1 hour of setting up camp for the night, I'd be surprised if she's said all of 10 words. Tonight's location is near one of my favorite freshwater ponds, filled with enough trout and bass to feed an army. And since I've grown tired of corn and beans, I snagged 2 trout on a fishing line, prepped them for cooking, and put them over the fire. Hungry? I ask, and Billy just shrugs. Fucking shrugs. Today we put in 11 miles of hiking, and all I've seen her eat is a small bag of M&Ms and one of the high-calorie protein bars Earl packed in her bag. She's hungry, no doubt. What does that shrug mean? Are you not sure if you're hungry? I ask, and I can't hide the smirk from my lips. I can practically hear your stomach growling from over here, princess. Apparently watching the fire is too interesting for her to respond. Well, how about I plate you some fish and green beans, and you can decide if you want to eat it or not. She shrugs again. Whatever. Jesus, she's got the willpower of an Olympic athlete. I set to work on putting several hearty pieces of trout onto the reusable plates from my bag and add a helping of warm veggies. 1 for Bailey, 1 for me, and 1 for Ms. Cold Shoulder. Bailey dives in like he hasn't eaten in days, and thankfully Billy actually takes the plate from my hands and doesn't throw it into the fire. Besides the snuffly snort of a canine scarfing down his food and the surrounding sounds of nature, the silence between Billy and me is omnipresent. I let it go for a little while, discreetly watching her eat her food as I do the same with mine, but when she's finished half of the contents on her plate without saying anything, I decide to address the pink elephant in our non-existent room. Are you mad at me? I ask, and she lifts her eyes from her plate, chewing a fresh bite of trout. No. A soft chuckle escapes my lips. Bullshit. What? I'm not mad, she refutes falsely. It's the equivalent of a woman saying she's fine when she's so obviously not fine. Princess, I pause and will her eyes to meet mine. You've hardly said a word since you called my boner stupid on the trail. She purses her pretty lips. That's not true. It's true. You know it's true, and I think it's time I extend an olive branch your way. An olive branch? Yeah, I answer. I'd like to apologize for the morning wood, even though I couldn't exactly help it, and for making you feel uncomfortable earlier today. She glares. You were finding amusement in my discomfort. Yes, I admit with a soft smile. Isn't that what we do? Argue and tease and find joy in the other's misery? That sounds fucking terrible. She snorts and resumes staring at her half-eaten food like it's the most interesting thing she's ever seen. I don't know, I remark with a smirk. I'm pretty sure I've been enjoying it. Her gaze jerks up to meet mine. You're just very cute when you're all flustered, I admit. Because fuck, she is cute. And not just when she's flustered. Though I choose to keep the latter to myself. For the love of God, don't get a boner over it, she retorts. And I laugh. Smart ass. Her face relaxes, and the first smile I've seen on her face all day starts at the corners of her lips and doesn't stop until it consumes her whole mouth. A giggle follows. Thank fuck. Is the fish okay? I ask, trying to change the subject to less risky territory. She nods. My daddy used to make trout for us all the time in the summer. His favorite fishing lake was not too far from our house. I take her relaxed admission as a good sign and strive to keep on this path of conversation. I'll chat about anything with her at this point if it gets her talking again. He liked the outdoors, loved it, hunting, fishing, you name it, and Daddy was a fan. I grin at the irony. Your dad loved the outdoors, and yet you seem to hate it. Her laugh is infectious. Obviously, those genetics weren't passed down to me. Where did you grow up? West Virginia? Really? My eyes go wide in surprise. I would have never guessed. And I would have figured my accent tipped me off. I shake my head. I thought you were from a southern state like Georgia or Alabama. Nope. She shakes her head and finishes chewing a bite of fish. Born and raised in West Virginia. And now you live in L.A.? Yep. She nods and finishes another bite. Been there for over 4 years now. But your family is still back on the East Coast? Not really. She shakes her head and I quirk a questioning brow toward her. Most of my closest family have passed away, and my sister Birdie is currently in Nashville, working on her country music career. Your parents aren't alive anymore? Died when I was 9. Damn, that's fucking awful. And I feel like a dick for bringing it up. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. It's okay, I don't mind. She comforts, and honesty rings true in her voice. My granny basically raised my sister and me, but she passed away too about 6 years ago. Wow, I say, and my heart aches with sorrow for her. That's a lot of hard losses. Yeah, she admits. But that's life, you know? We all eventually lose the ones we love the most. That's why it's so important to soak up as much time as we can with them. I don't really know what to say to that. I've been estranged from my entire family since I left L.A. 8 years ago. My mom and dad, even my sister. Billy reads my thoughts perfectly and doesn't hesitate to dive into the awkward breach. Since you asked me when I arrived if your parents or your sister were dead, I can assume you're not close with your family? I shake my head. Not since I left. Not even your sister Raquel? I laugh dryly with another small shake of my head when she says my sister's name. You know, sometimes out here I actually forget about my old life. That everyone knows so much about me, that they know my family. Do you miss it? She asks. But just as I'm opening my mouth to respond, she adds, not the celebrity, but your friends and family and just your day-to-day life in L.A.? I pause for a quiet moment and try to figure out how to explain. It's way more complex than a yes or a no. It's all kind of bittersweet. I do miss my sister and some of my close friends, but I don't really miss that life. It was starting to consume me, turning me into someone I didn't want to be. Hollywood does have the power to change people, she says, and her voice is soft with understanding. That's why it's important to surround yourself with the right people. I raise an amused brow. And yet, you want to be a part of it. It's not all bad, she laughs. There's a lot of Hollywood that's magical. Magical? It's my turn to laugh. Conniving, manipulative, fucking greedy, yes, but magical? That's a side of Hollywood I've never seen. But you said you loved acting, she states with a knowing gaze. Surely that part of it felt magical to you? I shrug. Maybe. But for me, all the bad overrode any of the good. I shrug and pop one last bite of fish into my mouth. When I left that town 8 years ago, it was out of pure survival instinct. The longer I stayed in that life, the more reckless and out of control I became. Billy stares down at her plate for a quiet moment, swirling her fork through the last bit of greens on her plate. My mama thought Hollywood was magical, she admits, and looks up to meet my steady gaze. She played a small part in a TV show once, and I think she would have tried to make it as an actress if she hadn't gotten pregnant with Birdie. What show? I don't know. She pauses and breaks our eye contact, glancing out toward the dark forest for a beat. After she died, she continues, meeting my eyes again. Birdie and I would spend hours trying to figure it out, just wanting to see our mama one more time, but we never found it. Her gaze flits to the fire, and I half expect her to veer this line of conversation into something less heavy, but she takes me by surprise when she quietly adds, "But I do know the one line." "You want to hear it?" "Yes, please." I smile. I can't help it. Right now, ironically, I want to hear anything she has to say. She sets her finished plate on the ground and stands to her feet. Bailey takes it upon himself to slide over and lick off any crumbs, but I'm too fixated on her to scold him. "So she played a waitress," she begins. "And the main actress on the TV series, who was also a waitress, was taking someone's order in the scene." I watch as her hands pretend to pour a cup of coffee. As she's pouring the coffee, she overhears the other waitress's conversation with the customer at the diner, and she chimes in with, "Whatever you do, don't try the meatloaf." And then her little TV debut ends with her bursting into laughter and walking away. Billy blushes, giggles, awkwardly tugs at her sweater with nervous fingers and sits back down. Obviously, she did a better job than me, but you get the gist. It hits me that this woman, this gorgeous, intriguing little creature, has no idea how damn beautiful she really is, or the charming power she holds inside that tiny body of hers. I grin. I liked it. "She didn't actually try out for the part," she adds. "She just happened to be a beautiful woman, laughing her ass off in the middle of a fancy Italian restaurant, and a casting director overheard her and approached her." My grin grows, and I stand up to clean our plates. I think that's the first Hollywood story I've actually liked hearing. Bailey sighs, most likely sad that all the food is finished off, scoots a little closer to the fire, and puts his head in his paws. His eyes fall closed in seconds, and a few soft snores leave his snout. Billy glances at him and smiles, kneeling down to gently scratch her nails down his back, and the dog responds by smacking his sleepy lips together in contentment. "I think he's calling in tonight," she says, standing back up and following my lead as we start the process of washing and drying our dishes. A soft smile crests my lips, and I nod. When that dog is tired, he's fucking done. "Yeah, I've noticed." She giggles and stacks up our clean dishes. "So, how many miles do we have left tomorrow?" "Just a little over 8, I answer, packing everything back up into the main compartment of my backpack and sliding the zipper closed. "If we start early, we should be at Lou's by 2. "Sounds good to me." Her full lips curl into a yawn, and I smile softly. Looks like Bailey isn't the only one who needs to call it a night. "You ready for bed?" She nods through another yawn. "Definitely." "How's your ankle?" "It's so good that you shouldn't even start in on that ice bullshit tonight." A chuckle escapes my throat. "All right. I guess it's time for bed then." "Come on, bud." I whistle for Bailey, and he groans his annoyance but slowly stretches himself to standing and follows my lead. But when Billy starts to head toward her bright pink tent, something stirs inside of me, and I reach out to stop her by gently gripping her forearm. "What's wrong?" she asks, and her eyes go wide with confusion. "It's even colder tonight than it was last night," I say, but this time I don't fight to hide the soft smile that wants to slide across my lips. "So you might as well skip the part of sneaking into my tent in the middle of the night and just start there." Billy stands still, unsure of what to do. "Come on, princess. Let's go to bed." She searches my eyes for a long moment, but then, to my utter surprise, without a million questions or comments, she simply follows me. My chest grows light and airy with an emotion I don't understand. It's like I'm happy about it, like I want her with me tonight, lying beside me. Probably because I do. I shake off the thought, and the three of us head inside my tent, and I zip the door closed behind us. Bailey settles in the corner on his favorite blanket, and Billy and I slip inside my sleeping bag. She doesn't hesitate to curl her body into mine, and I don't hesitate to let her. I should probably hate how good she feels inside my arms, but I don't. Instead, I relax into our snuggled state and shut my eyes.
"Luca?"
she asks, her voice a whisper. Yeah.
"Thank you."
For what?
For...
She pauses, and I open my eyes to look down at her. It takes my vision a few seconds to adjust to the darkness, but when it does, I find her looking back at me.
"A good day,"
she whispers.
"And for taking such good care of me yesterday."
You're welcome. Our gazes stay locked, and I search her eyes while she searches mine. And then, before I know what's happening, Billy leans closer and presses her lips against mine. It's a soft, gentle kiss, and I wish I could say I take the opportunity and run, but the shock of the moment wins out by a landslide. Quicker than it started, the kiss is over, and Billy is snuggling back into my chest and shutting her eyes. Soon her breaths soften, and her body goes lax against me. And I'm left to lie here, wondering how one innocent little kiss could feel so damn good.
Chapter 22. Billy. Mercury is in retrograde, and my stupid ass is in the loony bin. Last night I kissed Luca. Just a gentle press of my lips to his, but when you go from arguing all day long to kissing in any capacity, the moment is undeniably momentous. Honestly, I don't know why I did it. I just couldn't not do it. For as strangely as yesterday started, it ended somewhere even stranger. Not only did I open up to Luca about things I haven't even considered talking about in what feels like forever, but he returned the favor, giving me some insight into his mysterious nature. I didn't even have to go through dentistry school in order to pull some fucking teeth. It was just natural. And for as much as I would have denied the possibility even 24 hours earlier, I can only say the same about the kiss. It felt right. Maybe, if I'm being critical and painfully honest, it also fell a little short. But impulsive or not, the rational part of me was a little too freaked out that I'd given in to the temptation to take it any farther. When I woke up this morning, after sleeping like a freaking baby in his arms, I held my breath waiting for World War III to begin. Bickering is what we're known for, but it never came. We started our hike a few hours ago, and not a single moment has felt awkward or uncomfortable. If anything, it all just feels normal. Heck, my ankle isn't even bothering me too much. I'm so comfortable, in fact, that the real reason I'm here, to save my job, is starting to feel less and less front and center.
"We're here,"
Lucas says, yanking me from my thoughts. When I look up, a big, distinctly unique cabin is jutting up from the nothingness around it like a flower does from its seed. Bailey wags his tail, visibly familiar with the house, and jogs up to the massive wooden front door. I follow Luca's lead, up a small hill and a stone staircase that leads to a wraparound porch. 2 rocking chairs sit perched on the deck floor, and when I turn around, the view damn near takes my breath away. Trees peppered in front of a glistening lake. The sight makes it easy to see why the chairs are a necessity. When it's warm outside, I bet this is the place to be. Just relaxing out here and taking in the atmosphere. Bailey barks 3 times, and Lucas steps forward to rap his knuckles against the door.
"Lou,"
He shouts.
"Open up."
A few moments later, a man with silver hair and a long beard is opening the door and greeting us. He hugs Luca and gives Bailey a few friendly pats to his side. And when his gray eyes meet mine, recognition hits me. "Oh, my stars," I mutter. This isn't just any man. This is Louis Lennox, a famous Hollywood actor from way back in the day and a man Luca starred in Agent Zero with. God, my heart tingles inside my chest as all my memories swirl together. My daddy, watching his old Western flicks with Lewis in many of the leading roles. The old Hollywood red carpets Adele would swoon over with Lewis in his tux smiling handsomely for the cameras. And Luca recounting his favorite movie to work on the other night, one that apparently led to one of his most meaningful friendships. If my memory serves me right, I think Agent Zero was the last movie Lewis did before retiring for good.
I see you brought a guest with you, Lou comments with a warm smile.
I cut him off and answer for him. Lewis Lennox, I know. I know who you are, sir, and it is such a pleasure to meet you.
You can just call me Lou.
He chuckles and shakes my hand.
And you are?
He pauses, waiting for me to do the normal human thing and tell him my name. Billy, I say and clear the nerves out of my throat. Billy Harris.
It's a pleasure, Billy.
He smiles and looks between Luca and me, and then his eyes glance behind us.
I'm glad to see you made it all right. Always do,
Luca answers.
All right, then,
Lou says with a glance toward me.
Glad to see you're making some fucking friends, then.
Luca rolls his eyes and I laugh out loud. Lou turns his attention back to me with a smile.
How was the hike, darling? I know Lucas says he likes it, but it was always a hell of a trek for me. Make an old man feel better. Tell me it's not just me.
Oh, yeah, it was terrible. I don't hesitate to respond, a giggle following my words. Of course, Luca snorts, probably thinking I've made a gross understatement. But I ignore him and focus on Lou. Worth it, though, for the chance to meet you. Lou smiles, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes telling the best kind of story.
That kind of flattery'll get you good news. You all can take my four-wheeler on the way back. Cut down on your time considerably.
Luca's eyebrows draw together and Lou notices.
Old Hank Sulin cut a new trail. You'll be able to take it all the way back to the dock at the bay where I'm assuming you left the boat.
I'm a little afraid to get too excited, but my whole body decides to vibrate anyway. How long will it take us to get back with the four-wheeler? I ask hopefully.
Oh, probably about 6 hours.
Lou kindly responds, and my whole damn stomach takes flight. Only 6 hours? That sounds like one hell of a good plan, doesn't it? I bounce on my good foot and make jazz hands toward Luca. He rolls his eyes and shakes his head, but doesn't offer up any form of agreement. Hell's bells, he better fucking agree.
I can already tell this is going to be an interesting evening with the two of you.
Lou laughs and gestures for us to come inside.
Why don't you come on in and take a load off? I'll cook us up some food.
We all step inside the cabin, and I instantly move my eyes upward and take in the high ceilings. Damn, this place is big. Surely, if I decide to cut to the simplest solution for this big mess and murder Luca Weaver tonight, there will be a place to hide the body. Walking down the entry hallway and into the airy space that holds the kitchen, I set my hiking backpack on the floor and sit down at the table. Luca busies himself with pulling bags of what looks like medicine out of the center compartment of his bag.
I see you brought lots of goodies for me,
Lou says, and Luca grins.
Just trying to make sure you have enough medicine to last you during the winter months. Well, it's appreciated, but you worry too much,
Lou mutters on a laugh.
I'd find a way to survive no matter what.
Luca sighs.
I hate to tell you, Lou, but you're getting a little too old to trek through 10 feet of snow to get your heart medication. No need to remind me of my old age, Lucky. With the way these hips crack and pop when I get out of bed in the morning, that's reminder enough.
Lucky? I question, and Luca rolls his eyes.
Just a stupid nickname he won't give up on.
I grin. Personally, I kind of like it.
You like steak and eggs, Billy?
Lou, I can promise you I will like anything that isn't beans at this point. Luca smirks and reaches out to playfully tug at my ponytail.
You act like you've had to eat it for months. It's only been a few days, princess.
A few days? Pfft, feels like 100.
Princess?
Lou questions, glancing back and forth between Luca and me. It's my turn to roll my eyes. Just a stupid nickname he won't give up on. Luca laughs.
Trust me when I say this, it's the perfect nickname for her.
And why's that? I ask, pointing my stare at him.
You are the epitome of a city girl being dropped into the wilderness, he explains. 2 hours into the journey, you asked where the bathroom was. Not long after, you were bitching about cell service in the middle of the damn forest while wearing a pair of furry boots, mind you.
How was I supposed to know there's no cell service out here? I toss back. And I'm no city girl, lucky. I'm from the mountains of West Virginia, thank you very much. My favorite cowgirl boots are just at the bottom of the dang river.
Well, you had me fooled then. Maybe all that LA air has gone to your head.
If I'm being honest, this isn't the first time I've heard this. Daddy always used to say I was a walking contradiction. Harris blood, but not a lick of desire for the normal Harris hobbies. Fishing, hunting, being in the outdoors. When I was growing up, they didn't have to punish me in the usual ways, like chores. Daddy would just threaten me with a fishing trip, and I'd smarten right up and start behaving. But Luca doesn't need to know he's hit the nail on the head. Lord knows his ego is big enough as it is. I refuse to put another "I'm always right" into his back pocket.
Before you two head for round 3 of your bickering,
Lou interrupts, and his eyes quirk up with amusement.
I'd like to let you know that there are fresh towels, soap, and shampoo upstairs in the guest room bathroom. Feel free to make yourself at home, Billy.
Fresh towels? A bathroom? A shower? It's like heaven called to notify me of a delivery of modern amenities. I just have 2 questions for you, Lou.
And what's that?
Do you happen to have a pause, trying to remember the term Luca used for it. Cat phone? Sat phone? What the hell's it called? And why do I suddenly feel like I'm in the middle of a Dr. Seuss book? A pat phone?
A sat phone?
He asks, his gray eyebrows furrowing.
Short for satellite phone?
That's it. I snap my fingers in the air. A sat phone. Lou glances between us before his eyes stop on Luca.
Let me guess. Your stubborn ass left your sat phone at home?
Luca just grins and shrugs.
You know how I feel about carrying a fucking phone with me on hiking trips. God forbid you have a way to reach someone if there's an emergency.
Lou rolls his eyes and looks back to me.
I do have a sat phone, darling, and you are more than welcome to use it.
I let out a relieved sigh. Thank goodness. I'm pretty sure it's been days since I've spoken to my sister or Serena. My boss most likely expects that, but Bertie, well, that's a whole other story.
And what's your other question?
He asks, and I don't hesitate to tell him, a little grin painted across my lips. Is there warm water in that shower of yours?
You can turn that water up so hot it'll melt your skin off.
Praise Jesus, I say on a relieved sigh and hop up from my seat. I stride right over to Lou and plant a big kiss on his cheek. Thank you, you wonderful man. You have made my day. He grins.
Glad I could be of service, little darling.
Now, if you'll excuse me, gentlemen, I have a date with a shower. Hallelujah. Funny thing about always relying on your cell phone. When it comes time to recall any freaking one's phone number, even your own sister's, you can't, for the life of you, remember it. And unfortunately for me, my cell phone is dead as a fucking doornail from my fall. So any hope of retrieving said numbers is an impossible task. Luckily, Lou's sat phone is also a smartphone, so before I hopped in the shower, I fired off 2 emails. One to Bertie and one to Serena, letting them both know I'm alive and well, but that the service is shitty and they shouldn't expect to hear from me until I'm at the airport getting ready to fly back to LA. An hour later, I'm freshly showered and sitting at the kitchen table, enjoying the delicious steak and eggs and potatoes Lou cooked up for us. I don't know if it's because it's been a few days since I've had an actual meal, or if Louis Lennox is really that good of a cook. But gosh darn it, I'm one bite away from a foodgasm. Lou, this is the best damn meal I've had in months. I stab another piece of steak onto my fork. Thank you so much for this. I take another bite and resist the urge to gobble it down like a heathen, forcing myself to chew slowly and actually enjoy the food.
I'm glad you like it.
It's light years better than corn and beans. I toss a teasing glare toward Luca, and he laughs.
Hey, you're not offending me. It's not like I enjoy meals like that. They're a necessity when you're on a hiking trip for a few days.
A hiking trip that could have been a day trip on a freaking four-wheeler, you mean?
Lou laughs. He didn't know about the new trail, darling, so you can't blame him too much. But now I'm really curious about how the two of you met.
Luca doesn't hesitate to lay it all out there.
She just showed up at my cabin the other day uninvited, and truthfully, she's yet to tell me how in the hell she managed to find me.
I look up from my plate and find him staring at me with a quirk of his brow. Does it really matter how I found you? Lou chuckles, but Luca keeps looking at me, his unrelenting gaze urging me to fess up. Fine, I respond and shut my eyes for a brief moment. I had a little help, but before I tell you who helped me, you need to promise you won't get ticked off.
Go on.
No, I refute, set down my fork and hold out my pinky finger toward Luca. Pinky, promise first that you won't get pissed.
Christ,
he mutters, but he goes along with it, intertwining his pinky with mine and making good on the promise. Your agent Adele helped me.
Are you fucking kidding me?
He questions, and Lou just follows our conversation like he's watching a tennis match, his head moving back and forth between the two of us. But, I add pointedly, in her defense, I kind of, sort of, maybe lied about being a budding actress to get an appointment with her. And it's not like she gave me the GPS coordinates of your cabin. She told me the freaking town, and that was it. I had to figure out the rest by myself.
I'm guessing that's where fucking Earl came in.
Yep, I nod, and pop a piece of steak into my mouth. Lou chuckles and shakes his head.
Sounds like it was quite the adventure to track him down.
Near-death experiences. Being yelled at by a naked lumberjack. Yeah, it's been a fucking adventure. I snort. You don't know the half of it.
But why exactly did you...
Lou starts to ask, but Luca answers before he can finish.
She wants me to read a damn screenplay for the producer she works for.
Lou smirks.
I'm sure that went over like a hooker singing in the Sunday choir.
I nod and giggle. Oh, it went about as well as you'd expect with this guy.
And then, Luca adds, I had to save her ass from drowning in the river, and during a rare moment of weakness for me, given her condition, she strong-armed herself onto this hiking trip. Sounds like you're a determined little thing,
Lou says, his eyes bright with amusement.
Who do you work for?
Serena Kuntz? Lou nods approvingly.
She's one hell of a producer.
I couldn't agree more.
And what does your job entail?
I'm her PA, but I'm hoping that in the near future I'll be a little more than that. I'm actually hoping to follow in her footsteps and become a producer.
Lofty goals.
Well, my mama always told me to dream big, and my granny made sure I had the tools. Lou smiles.
Well, if it's any help, I think you're going about it the right way. Starting from the bottom, learning from the best, and working your way up.
Thank you, I respond. I just hope it's all eventually going to lead me to where I want to end up.
It will, he says. You just gotta take it one day at a time, little darling. Oh, determination and persistence are not her problems.
Luca chimes in with a snort.
Have you read it yet, then?
Lou challenges, and I take the opportunity to jump in. No, he's supposed to read the first 5 pages, though.
5 pages? That hardly gives you a feel for the story, Lucky.
Lou chuckles.
I think you need to stop being stubborn and just read it. All of it. Maybe it'll surprise you.
Yeah, what Lou said. I agree with a smirk. And Luca just shakes his head and takes another bite of steak.
I'll start with the 5 pages and see where it goes.
So you two worked on a movie together, right? I ask. Is that how you became friends?
Oh, I'm not friends with him. He's just my errand boy. Watch yourself, old man.
Luca points his fork at him, and Lou chuckles.
As you seem to already know, I played Luca's father in Agent Zero, and that's where our friendship started. Not too long after that, I retired from Hollywood, built myself this cabin out here in the woods, and me and my wife Shirley settled down to enjoy the rest of our lives together in peace and quiet nature.
Before I can ask where his wife is, he adds,
Shirley passed 2 years ago, so now it's just me out here.
My heart drops. I'm so sorry.
Me too, darling. Me too,
he says wistfully.
She adored this bastard right here. And when he decided to leave L.A. and move out here, we helped him out a little. Helped me out a lot,
Luca corrects.
If it weren't for Lou and Shirley, I wouldn't have known where to start.
But how did you know this was where you wanted to settle? Luca shrugs.
I don't know. I just knew. I knew I needed to get away from it all. And, well, I'd visited Lou and seen his property, and it was just the kind of place where I could picture myself figuring out how to be me again. And now, lucky living so close is a real blessing,
Lou says.
He's basically the son I never had. Always making sure I have enough food and medicine to last me for a few months since it's so hard to get out here. And damn near impossible for an old man like me to get back to town. It's the least I can do,
Luca tells me.
If it weren't for him, I'd probably still be in Hollywood, addicted to drugs or alcohol and just completely fucking lost and unhappy.
But you're happy now? Out here?
Happy is relative, Princess.
Luca shrugs.
I'm definitely not unhappy, if that's what you're asking.
I take the last bite of my steak and think about his words as I get up with my empty plate and head into the kitchen. Happy is relative. Relative to what? Everyone should be able to feel happiness in their lives. Not every day, not all the time, but it should be there. Does Luca not have that? The mere thought of it not being a part of his life makes my chest ache with sadness. But I swallow down the emotion and busy myself by cleaning off the counter and doing the dishes.
You don't need to do that, Billy,
Lou states, but I wave him off. And you didn't need to make us a delicious meal, but you did. He chuckles.
You're a stubborn little thing, aren't you? Yep,
Luca answers for me.
And I'm going to join her in stubbornly cleaning up your kitchen.
Before I know it, he's beside me, drying the dishes after I've finished washing them. Plates, cutlery, pots and pans. One by one, in comfortable silence, we get them washed and dried and put away in the cabinet. By the time we're finished, it's a little after 9 in the evening, and all three of us are ready to call it a night. Bailey chooses a cozy spot on the living room rug. Lou goes into his bedroom on the first floor, and Luca and I head upstairs, to the only guest bedroom in the house, with only one bed.
Chapter 23. Luca. Forget hitmen, crab fishing in the Bering Sea, and adrenaline sports. The biggest danger for a man is a beautiful woman in his bed. 8 years alone and the feel of Billy fucking Harris are a deadly combination. By the time she does whatever it is women do in the bathroom, I'm already lying in bed, sitting up and reading the screenplay I promised to. I wanted to get my 5 pages out of the way and be done with it all. But as much as I should have stopped at the 5th page, I'm 24 pages in. And I'm riveted. I look up from the white stack of papers and find Billy standing near the foot of the bed. Her hair hangs past her shoulders in soft waves. Her cheeks are rosy, and her hot, svelte body is clad in a tank top and sleep shorts. She looks fucking beautiful. But I'm finding Billy always looks beautiful. You okay? She nods, but doesn't make a move to do anything but stand there. After this much time with her, I'm starting to learn. When Billy's got something on her mind, she either talks a mile a minute or doesn't say anything at all. This is obviously a case of the latter. Do you need something? She pauses, and her teeth dig into the skin of her full bottom lip. Should I make a pallet on the floor? Make a what on the floor? A pallet. Should I know what that is? You know, a place to sleep. Pillows, blankets, that sort of thing, she says and searches the incredulous expression on my face. You've never heard that word before? No. I shake my head on a chuckle and set down the screenplay on the nightstand by the bed. Must be a West Virginia thing. She smirks. Or maybe it's not an LA thing. That too. I agree with a mirroring smirk. And don't be ridiculous with sleeping on the floor. We slept in the same damn sleeping bag 2 nights in a row, Princess. Pretty sure we can handle a bed together. True story, she says on a giggle and doesn't hesitate to climb under the covers beside me. Oh, this is the best thing ever. After sleeping on the hard ground, nothing beats a bed. Glad it suffices. I reach out to turn off the bedside lamp and the room goes dark. Billy snuggles deeper into the blankets and lets out a few soft moans of contentment. Good God, this feels so good. She moans again, and my dick threatens to karate chop right through the linens. Fuck, she needs to stop making fucking noises like that. Thankfully, the moans stop, but a quiet whisper lets me know she's not quite ready to settle in for the night. So, I take it you stole that screenplay out of my bag so you could read the 5 pages you promised me? Of course, she didn't miss that. I did. And what did you think? Espionage isn't your typical secret agent action movie. No, it's definitely not, she says, a smile in her voice. It's better. She's right. It is better. It's not a blockbuster hitting box office records because of crazy action scenes kind of film. It has the kind of emotional depth that gets Oscar nominations. Only 24 pages in, and I know this movie will be a big deal if it's done right. Could you see yourself playing Finn Slate? Truthfully, it'd be a fucking honor. It's a role I would have killed for when I was still in Hollywood. It's a role that makes you actually miss Hollywood. I'm not sure. I'd probably have to read more to find out, I answer with a little white lie. I've read more than the 5 fucking pages I promised, and I can easily put myself in Finn Slate's shoes. You should probably do that, she adds on a whisper. You know, read more. Maybe read the whole thing, just to make sure you get the full picture. I chuckle softly. I'll consider it. Good. Billy yawns and turns onto her side, her face closer to mine, and another moan escapes her lips. Oh, for the love of everything, this bed. It's a dream. That moan. That fucking moan. It makes my mind wander to all sorts of crazy, dirty things. I want to hear what that moan sounds like when she's doing other things, feeling other things. I almost forgot to tell you, I whisper, and I can't stop my fingers from reaching out to brush her hair out of her eyes. This bed has rules. Her eyes pop open and meet mine. Like what? No kissing, I whisper. After last night, I'm sure that might be hard for you to follow. Oh, whatever, she retorts and rolls those pretty green eyes of hers. That was just a friendly kiss. A thank you kiss. Oh, I say, but I can't seem to move my gaze away from her lips. So, there's a difference? Her tongue sneaks out and licks her bottom lip. Fuck. Yes, she whispers back. A huge difference. So, friendly kisses are okay? She nods. Uh-huh. Man, I want to kiss her. So I do. Without breaking eye contact, I move closer and press my lips to hers. It's a soft kiss, a chaste kiss. Until a tiny moan escapes her lungs and my heart picks up a rhythm so fast I can't stop the rest of me from taking off at a gallop through the open gate. She slips her tongue into my mouth and I take her lips greedily, kissing and licking and sucking at her mouth like a man who's starved. Billy responds with fervor, pulling at my shoulders and back with desperate hands, and before I know it, I'm hovering over top of her, my cock pressed against the apex of her thighs. She moves her little hips back and forth, sliding herself against me. Fuck. I shouldn't do this, but I can't stop. I want her right fucking now.
Chapter 24. Billy. I wonder how far the definition of holding hands can be stretched. I just want to be prepared for when I tell someone about this one day. Probably my grandchildren while on my deathbed, but still. Luca Weaver is so close to putting his penis inside me. I've had great sex. I've even had wild sex. Only once, in a library parking lot when I was 18, but yeah, it counts. But Lord help me, I've never, not once, felt this consumed by just the freaking build-up. The sex hasn't even started yet, and my skin feels feverish and every damn cell inside my body is tingling with desire. This might be a really bad idea, but I don't care. I'm all fucking in. Panting breaths escape my lungs, and it feels like my entire body is aching. Luca kisses me hard and deep, and I grind my hips, feeling his rigid arousal against me. Boxers, t-shirts, sleep shorts. There are too many clothes in between us right now. Off, I mutter through a moan, and for the briefest of seconds he goes frozen. It takes me a moment of clarity to realize what I've said, for my brain to catch up with my words. Wait, not you. The clothes. Her stupid clothes. He smirks down at me. Then, happiness restored, I take it upon myself to pull his t-shirt over his head before doing the same to my own. Between hot kisses and grabby hands, his boxers and my sleep shorts and underwear all make their way to the floor. His cock is heavy and warm against me, hovering at my entrance without pushing inside. It's heaven, it's hell, it's everything I need and not even close to being enough at the same time. More, I whisper through a moan. Please, Luca, I need to feel you. He obliges immediately, slowly pushing himself inside me at the world's most frustrating pace. My gaze moves down to our entwined naked bodies and becomes fixated on watching him enter me. I reach my hand out and touch the base of his cock with my fingertips, feeling how big and hard and perfect he is. More. I will him to push deeper with my eyes. Another inch, and another. Yes, keep going. And then, he stops. No, I whine and try to push my hips up to urge him deeper, but Lucas stops me with one gentle hand to my belly. Condom, he whispers, and the frustration is evident in his raspy, sexy voice. We don't have a condom. Shit, I mutter, more to myself than to him. How could I not have thought about a condom? Like, at all. Never once have I just completely forgotten about protection. But fuck, I don't want to stop. I can't walk away from this moment without knowing what he feels like inside of me, without seeing what shade of blue his eyes turn when he's pressed to the hilt, without knowing what I'll feel when Luca is the one giving me pleasure. I just can't. I'm on birth control, I whisper, and he groans as he struggles to hold himself steady as I pull his hips forward with my feet. And I've never had any, weird diseases because, well, I've never actually had sex without a condom. Is it just me, or is this a really strange time to be saying all of this right now? With his cock still half inside me, his eyes light up with amusement. What? I don't have sex without condoms either, so I'm clean too, he says quietly through a smile. God, you're one of a kind, princess. That's really great, Luca, I say, but now I'm starting to get a little frustrated. I mean, he's still inside me, and I would prefer to keep it that way, but now he's talking about how fucking cute I am. At least I think he's trying to compliment me. But it would be even better if we keep doing, I glance down at where we're connected and wiggle my hips. This. Luca's eyes turn heated, and in a swift yet gentle movement, he presses his cock all the way in, filling me completely. Oh, hell's bells, that's good. No, it's better than good. It's perfect. I'm losing my fucking mind right now over how amazing you feel, he whispers earnestly into my ear. It's so good, Billy. So fucking good. I moan. Goddamn, he says hotly into my ear. With your sexy little body beneath me and your pussy gripping me so tight, it's nearly too fucking much. I clutch his shoulders with my fingers, and I can't stop myself from digging my nails into his skin when he starts up a rhythm that urges my eyes to roll back inside my head. I know, without a doubt, this is my favorite part of the trip. Ditto, princess. Luca smirks, and then his mouth is on mine, sliding his tongue past my lips and kissing me with the kind of passion I thought only existed on the big screen. He pushes himself deeper and deeper over and over again, and with each gliding stroke, I get a little closer to euphoria. Stars start to dance behind my eyes, and uncontrollable whimpers escape my lips. I'm so close. Yes, he says. God, yes. Or I think he says that. At this point, I don't know what's being said. I just know he feels so good that I'm torn between wanting to feel my climax and never wanting it to end. Sure, this probably isn't the best idea. Sure, there could be repercussions. But the pleasure of feeling him, feeling us together, is all my mind can handle.
Fuck,
Luca groans.
I need to see you on top of me.
Before I can comprehend what he means, he flips us over, and I'm on top, straddling his hips and staring down at him. My long hair falls forward, and he reaches up to push it over my shoulders as a new rush of pleasure makes a buzz start up in the back of my head.
You're so fucking beautiful,
he whispers, and I could easily say the same. Firm muscles, strong jaw, painfully handsome face, and the kind of blue eyes that could hypnotize just about any man or woman into a trance. Luca Weaver is a work of art. When God made him, it wasn't a hasty job. He took his time, perfected every line, every curve, every muscle. And right now, Luke is giving me the same kind of attention to detail. I'm high off him, off us, together like this.
Ride me,
he says, and his hands grip my hips.
Make yourself come on my cock.
Fuck. I wasn't the best student in school, but this is an assignment I can handle. In fact, I think I'll pass with flying colors. I moan and let his hands guide my hips.
Yes, that's it,
he whispers, his eyes still locked on me.
Fuck, that's it.
Up and down, I move my hips and stroke his length inside me until I feel like I'm going to explode from the pleasure. Every damn nerve ending inside my body stands to attention, striking at my pleasure until it lights my climax on fire like a match. It's too strong, too damn intense, and I can no longer hold myself up. I fall forward until our chests meet. My lips are near his ear, and moans and panting breaths and God knows what else falls past my tongue. Luca isn't far behind me. He grips my hips tighter with his fingers and he presses himself deep, and a rough, raspy groan leaves his lungs as he finishes inside me. It's guttural and intense, and I have no doubt I'll be able to feel it rumbling through me for the rest of my life. It takes a long moment for both of us to catch our breath, and a small niggle of fear uses that time to invade. I'm not ready for him to disengage, to roll over and say something to ruin the last 15 minutes of heaven. When he wraps his big arms around me and holds me tight to his chest, I can't stop myself from melting in relief. He caresses my hair with his fingers, and I lie there, inside his embrace, trying to wrap my mind around what just happened. This was not the plan, but it happened. And the idea of taking it back now is almost painful. Silence overwhelms the room as both of us avoid anything that could ruin the moment. And for that, I'm thankful. There's a lot of stuff I'm feeling right now, but I don't have even an inkling of the urge to fight. The only thing I want to do is lie here, with Luca.
Chapter 25. Luca. As it turns out, one very specific part of me is not opposed to exploring something from Hollywood again. A beautiful emerald-eyed goddess who's somehow managed to insert herself into my life. The asshole part of me wishes I could still say I don't like her here, but I'd be flat out lying. I do like that she's here, chatting my ear off and giving me sass. And it only took one fan-fucking-tastic night for me to understand that sex with Billy Harris is so good, it's dangerous. The sun serves as my alarm clock, and I blink my eyes open to find the gorgeous sight of her lying beside me. She's still deep in sleep, her eyes are closed, and soft, relaxed breaths move her lungs up and down. My gaze grazes over her face, taking in the way her cheeks always seem to have a hint of a blush, how her full lips are lax, and the way her long blonde hair is scattered across her pillow in a beautiful mess. I don't know what it is about this woman, but I've grown intrigued. Hell, if I'm being honest with myself, I've probably been fascinated since the instant she showed up at my cabin uninvited and talked her way onto this trip in the first place. Whatever the reason for my initial and certainly out-of-character softness, she's here, lying in bed with me after a night of the most intense sex I've had in my entire life. Last night, I was inside her, bare. In my old life, protecting against unprotected sex was about the only thing I did responsibly. Here in Alaska, the distance to my house and the overwhelming need to live anonymously have been protection enough. But with her, I did it anyway. Fucking hell, what is happening to me? Billy Harris is growing on me in a way that has my brain thinking all sorts of crazy shit, twisty, winding possibilities of making a change, going back to something I thought I'd left behind, putting myself in a situation where I might make all the same mistakes again. Fucking hell. Before my mind can turn into an amusement park of thoughts I'd rather not contemplate, I force my focus to the simple task of carefully sliding out of bed without waking her up. Once my feet hit the floor and she doesn't stir in her sleep, I slip on a pair of sweatpants and a hoodie, and I head downstairs to the kitchen. Lou is already there, sitting at the table with a fresh cup of coffee and reading a book. "Morning," he says, and nods his head in greeting. "Morning." I head toward the coffee pot, and Bailey meets me by the counter, his tail wagging back and forth. I pat his side a few times and grin down at him. "Where's Billy?" Lou asks, and I look up to meet his eyes. "Still sleeping." I pour myself a fresh cup of coffee and stir in some sugar and cream. Figure I'd let her rest a little longer before we head back. A knowing smirk appears on his lips, and I tilt my head to the side. "What's that look for?" That smirk of his grows. "Nothing." "Bullshit," I retort, and sit across from him at the table. "You've got to look. You know you've got to look, so you might as well spit it out." Lou chuckles and sets his book face down on the table. "Did you read the screenplay?" "You're smirking about that damn screenplay." "Of course not." He shakes his head. "I'm smirking because I think... Actually, I know that you're starting to really like this girl. If Shirley were still alive, she'd die all over again from plain excitement." I roll my eyes. "She definitely spent a lot of time gabbing about me settling down." Lou nods. "She just wanted you to be happy." "I am happy." He raises a pointed brow. "You sure about that?" "Why wouldn't I be happy?" I challenge. "All that Hollywood money I made has earned me the ability to live life for myself, make my own decisions, choose what's best for me, enjoy the simple life that living out here provides. What's not to be happy about?" "Oh, I don't know. Maybe because it gets to be a pretty lonely life if you don't have anyone to share it with." "I don't think I'm the type of person who needs that, Lou. And I think you're underestimating what you need and what you deserve." I stare at him, unsure of what to say. I've been living out here for 8 years, doing my own thing, living my own fucking life. I'm comfortable. And comfortable is happy. Right? The fact that you can't immediately say yes to that question is a red fucking flag, dude. "Look," Lou adds after he takes a sip of coffee, "all I'm hoping is that you'll really think about why you let that pretty girl up there come with you on this trip. And I want you to think about how she really makes you feel." I stare at him as he shrugs. "You're different with her around. Lighter, playful. It's a side of Luca my Shirley would have loved to have seen instead of a grumbly bastard. And truthfully, it's a side that gives me hope for you," he says quietly. "I'm not always going to be around, and I'd hate for you to stay locked up in your wilderness tower and never actually live your life. I knew you needed to move 8 years ago. I knew you needed to get away from it all. But I think you're reaching a point in your life where you're ready to get back out there and start living again. Really fucking living." I shake my head. "I think you're taking it all a little too far. Just because I'm okay being around one pretty pain in the ass for a few days doesn't mean I'm ready to be back out there with the rest of them," I mutter, and Lou stands up with his now empty cup of coffee and pats me on the back. "Say what you want, Lucky. Everything on your face says the rest of it for you. I narrow my eyes, and he points to something I obviously can't see. Something I think he's making the fuck up. That's it. Right there. The story's there, written all over your face. Christ. I jump up from my seat and shove in my chair. I think it's time to get moving and head home, away from all the psychoanalysis I didn't ask for. What time do you think you two are going to head out? Lou asks from the sink, clearly recognizing my agitation for what it is. Hopefully before 10. Remember, if you want to borrow one of the four-wheelers, you can. A sly grin appears on his lips. Lord knows I don't need two of them here. And you can hook up one of my small trailers to the back for Bailey. Billy's ankle doesn't need to make another 30-mile hike anyway. He has a point. Even though Billy managed the rest of the hike without too much trouble, there's no doubt in my mind she's still dealing with some discomfort. My girl is a strong little thing. Wait, what? My girl? Billy is strong, but she's not my girl. She's not my anything. You sure about that? You okay over there, Lucky? Lou asks, and I move my eyes back to him. He stands with his hip resting against the kitchen counter, just looking at me like I've grown two heads. Just a little tired is all. And thanks. I'm sure Billy would appreciate that. Didn't get much sleep last night? He asks, and waggles his brows. Jesus, you don't give up, do you? He grins. And since you're being such a pest, I'm taking one of the four-wheelers and a trailer, and I'm not bringing them back. Whatever helps you avoid what you should be facing. Luck, he smirks. Now, if you don't mind, I've got a tractor to piddle around with in the garage. The tractor he speaks of is about 100 years old and has been broken for as long as I've known Lou. All rusted out and leaking oil, it will take a damn miracle to get it working again. I'll let you know when we're getting ready to head out. He waves his hand over his shoulder and walks toward the garage. And I make a fresh cup of coffee and head back upstairs. Sleeping Beauty is still there, all sprawled out on the bed. Fuck me, it's almost painful how damn beautiful she is. I sit down on the edge of the bed and set the cup of coffee on the nightstand. Good morning, I say quietly, gently running my fingers down her exposed arm, and then her exposed thigh. Billy stirs and groans, and it only takes a little more of my pestering before her sleepy green eyes are looking back at me. Hey there, I say, but she's too busy looking toward the nightstand. Is that coffee? It is. For me? I nod my head, but she sits up from the bed faster than I can get the word yes out of my mouth. Oh, praise Jesus, she says, and I laugh. I take it coffee is a morning ritual of yours. Are you kidding me? She stares at me like I've just said pigs can fly. Coffee is my everything. I drink it morning, noon, and night. I don't know how I've made it through the last 3 days without going through withdrawals. Well, by all means, take a sip and keep that caffeine addiction of yours going. Thank you. She giggles and does just that. And my stupid eyes can't seem to pull away from her perfect lips as they touch the cup and let the coffee flow into her mouth. Good God, get it together. We're going to need to head out soon, I update, and she nods, her hands still firmly wrapped around the mug. But you probably have time to take another hot shower if you want. She releases one hand from the cup to fist pump the air. Oh my stars, this day just keeps getting better and better. And I have one more very important thing to tell you. She tilts her cute little head to the side. We're going to take a different route on the way back. Okay. But please tell me it isn't a longer route. It is, I answer, and her face falls. But that's because we're taking one of Lou's four-wheelers. Hold on. She sets her coffee back on the nightstand and scoots closer to me, sitting up on her knees. Say that one more time. I know you're probably disappointed, but we're not hiking back. We're taking one of Lou's four-wheelers. Like a rocket, Billy dives into me so hard that I fall back onto the mattress. But she doesn't stop there. With her hot, bare-of-clothes body sprawled over mine, she kisses my cheeks and nose and my forehead, all while saying, "Thank you, thank you, thank you," over and over again. I laugh. I had a feeling you'd like that news. "Are you kidding me?" She stops the kiss parade to look into my eyes. "I love that fucking news. Best news ever." God, she's the best. I can't stop myself from placing my hands on her soft cheeks and pulling her mouth to mine for an actual kiss. Lips to hers, I kiss her for a long moment, and when the kiss eventually ends, she grins down at me. "I take it you're excited about the four-wheeler too, huh?" Something like that. I wink and place a teasing slap to her bare ass. "Now, if you want to take that shower, you better get a move on it." "Aye, aye, Captain." Off my body in one smooth movement, Billy grabs her coffee and strides her sexy-as-hell naked body into the connected bathroom. The shower water is on mere minutes later, and I'm left lying on the mattress, tempted, so fucking tempted to join her. But I know we need to get a move on, and me in the shower with Billy would equate to way too much time lost. So I busy myself with making sure our backpacks are all packed. But when that's done and Billy is still enjoying herself in the shower, I spot the screenplay on the nightstand and decide to take advantage of the private opportunity to get a better feel for it. Quickly and quietly, I open up to page 24 and start reading again.
Chapter 26. Billy. All that yolk I've been bleeding for the last week is officially scrambled. In layman's terms, I'm fucked up in my feelings. We left Lou's later than Luca wanted, most likely because of my extra-long hot shower, but he didn't give me any shit about it. No rude comments, no asshole remarks. Just a smile, some playful jokes about my contribution to Alaska's depleting water table, and that was it. But now we are on our way, via wheels, thank everything. With my chest pressed against Luca's back and my arms wrapped around his waist, he leads us on a different route than we came. A small trailer is hooked on the back, and Bailey lounges safely inside. Personally, I think he's just as happy about the change in transportation mode as me. The new path isn't as rocky, but we're still weaving in and out of the forest and the trees. Not going to lie, the first 5 minutes into this drive, I was scared one of those darn branches was going to take my head off. But Luca has proven to be an expert driver, taking it slow when the path is more treacherous and, like any man, opening up the throttle when we hit open road.
"You okay back there?"
He asks, and I nod. But then I realize he can't see me nodding. Duh. "I'm good."
"We only have a little over 2 hours to go."
Only 2 more hours. I should be happy. Thrilled, even. But this unknown panic starts in my belly and works its way up to my chest. I feel like the inside of my body has just developed restless leg syndrome, and any moment, my organs are going to pack up their shit and find an escape route. I try to breathe through the vibration inside of me, but my heart could give 2 fucks about my need for calm and jumps into a pounding rhythm. What the hell? Why am I panicked? I'm not flailing at the bottom of an Alaskan body of ice water. My limbs are all intact, and I haven't seen any sign of scat from a bear at all. At least not according to the knowledge I acquired from the book in Lou's bathroom. So what is it? What has me so out of fucking sorts? Maybe because in 2 hours, you'll be at Luca's, and then you'll need to go home. My chest grows tighter at the thought. This, whatever the hell this is, will all be over soon. This trip started out with him hating me for throwing a wrench in his carefully crafted solitude, and me hating me for putting myself in the position to have to. And I guess I was plenty freaking annoyed by him, too. But over time, something happened. All of those sour feelings disappeared and were replaced by something else. Something that brought us together last night. Something that turned into sex that felt a whole lot like more than just sex. Luca was inside me bare, for fuck's sake. And it was one of the best things I've ever experienced. Jesus, I don't want this to end. Not yet. Can we stop? I ask, and he briefly glances at me over his shoulder.
"You want to stop? Is something wrong?"
Yes, I'm kind of freaking out over the idea of this trip ending because I'm obviously losing my damn mind. I need more time with you. I need to, pee. He nods and gives me a thumbs up over his shoulder.
No problem. Give me a sec.
A minute or two later, Luca pulls over and I hop off the four-wheeler and head toward a discreet spot behind brush and trees. But I don't pee. Instead, I just kind of stand there and try to figure out what in the hell is wrong with me. I tell myself this is because he hasn't finished reading the screenplay, and I don't want to go back to LA without him actually wanting to do the movie. It's because of my career and accountability and finding a place for myself at Kuntz Productions. It's not at all because the thought of sleeping alone in my downtown LA apartment without a body to block the view of the strip club down below and the rugged scratch of a beard on my neck and a warm hand on my hip is downright appalling. No. I'm an independent woman with priorities and a membership to the LA chapter of the Future Boss Bitches of America. And there is no way I'm actually falling for the token bad boy like some kind of teenage girl in a young adult novel. Right? Ugh, God. My head is so fucked up.
You okay?
Luca's voice reaches my ears. Cripes. I need to get moving or else it'll seem like I'm over here struggling to poop or something. And I'm not. The only thing constipated is my ability to form a rational thought.
Billy?
Yep, I'm good, I yell back. And it's so loud my voice echoes off the trees in booming waves. Bailey barks like a maniac in response, and I sigh. I'm a disaster right now. But you have to get it together. Slowly, I make my way out of the brush and find Luca standing by the four-wheeler. And holy macaroni salad, why does he have to be so damn handsome? I always hate when people use the word literally like it's some kind of fun adjective to toss into a sentence. But my personal pet peeves aside, the sight of him standing there literally makes my chest ache. He quirks a brow.
All set?
Yeah, sure. He tilts his head to the side.
What's wrong?
Nothing. I lie and close the distance between us. But before I can slide back onto the four-wheeler and pretend that I'm all set to head back, he stops my momentum by stepping in front of me. Gently, Luca reaches down and lifts my eyes to his with his fingers under my chin.
Something's wrong, Princess. I can see it all over your face.
Shit. When I don't say anything, he keeps prying.
Come on, what's going on?
I'm a little sad this is our last night of the trip, I admit. But then I coat that honest statement with sugar like a real fucking coward. I kinda wanted to sleep under the stars one more night. His lips quirk up into a smile.
You want to camp out tonight? You, the girl who couldn't even build her own tent?
I shrug and glance down at my boots. I guess you could say camping has grown on me a little. You've grown on me.
Okay.
My eyes go wide, and I look up to meet his amused gaze. Okay? He leans forward and surprises me by pressing his lips to mine.
Okay. Tonight, we'll sleep under the stars.
Chapter 27. Luca. The only thing better than the warmth of a fire is the warmth of a woman. The fire crackles and pops, and Billy sits in my lap, a blanket wrapped around us and my arms wrapped around her. We could have already been back to my cabin, using actual electricity to stay warm, but she surprised the hell out of me this afternoon when she asked to add one more night in nature to our itinerary. I don't know what came over her or why she'd want this when she's been bitching about camping since we left my cabin several days ago, but here we are, together by the fire, enjoying one more night of camping. Your last night of camping. A pang of discomfort shoots across my chest, but I swallow hard against it and wrap my arms tighter around her. Is this our last night together? I don't know. I know she needs to go back to LA soon, and I know I don't belong in LA. So many questions are at the forefront of my mind and nearing the tip of my tongue, but Billy's voice stops me from asking them. I wish we had some music right now, she comments, and I look down at her, liking the sight of her in my arms a little too much. I may be the type of girl who always has a song in her head, but sometimes it's nice to, hear actual music outside of my brain. An amused chortle pops from my lungs. and she looks up at me with a little glare. Don't laugh, I'm serious. I don't know how you go on these hiking trips without any damn music. Well, the fact that even getting radio service is difficult out here is one of the reasons. And what's the other reason? I shrug. I don't know. I guess I don't really listen to music much. You don't listen to music? She asks, her voice rising in surprise. That is the saddest thing I've ever heard. My sister Bertie would die if she heard you say that. She lives in Nashville, right? Pursuing a music career? Yep, and she's getting ready to head out on her first big tour soon. She's opening for Blue Street Band. She pauses and searches my eyes. But I have a feeling you probably have no idea who they are. I smirk and shake my head. Well, they're a big deal in the country music scene. So I take it music is part of both your and your sister's daily routine. Like coffee. She nods her head, eyes serious. Music is a necessity. If I'm not actively listening to something, I'm constantly singing something in my head. Or humming it out loud. For hours during our hikes, Billy hummed. Now it makes a little more sense. If you could pick one song to listen to for the rest of your life, what would it be? I ask her. And she lets out an exasperated breath, as if I've requested she explain Einstein's theory of relativity. That's a nearly impossible question to answer. But not impossible, I grin. Fine, she sighs. Give me a minute here. You're not being graded on this, princess. Any song will do. She elbows me in the gut, and I groan. I said, give me a minute. I take my song choices very seriously. Instantly, memories of her rhythmic humming fill my head, and a light bulb goes off. I think I know the song. She leans back and narrows her eyes. How? It's taken me a little while to figure it out, but I'm pretty sure I know it. Again, how would you know this? Because you've been humming it since this trip started. Her eyebrows rise toward her forehead. I hum? Out loud? That spurs a laugh from my lungs. Yeah, you do. Pretty much all the time. You don't know that you're humming? No. Her cheeks flush, but giggles follow. I just thought I was doing it inside my own head. God damn, she's so fucking cute. I can hardly stand it. I tap her nose with my finger. Your song, princess. Why don't you tell me which song you think I'm going to choose first? Take Me Home, Country Roads. Or at least I think that's the title. It's an older song, so I don't know. Billy turns around slightly to slap a hand to my shoulder and cuts me off before I can finish. Get out of my head! Is that the song? Yes, she slaps me again. That's the freaking song. Well, no need for violence, I tease, and a few chuckles mix in with my words. Don't be such a baby, she grins. And for someone who doesn't even really listen to music, I can't believe you guessed it. It's a good song. One of a few I actually do know, although I couldn't tell you who sings it. John Denver, she answers without hesitation. But then her voice goes quiet. That's a very special song to me. Because it mentions West Virginia? Because it was my daddy's favorite song. He listened to it all the time, she explains, her voice now filled with a mixture of melancholy and love. He always said Mama was his country road. That's really sweet. I might be a dick most of the time, but I'm not completely emotionless. It sounds like your parents really loved each other. Yeah, she says. But when tears start to shine in her eyes, she quickly changes the subject. Do you want to know another favorite song? Of course. I'm on Fire by Bruce Springsteen. I smirk. I don't even think I know that song. It's a great song. My favorite line dancing song. That spurs another laugh from my throat. How could a Bruce Springsteen song ever be a line dancing song? Once you hear it, you'll understand. I waggle my brows at her. You wear the sexy cowgirl boots when you line dance? You thought my boots were sexy? I smirk. Yes, before you lost them at the bottom of the river, I thought they were very sexy. Much better than the Uggs. Billy blushes again, this time through a smile. But then she starts singing a song about her boots being made for walking, and it's so off-key that it's fucking adorable. She's so fucking adorable. And I can't stop myself from tilting her chin up toward me and pressing a soft kiss to her lips. What was that for? I shrug. Because I felt like it. A yawn escapes her throat, and I give her a little squeeze. Tired? She shrugs. I probably shouldn't be, but I think I am a little. I glance down toward my feet to find Bailey doing the same thing, only he stretches out across a blanket on the ground and gives in to the pull of sleep. His eyes fall closed and his jaw goes slack, and it isn't long before he's snoring. Billy glances down at Bailey and giggles. Looks like I'm not the only one. When that dog is tired, he's fucking tired, and there isn't anything or anyone that can get him to do otherwise. I've noticed. She grins down at him for a beat before meeting my eyes again. How old is he? A little over 5 years. He's a good dog. Yeah, I snort. When he wants to be. A tickled smile consumes her face. He stole 2 protein bars from my backpack. What? I laugh. You didn't tell me that. It happened on the first day, she explains. We weren't exactly on speaking terms. I'm pretty sure you kind of hated me. I grin. Well, I wouldn't say hate, but I certainly wasn't your biggest fan. She turns in my lap, her legs straddling my thighs and her arms around my neck. And now? I adjust the blanket around us again, tucking us both away from the cold, and look into her eyes. And now? I definitely don't hate you. I don't hate you either, she whispers. If I'm being honest, I think I like you a little too much. I want to agree, to say something to confirm that she's not alone in her feelings, but I'm so deep in my head I can't even find my mouth to open it. What are we doing here, Luca? She asks, her voice even lower now, just barely a whisper. We're sleeping under the stars, I tease, and she rolls her eyes. You know that's not what I asked. I know, I answer honestly, and lean my forehead against hers. But I also don't know the answer to your question, although I can't seem to stop doing it, whatever it is. Me either. Her warm breath brushes my lips, and I don't hesitate to press my mouth to hers again. I keep telling myself we shouldn't be doing this, she says, against my insistent lips. But then I just keep doing it. Can't stop doing it. She deepens the kiss, and I oblige by slipping my tongue past her lips. She's right, we shouldn't be doing this. It's downright insane to be doing this, whatever this even is, but fuck. I'm man enough to admit that I'm powerless against her pull. She's a planet with gravity, and I'm ready to dart straight into her orbit. Our kiss turns heated, and Billy's hips start to grind against me. I'm hard. Fuck, lately I'm always hard when she's around. Her pretty lips, her perfect curves, those big green eyes. I'm incapable of resisting. The tension between us grows so tight, so potent, that we both turn greedy. Grabby hands and rough, erratic kisses and her moans, her fucking moans. They are driving me fucking crazy. Still kissing me, Billy moves her small hands down my chest and stops at the button of my jeans. She fumbles with it for a moment, but once it releases, she doesn't hesitate to undo my zipper and slip one devious hand into my pants, beneath my boxer briefs, and grip me in her hand. Her skin is cold against me, but it's her skin on mine, so it can't feel anything but good. Up and down she strokes me until I can't take it anymore. I lift her up with ease, setting her to her feet long enough to yank her yoga pants and panties down to her knees with my fucking teeth, and then ease her back onto my lap, directly under my cock. Fuck. She is wet and warm and fucking perfect, and I slide myself all the way in, filling her up and feeling the heaven that is being inside Billy. God, yes, she says through a moan and leans her head onto my shoulder. I'm too lost in her to notice that the blanket is no longer on us, and that if anyone were out in the woods, they would see us.
More,
she moans into my ear.
More, more, more.
But I'm not the only one who's too lost to care about our exposed state. I grip her hips and guide her up and down my length, and it's so good, and she is gripping me so tight I'd have to be a fucking superhero to last longer than mere minutes. Fuck. I reach forward and place my fingers at the apex of her thighs, rubbing my middle and index finger in smooth circles against her clit. Billy's moans get louder, and my thrusts get faster, deeper, more erratic. Her pussy grips me tighter, and I know she's close.
Oh, God,
she whispers and moans.
I'm going to come.
That's it, I whisper into her ear, still touching her, still sliding in and out of her. Come on my cock, princess. Her moans get louder, her breaths turning to pants, and when her thighs start shaking and her pussy grips me like a vice, I see fucking stars behind my eyes. Then she goes lax in my arms, and I don't last much longer after that, sliding in and out of her until my climax consumes me and I finish inside her.
Why is it always so damn good?
She mutters through a panting breath.
That should be illegal.
Her words surprise a soft laugh out of my lungs. Tell me about it. I place a kiss to her hair. Fucking tell me about it. It probably should be illegal for an asshole of a man like me to experience the warmth and softness and beauty that is Billy. She is a goddess, and I am the guy who had to escape Hollywood because he wasn't strong enough to survive it. More negative thoughts threaten to consume my mind, but when she leans her head back, grips my chin with her fingers, and pulls my lips to hers again, those nagging thoughts disappear into thin air. If you didn't know you're utterly consumed by her, you should have one hell of a grasp on it now.
Come cuddle me in your sleeping bag?
She asks, her lips still brushing mine. I couldn't say no to her if someone had a fucking gun to my head right now. Of course, princess. 20 minutes later, just as she requested, Billy and I are cuddled up in my sleeping bag, and Bailey is cozy on top of a fleece blanket, sound asleep in the corner of the tent. His damn snores are so loud, so deep, I know he's down for the fucking count. Billy's giggles fill my ears. For no hiking today, that dog is exhausted. I wish I could sleep as well as he does.
You're a light sleeper, aren't you?
I smirk. What tipped you off to that?
Because you're always up before me, and I'm pretty sure I always fall asleep before you.
That sounds about right, I agree. I can't remember a time in my life when I actually slept well. It takes me forever to fall asleep, and once I do, I can't stay asleep for more than 4 or 5 hours.
Good God, that's awful.
I shrug. I'm used to it by now. Billy cuddles closer to me, her back to my chest, and I wrap my arms tighter around her. She sighs in contentment, and the sound is so sweet it makes my heart skip a fucking beat. You are so fucking lost in her, it's not even funny. Fuck. I refuse to think about this right now. There is just so much uncertainty, so many unknowns, and I'm just not ready to really wrap my mind around what's going on between us. Yeah, but you're running out of time, you avoiding bastard. I shake off my thoughts, refusing to delve into that mindfuck of a thought process and force myself to focus on something else. When I start thinking about the song Country Roads, Billy's favorite song, a question pops into my head that I feel compelled to ask her. Can I ask you a question?
Of course.
Why was my reading this screenplay so important to you? I ask. I know it's because of your job, but, I could be wrong, but it feels like there is a little more to it than just your boss wanting me to read the screenplay because she thought I'd be good for the part.
Well,
Billy goes quiet for a long minute. Well, I ask, opening my eyes and blinking against the darkness inside our tent until I can see her face clearly.
You're not completely wrong.
I quirk a brow, and she digs her teeth into her bottom lip as she tilts her head to the side a bit and locks her eyes with mine. After I recommended you for the part, and Serena thought it was a brilliant idea, I maybe told her that I knew you." "What?" A shocked laugh bursts from my lungs. "You told her you knew me?" Billy sighs long and deep. "I swear I'm not generally a liar or someone who stretches the truth, but fucking ass-kissing Charles is making my life a living hell, and I just kind of said it without even thinking." "Who is ass-kissing Charles?" "My arch-nemesis at work," she answers, but her eyes turn uncertain as they search mine. "We're both vying for the same job, a mentorship with Serena Kuntz." "I see. Are you mad?" she asks, her voice so quiet I almost didn't hear it. Am I mad? I probably should be. In a roundabout way, I guess I could feel like I've become some kind of pawn in her Hollywood career games. But with her inside my arms and her soft, vulnerable eyes staring into mine, I can't muster a single negative emotion about her. Obviously, she came here to talk me into doing that movie, but deep down, I know that whatever is happening between us wasn't something she planned. It just happened. At least I think so. "Please don't be mad at me," she begs on a whisper. "I probably should be," I respond, and uncertainty makes her eyes bounce around my face. Fuck, I don't want her to be insecure. I don't want her to be anything but confident and strong. But no, I don't hesitate to add, I'm not mad. If anything, I think I admire you more. Admire me more? A shocked giggle jumps from her lips. What the hell? Well, you're here, aren't you? I retort. I mean, it takes some balls to bite off more than you can chew but still not give up. What can I say? Billy just shrugs, a little smile on her lips. I have big, huge balls. Now, I know that's not true, I contest with a wink, and she smiles. Metaphorically speaking, that is. I laugh. I also think, she starts to add, the fact that my mama always told me I would end up working in Hollywood has something to do with me never giving up. She pauses with a secret smile on her lips. Even if that means going to crazy extremes like tracking someone down in Alaska. And sticking around when they ask you to leave, I add with a smirk. She rolls her eyes. But, if it makes you feel any better, I'm happy you're here now. She smiles at me, but it's not a big smile or a secret smile. It's an open smile, one that makes me feel like I'm seeing her heart, too. Me too. God, her eyes. I could lose myself completely inside of them. I press a tender kiss to her lips, letting my mouth linger against hers for just a moment before pulling away and pressing another one to her forehead and adjusting her a bit in my arms. I don't know what it is about Billy, but everything she does, everything she is, makes me feel oddly proud and protective. I want to cheer her on, but shield her from any kind of danger or pain at the same time. But I know to my core she doesn't need to be shielded from pain. Billy is strong. What she's already told me about her past is evidence of that. Can I ask you another question? She nods her head. How did your parents die? When she doesn't respond right away, I add, if you don't want to tell me, I understand. I was just curious. It's okay, she says, her voice small. I was 9 when they died, and you'd think at 24 it'd be easier to talk about it, but it's still hard. I'm pretty sure it'll always be hard. That's understandable. I squeeze her gently. Losing your parents at such a young age is fucking tragic. They died in a car accident, she tells me, the tone of her voice both an open book and vulnerable. Bertie and I lost both our parents at the same time because of a drunk driver. The reality is so cliched it almost doesn't sound real. It's something you think just happens in movies to add drama to a plot, but then it happens to you and it's almost too hard to believe. Jesus, I mutter. That's horrible, Princess. Yeah. I stare down at our entwined fingers, feeling compelled to open up to her in ways that are completely foreign for a guy like me. Even though my story isn't as tragic as yours and my parents are still alive, on some level, I know what it's like to lose your parents. You lost your parents to a car accident, and I lost my parents to Hollywood. How long has it been since you've spoken to them? 8 years. And what about your sister? About the same, I answer honestly. Which makes me feel like a real bastard. She never did anything wrong, but I just couldn't be a part of that life anymore. I had to cut ties with everything and everyone in order to survive. I was becoming someone I didn't want to be, someone I didn't recognize. Did you try to tell them you weren't happy? She asks. My parents got too lost in the greed and the fame, so much so that it ended up being the end of their marriage. I was at my lowest fucking point when their nasty divorce went public, which only fueled the fire of my issues, I admit. Besides Lou, Billy is the first person I've ever told any of this. The realization damn near grips me by the throat, but I swallow past it and keep going. And, well, after their marriage ended, they both turned their backs on Hollywood completely. My mom went off to fucking Barbados with some guy, and Dad pretty much did the same, from what I know. And my sister Rocky, well, you probably know her as Raquel. She tried to understand what was going on with me, I think. But mostly she just wasn't feeling the same way about everything as I was. She wanted to keep going, appeared happy to keep going. But there's a part of me that always wonders if that was a facade, you know? Or hell, maybe she's just better at coping with things than I am. I don't know. Do you ever think about reaching out to them? My parents? No, never. I shake my head without hesitation. I think I still have too much animosity toward them because of what they did to Rocky and me. Our childhood was stolen because of their Hollywood dreams, but my sister? Yeah. The truth makes my chest ache, and I pause for a moment as I try to find the right words to explain a situation that probably comes across as cold and harsh to someone else. I mean, who just up and leaves their baby sister behind? Me. I do. Well, I did. But at that point in my life, it felt like the only way to survive. I think about calling Rocky nearly every day, I confess. But for some reason, I can never find the courage to do it. I just feel bad for leaving her like that. No matter what bullshit I was into, I always looked out for Rocky. I was protective of her. And then I just left her to fend for herself. I'm not sure I'll ever forgive myself for doing that. I can imagine it was really hard for her, Billy comments, her voice gentle like a breeze. But I'm sure there's a part of her that understands why you had to leave. Fuck, I hope so. And, not sure if you know this, but Raquel Weaver is a staple in Hollywood these days. Everyone knows her. Everyone loves her. She's always been lovable, I say, and memories of my childhood fill my mind. My sister was always something special, an unavoidable force of sweetness and charm. The recollections spur a wistful smile to my lips. Even when she was being an annoying little sister, she was still lovable. So you have no idea what's going on with her these days? I shake my head. Sadly, no. Not in the slightest. Billy searches my eyes and frets her lips. What? I ask. What's that look for? Well, because your sister is still in the public eye, I do know something pretty big that's going on with her. She pauses and then adds, You've really never seen an article or just Google searched her to see if you could find anything out? The last thing I want to do is read about my baby sister's life through a fucking gossip magazine's eyes. When she doesn't say anything, I start to fear the worst, that my sister is in some kind of trouble or going down a similar path as I did. I squeeze Billy's hand. What's going on with Rocky? Actually, she frets her lip again. What? I kind of feel bad telling you like this, but she's pregnant. Due pretty soon, I think. Holy fucking shit. Ever since I left Hollywood, I've ignored anything related to it. Newspapers, the internet, award shows, all of it. But I'm not surprised my sister's acting career is still going strong. I am, however, surprised as fuck to find out she's expecting a baby and I don't even know about it. I'm going to be an uncle. Or, well, if I were still a part of her life, I would be an uncle. My chest squeezes tightly. Pregnant? I whisper. Billy nods. I'm sure I haven't followed it as closely as the rest of the world, but it was front-page news pretty much everywhere when it was first announced. Christ. This is something I should have known about. Something a big brother should be a part of and supporting his baby sister in. Who's the father? Is she married? I ask, a guilty knot in my throat about being so out of touch that I have to ask these questions, and I find it difficult to breathe. I can't really remember his name, she says with an apologetic shrug. Somebody from outside of Hollywood. New York, maybe? She bites her lip with a sad smile. I'm sorry, I wish I could give you more. I shake my head rapidly. It's not Billy's fault. I don't know what the fuck is going on with my sister. But the news of her finding someone outside of all the bullshit, someone to ground her maybe, well, it makes the edge of my mouth curl up into a small smile. God, I hope to fuck she's actually happy. Billy squeezes my hand. You know, if I were her, I would want to hear from my big brother. I wish it were that easy. But it is that easy, Luca. It's just a phone call. I wish I were better with this than I am. But it's something I've been struggling with for a very long time now. It's not something I can just change overnight. When Billy yawns 3 times in a row, I welcome the distraction and press a soft kiss to her hair. You should sleep. So should you, she teases. Or, you know, if you don't quite feel like sleeping, maybe you could do a little reading by flashlight to help you relax? I smirk. I don't have anything left to read. Yes, you do. No, I answer. I don't. I read both of those stupid magazines you brought with you, and I finished the screenplay at Lou's. You what? She asks and starts to turn on her side, but I keep her firmly in place. I did read it, all of it, and I agree with you. It's going to be an amazing movie, I whisper into her ear. Now go to sleep, because that's all I'm willing to say about it for tonight. Thank you for reading it, she says, and her voice is already fading. You're welcome, I whisper. Good night, Princess. Good night, Lucky. A soft, amused giggle leaves her lips, and I roll my eyes. Lucky. It's a ridiculous nickname. But for the first time since Lou started calling me that, with Billy in my arms, I actually feel like luck might be on my side.
Chapter 28. Billy. There's a reason toilets are nicknamed thrones. They should be treated like freaking royalty. From now on, I will speak only good things in their presence. At a little after noon, we arrived at Luca's house, and the first thing I did was plop my ass down onto his leather sofa in the living room. The first thing Luca did was take all of his shit upstairs and start unpacking. And Bailey, well, he was 100% focused on remarking his territory on every damn tree surrounding the cabin's perimeter. I've never had a dog, not even as a kid. But this dog's funny personality and sweet demeanor make me wish I did. Sadly, though, with my small-ass LA apartment and busy work schedule, a dog isn't in the cards. But one day, I hope to find a sweet boy just as good and ornery as Bailey. Once he's at the deck doors whining like a big baby, I force myself off the couch and let him inside. He makes a show of lapping up water from his bowl before sprawling out on a rug that is just the right amount of warm sunlight for his liking. I grin down at him, pat his head a few times, and proceed to head upstairs to see if Luca has finished unpacking. Luca? I call out as I step over the master bedroom threshold, but he is nowhere to be found. And from what I can tell, he's a stickler for keeping his shit organized. His big hiking backpack is now deflated and folded up perfectly in the corner of the room, and everything that was inside of it has magically disappeared. Where are you?
In the shower,
He calls back. Right on cue, my ears pick up the sounds of the shower filtering in from the master bedroom, and my eyes spot his discarded clothes sitting haphazardly on the hardwood floor right in front of the walk-in closet. Luca naked and in the shower? Yes, please. The visuals that fill my brain make me smile. Once I make my way into the bathroom, I don't hesitate to remove my clothes and step inside. Instantly, my eyes find a naked Luca with water dripping down his firm body in the most delicious way. My, oh my, what a glorious sight this is.
What are you doing in here?
He asks with one eye open. The other is firmly shut while his hands are busy lathering shampoo into his hair. Steam billows up from the spray of hot water, and I willingly put myself under the warm stream coming from the large shower head placed at the center of the ceiling. I thought I'd enjoy a nice hot shower too. I grin up at him. After going without the option of a shower, you start to enjoy the little things in life. If there is one thing this crazy adventure has taught me, it's that toilets and hot showers are gifts from God. I will for the rest of my life be grateful for those two things. Mark my words, I will never take the ability to pee in an actual toilet or take a hot shower for granted. He snorts and puts his head under the water to wash out the shampoo.
You act like we were in the woods for months. It was a few days.
6 days, actually.
Spending the night at Lou's doesn't count.
Fine, 5 days. I squirt some body wash into my hands and start scrubbing it into my skin.
And the last night you chose to sleep under the stars.
You're annoying, I mutter, and he just chuckles. Once I'm finished with the body wash, I grab the shampoo bottle from the ledge and pour some into my hand. When I start to lather it into my hair, Lucas shoos my hands out of the way and takes over. Are you going to wash my hair? I peek up at him with one eye, and he smirks down at me.
I am.
Are you okay? I ask, still looking at him with one eye. I'm starting to worry that maybe an alien took over your body or something when we were out in those damn woods. He laughs.
What are you talking about?
The first Luca I met was all broody and grumpy and, well, kind of an asshole. He certainly wasn't a Luca I could picture doing something sweet like this. But damn, it feels good. His fingers are heaven, massaging my scalp and hitting all the right spots.
Maybe you're the one whose body's been abducted by an alien,
he says, and amusement tickles his voice.
The Billy who invited herself on my hiking trip was pushy and loud and abrupt and, truthfully, threw a lot of temper tantrums along the way. She certainly wasn't a Billy I could picture letting me wash her hair without telling me how to wash her hair.
I wasn't that pushy. He snorts.
If you were any pushier, we both would have fallen off that fucking mountain we climbed to get to Lou's.
All right, so I was a little pushy. But you were grumpy as hell.
A lot pushy. And I was grumpy. I didn't want you to come on the trip. Actually, I didn't want you at my cabin at all.
But do you still feel that way? He grins down at me.
Pretty sure I already told you the answer to that last night before you seduced me into sex.
A smile starts at the corner of my mouth and shoots straight across to the other side. Good.
Be careful, Princess. If you smile any bigger, it might consume your whole face.
Shut up and wash my hair, Lucky. He laughs.
Now there's the Billy I first met. I knew she was in there somewhere.
I nudge his bare stomach with my elbow, and he feigns discomfort. But then he chuckles and tells me to shut my eyes so he can finish. I follow his instructions because, why wouldn't I? This handsome naked man is washing my hair. If he told me to bark like a dog while he did it, I wouldn't falter. Woof woof.
I hope you know you're staying here tonight,
Lucas says, and then finishes lathering the shampoo into my hair. Even though I probably should try to get home, Or at least someplace with actual fucking cell service and internet so I can get in touch with my sister and my boss. I'd already decided I was going to stay at his cabin for one more night. I mean, the whole point of this trip was to talk him into doing espionage, which I haven't actually achieved. I obviously need to be here still. Yeah, keep telling yourself that's the reason why you're staying one more night. I ignore my stupid brain and flash a grin Luca's direction instead. That's good news because I wasn't planning on leaving until tomorrow morning.
Perfect.
He chuckles.
Now lean your head back so I can wash out the soap.
I do as he says, tilting my head back and letting the water flow over my hair while Luca gently helps the shampoo out of the wet locks.
All right, princess,
he says and pats my bare ass.
You're all set?
I turn around to face him, smile, and reach out with my hand to gently place it around his penis. I shake it. Lovely doing business with you, sir. Luca bursts into laughter, and I just wink. Now, if you don't mind, I'm going to get out of the shower, raid your closet, and put on some of your clothes.
I do mind, actually.
He smirks and glances down at his cock. His now growing cock.
Because we have some unfinished business before you start stealing my clothes.
Is that right? I ask and slowly start to back out of the shower.
That's right.
Well, sir, I wish you good luck. He quirks a brow. Because you're going to have to catch me first. On a giggle and a squeal, I dart out of the shower. My wet feet slip and slide across the bathroom tile, but I quickly gain my balance and head straight for his walk-in closet. But he's too damn quick. Just before I reach the entrance, his big hands wrap around my waist and pull me into his arms. I squeal. Luca chuckles. And then we're on the bed, soaking wet and cracking up. His big, strong body hovers over mine, and when I stare up into his eyes, the mood changes. My giggles slow to a stop. My mouth moves to his. And boy, oh boy, do we finish that unfinished business. Several times, in fact.
Chapter 29. Luca. Goodbye breakfasts taste like bacon, eggs, and bullshit. But going back to Hollywood isn't an option. Our wake-up patterns have become a constant, and this morning was no different. A little after the sun peeked her eyes above the horizon, I was up and out of bed. Billy, though, was so deep in sleep she was practically snoring. And it was pretty fucking adorable. No doubt in a crazy short amount of time she's crawled under my skin. If pressed, I might even call her one of my favorite people on the planet. I may not like very many, but I have a feeling, even in a bigger field of contestants, she'd still find a way to float to the top. I've grown used to waking up to her snoring softly beside me, and I relish the first minutes when she finally does wake up, her lips all pouty as she whines about coffee. God, I even find myself listening for the moments when she starts humming her favorite song. Now she's a fucking fixture inside my head, and I'm finding it hard to remember a time when she wasn't around. But today she's leaving. I sigh and force myself to focus on the task at hand, making breakfast. Eggs and bacon in the skillet and coffee brewing in the pot on the counter. I try to think about everything else but today's reality. Feeding Bailey, the laundry that needs to be done, the fucking weather. The topic doesn't matter as long as it's not a blonde-haired, green-eyed girl and the thousands of miles she's about to put between us. But my mundane thoughts are pushed right out the window when soft footsteps pad toward the kitchen and a sweet, all too familiar voice fills my ears. "Something smells amazing," Billy says as she walks into the kitchen. I turn away from the stove to watch her head straight for the coffee pot. "Are you talking about the food, the coffee, or me?" "All three," she flashes me a cheeky grin. "What are you making?" "American breakfast staples." I pause and gesture dramatically toward the skillet with the spatula in my right hand. "Eggs and bacon." "Sounds magical." Magical. The only magical thing in this kitchen is how goddamn beautiful she looks this morning. sleepy eyes, fucking pigtails, and dressed in my boxer briefs and t-shirt. This has to be my favorite Billy look. Scrambled eggs okay with you? Yep, she says, eyes already moving toward Bailey. He sits at her feet, his tail wagging back and forth across the kitchen floor. Good morning, Bubby. The bastard loves any and all attention Billy gives him, and the mere idea of how he'll act when she leaves today makes my chest ache. She is supposed to head back home to L.A., and we'll be here, in Alaska, without her. Fucking hell, whose fault is that? I turn back toward the skillet and force myself to focus on the food rather than my mind's fully justified scolding, but it's hard. The fact is, Billy will be out of my life today, and I can't convince her to stay, or convince myself to leave. None of it is simple or planned, and I don't know what to do to make it right. How in the hell did I let all of this happen? Why did I let myself open up to her and listen as she poured her heart out to me? Why didn't I tell her to get the fuck off my property and leave it at that? Irritated with the situation, irritated with myself for allowing it, I shut my thoughts out again. Just up and force them the fuck out of my head and finish making breakfast. The food is ready in no time at all, and I serve a plate full of eggs and bacon to a smiling Billy. Thank you. God, that smile. It makes me feel lighter, like my own personal salve. It loosens the anxiety tightening my chest. You're welcome. Would you like to pay the bill for this delicious food now or after we eat? The bill? She asks, a snort escaping her nose. What's the damage? Oh, it's quite expensive. I reach out and tug at the end of one of her pigtails. Hopefully you can afford it. She laughs. How expensive? One long, deep, sexy kiss. A kiss? Uh-huh. Well, that, sir, she says and stands up from her chair, is most definitely something I can afford. On her tippy toes, she wraps her arms around my neck and pulls my lips to hers. And the kiss doesn't disappoint. It's all the things I requested and more. She tugs on my bottom lip with her teeth and slips her fingers into my hair and kisses me in the kind of way I fucking pray is only reserved for me. I grab her ass with my hands, pulling her closer to me, and Billy moans against my mouth. I could spend eternity kissing this woman like this, and I don't think it'd be enough. Eventually, though, she pulls away on a giggle and her big green eyes stare up into mine. Have I covered the bill? More than covered, I smirk and squeeze her ass one last time before letting go. That wasn't an eggs and bacon kind of kiss. That was worthy of lobster and filet mignon, and a 6-course fucking meal, and a goddamn dessert buffet. She giggles again and sits back down in her chair. Well, it looks like you're now facing an IOU kind of situation. I smirk and sit down across from her. And how do you expect I go about repaying you? Come to L.A. with me, she says daringly, a smirk at just the corner of her mouth, leaving me to wonder if she's completely serious or not. Live in my apartment and be my personal chef for a month. Then I think we'll be even Steven. I laugh, outright. I'm not going to be your personal chef in L.A., princess. What? Why not? She questions. It's warm, sunny. I'm there. What's not to love about L.A.? The tone is playful, but the topic is serious. And for as much as I dislike the thought of parting ways with Billy today, I can't bring myself to believe going back to that place is okay. When I left that city 8 years ago, I made a promise to myself that I wouldn't go back. L.A. is out of the question for me. Not even for a screenplay that you said was amazing? She asks, a teasing tone still evident in her voice. I shake my head, trying to soften the blow of my words with a conciliatory tone of voice. Still, my answer leaves no room for argument. Nope, not even for that. Instantly, her face falls and the playful mood takes a nosedive. She opens her mouth to say something, but she quickly shuts it and moves her eyes to her plate, sliding the fork through her eggs without any intention of eating them. Impending doom settles into my belly, and I just fucking know the subject of me going to L.A. has only just begun with her. Billie Harris doesn't know the limits of normal people. She doesn't see hard lines and concise answers. She sees a jumping-off point, and like it or not, I'm going to have to run myself raggedly through the mud to get my point across. Unbidden, inklings of anger start to flood my veins. God, I hate that she's going to push me on this. I said no, and with everything I've told her, if she cared about me, she'd understand that enough is enough. She knows why I left, what I felt like I lost. She should know this is a sore spot for me. But, she pauses, and I meet her eyes. What else is there to say at this point? Doesn't she fucking get that Hollywood stole my family from me? Doesn't she get that it almost ruined me? But what? I ask her. But what, Billy? She stares down at her plate and slides her eggs around with her fork again. I don't know. I just thought maybe you'd at least fly to L.A. to take a meeting with Serena. I mean, you told me you loved acting. You told me you loved the screenplay. Even Lou thought you should look into it all more. Her voice goes quiet. I guess I just thought you'd at least do that. That I'd at least do that? Yes. Even after everything I've told her, things I've never fucking told anyone, she really, truly doesn't get it. Or maybe she just doesn't care to get it. Maybe she's like everyone else. Maybe she doesn't want me at all. Maybe she just wants what I can do for her and her fucking Hollywood career. Hell, the only reason she came to Alaska in the first place was because she lied to her boss. Maybe this has all been a lie. All the quiet laughs and soft touches and heartfelt conversations. Maybe it's all just a load of shit designed to get me right where she wants me. Maybe Billie Harris doesn't want me at all.
Chapter 30. Billy. Can you hate someone's guts and still love the rest of them? Asking for a friend. At least, I wish I were asking for a friend. In reality, I'm asking for me. What is he so afraid of? I understand that L.A., Hollywood, wasn't good to him, and I understand why he had to leave. But that was 8 years ago. He's had space, he's grown, he's found himself. Isn't it time for him to start living his life again? To trust himself not to fall into the same old traps? Because, fuck, sitting out here in some cabin in the middle of nowhere with his closest friend miles away isn't a fucking life. He's just avoiding everything and everyone. I'm not asking you to say you'll do the movie, Luca. I say quietly, my eyes still fixated on my plate. I'm just asking you to come to LA for a few days to hear more about the project and Serena's vision. This part is perfect for... He slams his fist down onto the table and my body jumps. I look up to meet his eyes, and I hate what I see there. His entire body is vibrating with irritation, with anger. God damn it, I'm not doing the fucking movie! He shouts at the top of his lungs. Don't you understand? Don't you get it? I don't want to do it. We might have fucked a few times, but that doesn't equate to me letting you use me as some kind of pawn in your fucking Hollywood career games. His words have claws, and they dig their way into my chest until I bleed. Fucked a few times. As if what happened between us didn't mean anything. As if I don't mean anything. As if I'm the same as all the women the old Hollywood Luca went through. God, that hurts so fucking bad. Maybe he hasn't changed at all. Even though he thinks he's grown and changed and become a better, more grounded person, maybe he's still the same Luca from 8 years ago. Maybe everything he said to me, shared with me, is utter bullshit. Wow. It's all I can say. The only word my mouth is capable of right now. Tight like a rubber band, silence stretches between us until it becomes so taut I snap. You want to know what I think? I ask, the words sharp on my tongue. I think you're a coward. I think you're scared and threatened by the possibility that you might not be right about every freaking thing. And I think when shit gets tough, you're the type of person who runs away from it instead of facing it.
You couldn't be any more wrong about me if you tried, he retorts. You don't know what my life was like growing up. You don't know what it was like having parents who were so goddamn focused on their kids becoming the next big star that they didn't even have time to be parents. They didn't have time to do shit but force us into acting classes and auditions. And when the auditions turned into jobs and the money started rolling in, their obsession with our success only grew. Instead of seeing me as their son, they saw me as a commodity, a fucking paycheck.
At least you had parents. The words fly from my lips before I can even register them, and tears follow in their wake. I've spent the last 15 fucking years waking up every day, wishing my parents were still alive, wishing they never would have gotten in that car, wishing I could just have one more damn day with them. Tears drip down my cheeks, and I look down at my feet, staring at them but not really seeing them, my mind too consumed with this moment. You know, maybe your parents did a shitty job being parents, and maybe they got too wrapped up in you and your sister's careers, but at least they were there. I lift my eyes to his, but he doesn't say anything. How could he? We've been reduced to shouting and screaming and slinging meanness back and forth. Gone are the soft smiles and affectionate touches. Gone are the laughs and inside jokes. Just gone. It's all fucking gone. And all that's left is the rubble and debris of our harsh words. You were never a pawn in my mind, I say quietly. You were the insanely talented actor who would be perfect for this once-in-a-lifetime movie. You were someone on a TV show that my sister and I used to watch every day after school. Someone who was a part of a tiny bright spot in our lives after we'd gone through the absolute worst thing any child could experience. You were someone whose achievements and career I admired. And you were someone who made me wonder why a person would walk away from everything and isolate themselves. What that person had been through. You were a lot of things. A lot of fucking things, but you were never a pawn. He scoffs.
Yet I was the guy you just had to get to do a movie because your career was on the line. So much so you came all the way out here to fucking Alaska to convince me. And I told you what I've been through. You know. But it doesn't matter. You still won't take no for a fucking answer. It's just about the money to you, isn't it? The career, the success. It's been that way the whole fucking time.
All I can do is shake my head and swipe at my cheeks. There is absolutely nothing I can say that will change his mind. And there is nothing he can say that will make me forget his cruel words and cold eyes. My career might be on the line, but I'd rather go down in flames than stand here any longer and be in the presence of this man. I'd rather go back to LA and face the career death music than be near Luca Weaver and his self-destruct button for one more minute. Yeah, I think we're done here, huh? I question. But it's most certainly rhetorical because I am fucking done. I leave him standing in the kitchen and begin to gather all of my things scattered around his house. My dirty clothes in his bedroom, my shampoo in his bathroom, my smashed-up, useless cell phone, my shoes, and hiking backpack by the front door. The entire time, Bailey is at my side, following me intently while I haphazardly throw everything I can find into my backpack. Once I reach the front door, Luca is standing there staring back at me. But he doesn't say anything. Lord knows we've both said more than enough. I step around him and wrap my hands around the doorknob. I really hope all of this isolation from the rest of the world brings you the peace and happiness you're searching for. I open the door and step onto the porch and turn on my heel to meet his eyes one last time. If this were a movie, the camera would cut to my eyes. I'd blink once, twice. The blower's daughter would begin to play slowly in the background. The music would build. The camera would cut to my trembling hands and stay there until they fall to my sides. And the hearts of 1,000,000 viewers would break right along with mine. But this isn't a movie. This is real life. And this is goodbye. Chapter 31. Billy. I'm fucking kayaking. Crying while kayaking. And it is proving to be the most difficult thing I've ever done. Besides walking away from him. Tears flood my eyes again and my vision blurs. My daddy would say this is a time for Patsy Cline. But seeing as my cell phone is donezo and the last time I had any kind of service feels like a fucking year ago, I hum instead. Apparently, it's something I do often, but don't realize I'm doing it. When I catch myself humming the rhythm to I Fall to Pieces, more tears fill my stupid, emotional eyes. How could I get so damn close to someone in such a short amount of time? It might be the dumbest thing I've ever done. And why does it feel this painful to leave him? Like I've cut off a piece of my heart and left it behind. Because it is that damn painful. I let go of the paddle with one hand to swipe at my face, but in the process, I nearly dropped the damn thing into the water. Shit! Both hands on the paddle again, I steady it in my grip while the kayak rocks back and forth. For the love of everything, if I fall into this frigid water, I'm going to have a nervous breakdown. The freaking Coast Guard will have to come out here and rescue me. Like the Coast Guard is going to find you out here. Jesus. This day. This fucking day. Where did it all go so wrong? I woke up. I found a smiling Luca in his kitchen making us breakfast. We flirted, we kissed. And then it all went to shit. You pushed him too hard. I roll my eyes at myself. How could I have pushed him too hard? I asked him about the screenplay. He had to know that was going to come up. I mean, it is the reason I came all the way out here. It's the reason we crossed paths in the first place. Yeah, but it quickly got pushed onto the back burner when you started to actually fall for him. I wish I could tell myself that I didn't fall for Luca Weaver, but I know it would be a flat-out lie. I did start to fall for him. Hell, I'm pretty sure I did fall for him. And what good did that do me? Basically a backpack full of hiking shit I don't need and a goddamn broken heart. Fuck! I shout into the open air. Fuck this kayak! Fuck Luca Weaver, and fuck you, Alaska! You might be pretty, but I will never come back here again! Somehow, between all of my outrageous shouting, I managed to make it all the way to the other side of the bay, and lucky for me, I get out of the kayak without falling face first into the water. Lucky. Jesus. Is every fucking thing going to remind me of him? Yes, my brain taunts. But I brush it off with a deep sigh and lug the kayak up the dry ground and toward my rental that's still parked just past the dock. I struggle with putting the damn thing on top of the roof like Earl showed me. And eventually, when I give up on using rope to secure it, I open both of the backseat windows and just shove the sucker through the holes. It looks like I have a giant plastic banana in my car, the ends poking out the damn windows. No doubt this is some sort of safety hazard, but it's the best I can do. I fire up the engine and pull out onto the open road, tears still dripping down my cheeks. I shouldn't be crying. It's dumb that I'm crying. But I can't stop. It's all so fucking painful. The drive is short, and thankfully, I only pass one other car on the road before I reach my destination, Earl's. But when I pull into the small gravel parking lot, I'm surprised to find a small crowd of people standing in the grass on the side of the shop. There have to be 15 or 20 people standing there doing God knows what. Probably preparing for some kind of Alaskan wilderness adventure. That is what Earl is known for. I hop out of my car and slide the yellow kayak out of the windows. It falls to the gravel with a thud, and I immediately look up to make sure Earl isn't watching. Lord knows I'll end up with some kind of damage fee if he spots me tossing his kayak around like a sack of potatoes. Thankfully, he is nowhere to be found. I lug the damn plastic banana toward the back of the store and place it against the side of the building beside the rest of his rentals. Once I'm certain it's stable and isn't going to create some kind of domino effect of falling water equipment, I walk around the building and back toward the entrance. But the crowd of people is spread out, and I'm having to weave through them to get to the store's front door. Here you go. An older lady with a clipboard and bright white hair hands me a flashlight and a yellow ribbon. I look at her in confusion, but she's so focused on the clipboard she doesn't actually meet my eyes. What's this for?
The search for the missing girl.
My heart drops. There's a missing girl?
Yep,
she says and jots down something on her clipboard.
We're going to start in the woods behind Earl's and work our way toward the bay.
And I thought I had problems. At least I know where I'm at. At least I'm not lost out there in the freaking forest. What happened? How did she go missing?
Well, we're not sure. Her sister called Sheriff Townsend and let him know she hadn't heard from the girl in days.
Can you tell me some information about her? How old is she? What does she look like? What's her name?
She's 24, blonde hair.
The woman looks up from her clipboard and meets my eyes.
Green eye.
She pauses, and her jaw plunges. What? What's wrong? The woman fumbles with her clipboard and tugs a piece of paper out from under the stack. She hands it to me with shaky fingers. I look down at the sheet and see its information about the missing girl. Age, 24. Appearance, blonde hair, green eyes, 5'2", 105 pounds. Name, Billy Harris. Wait, what? I blink several times to read the name again. Billy Harris. And then I look to the right of the page and find me, staring back at myself from a fucking picture. A horrible picture, mind you, but that's probably not the biggest concern right now.
It's you, the woman says.
It's me, I repeat. Holy hell, why is there a freaking search party for me?
Oh my goodness!
She shouts so loud I nearly drop the sheet of paper out of my hands.
Are you okay? Are you hurt?
I can tell this woman is about 2 seconds away from bringing the rest of the search party, my search party, into this awkward conversation, and panic settles into my chest. Oh, wait, no. I attempt to stutter through an explanation. I'm not missing. Confusion shoots across her face. I was never missing, I add. I think there's been some kind of mistake.
You weren't missing,
the woman repeats. But I think I've baffled her so much her head is about to explode.
But why do they think you're missing?
I have no idea. Again, why is this happening right now? I go on a hiking trip with fucking Luca Weaver and come back with a broken heart and my face on a goddamn missing persons flyer. Jesus, Mary, and all the saints, this has to be the worst day of my entire life. It takes me over 2 hours to get everything straightened out with Sheriff Townsend. Once the search party realized the missing girl had been found, it turned into a freaking circus. First, they were all relieved and asking me if I was okay and what happened. A small-town crowd of people surrounding me with concern and worry in their eyes. But once I explained I was never really missing in the first place, the tone changed, and they all kind of turned on me for wasting their time. I can't blame them. I'd probably be pissed too. But at the same time, I'm not the one who called in a missing persons report on myself. Good God, I need to get the hell out of Dodge before something else goes wrong. Before I leave the sheriff's office, I use their phone to call the lunatic who got me into this mess. Hello? Bertie answers on the first ring. Hi, it's me, I respond. You're not missing, sister? Oh, thank God! She exclaims so loud I think my eardrum might have burst. You're alive! Oh, I'm alive. So alive that I got to join my own fucking search party, I say. Did you seriously put out a missing persons report on me? Of course I fucking did, she shouts. And I was about an hour away from heading to the airport and coming to Alaska myself. You knew I was looking for someone who lives off-grid, Bertie. Yeah, but you didn't call or text me back for over a fucking week, she exclaims. I had no idea what happened to you. I thought you got eaten by a bear or something. Well, funny thing, out here in no man's land, the cell service is non-freaking existent. Not to mention I shattered my fucking cell phone on a rock. So yeah, I haven't been able to call you, and I couldn't remember your fucking number when I could call you from Lou's sat phone. But I did send you an email. Who the fuck is Lou? I'm 2 seconds away from telling her I'm referring to Louis Lennox, famous Hollywood actor, but think better on it. Now is probably not the time. It doesn't matter, but I did send you an email. I know I've been busy with rehearsals and shit, but Neil stays on top of my emails, and he never mentioned one from you. Which, seeing as I had to leave rehearsals early yesterday because I was so freaked out that I hadn't heard from you, I'm pretty certain that's something he would have fucking mentioned. Neil is her manager. Well, that doesn't make any sense because I sent you a damn email. It said all of the things that would have prevented you from calling out a fucking search party. What email address did you send it to? Are we really getting into the logistics of this right now, while I'm still standing in the police station? Any second, Sheriff Townsend could change his mind and arrest me for inciting panic. What email address, Billy? She asks, her tone hard and firm with annoyance. Your Hotmail one, I answer. Oh, for fuck's sake, she retorts, and her voice starts to rise to ear-shattering levels. I haven't used that one since high school. And who in the hell uses a Hotmail address these days? I probably should have figured Canary Birdie Loves to Sing at hotmail.com was an email address of the past. Whoops. But in my defense, I couldn't use my cell phone for reference, and I was a little distracted with... Yeah, no need to recount the painful details. God damn it, Billy, I was so freaking out over here! Jesus, just calm down and stop yelling. I'm okay. Everything is okay. I thought the worst had happened, she says, and her voice is a near whisper. Considering Birdie and I have experienced the worst firsthand, I know exactly what she means. Fuck. My gut clenches with guilt. I was so wrapped up in all things Luca Weaver that I pretty much forgot about everything and everyone else. God, I'm such a pathetic asshole. Damn it, Billy, she mutters on a sigh. I was so worried. I'm so sorry, Birdie. I really didn't mean to make you think I'd gone missing. She sighs again. Please forgive me. Forgive you? A soft laugh escapes her throat. It's going to take me a long-ass time to get over this. That's understandable. Like, at least 6 months. Probably a full year. Again, I get it. Take all the time you need. Maybe even 2 years, she adds. God, Billy, I was really thinking the worst over here. I can only imagine. Again, I'm so sorry. So, you're okay? I'm okay. And everything went okay on the hiking trip? Not at all. Everything is pretty much one step down from the worst-case scenario you've been picturing over here. No bears involved, I say. Just a broken heart and a career that's about to go up in flames. Jesus, what happened? It's a long story. I pause, and the stress of the day starts to wear on me. Tears flood my eyes again, and all I can think about is getting home. I just want to get the fuck out of Alaska. Also, I don't want to have a crying jag in the middle of this police station. Lord knows, even though this town is so small, the police department consists of 1 sheriff and 2 officers. I've wasted enough of their time today. But I'm not quite ready to talk about all of it, and I really just need to get out of here. Whoa, it's so bad that you're not even ready to talk about it? Yes. Christ. I'm going to head to the airport now, try to get a last-minute flight back to LA, and then once I get home, I should be ready to tell you the whole sad tale. Your ass better find a way to get a new cell phone so you can text me every minute with updates. I promise I will do my best to keep you updated, even if it's via email from my laptop, which, thankfully, should still be in the back of my rental car with the rest of my stuff. My current email. A soft chuckle leaves my lips. Love you, Birdie. Even though you nearly gave me an early death over here, I love you too, you little asshole. Once I end the call, I start my journey back to LA. There is no way I'm going to spend another night in this state. I don't care what I have to do, but I will find a flight out of here tonight. For the first time since I started this trip, it doesn't matter that I'm headed to the public execution of my career on Monday. I'll head anywhere if it'll get me out of Alaska without having to look back. Good fucking bye.
Chapter 32. Luca. My life is officially a country song. Just me, my dog, and both our broken hearts. Come on, Bailey, I call over my shoulder as I open the front door. But he just lies there, head resting on top of his paws with the same sad expression he's had on his face for the past 2 days. Come on, buddy, let's go outside. He huffs out a breath and stretches onto his side, his eyes facing in the opposite direction from me. Fine, I mutter and shut the front door behind me. If he wants to spend the whole damn day moping around inside, that's his problem. I, on the other hand, refuse to sit around thinking about what went down Friday morning. I refuse to think about her. Axe in my hands and a whole stack of long logs to chop, I put myself to work. I chop, and I chop, and I chop so much fucking wood that my arms start to burn. Heavy pants escape my lungs and sweat beads at my forehead, but I just keep on chopping. When visions of green eyes and long blonde hair fill my mind, I stop, toss my axe to the ground, and try my hand at clearing out the shed in the back. I manage to get all the dust swept from the large concrete floor. I even succeed in reorganizing half the shelves near my workbench. But when I start on the other half of the shelves, she's in my fucking mind again. Her smile, her laugh, the way she looked 2 days ago. I've never seen eyes that fucking sad. Her pretty lips were turned down at the corners and her shoulders sagged. Her hands shook at her sides, and her whole body vibrated with pain. My words hurt her. Fuck, I mutter into the quiet of the shed and drop the bin full of nails onto the shelf. Rough hand through my hair, I sigh. I hurt her. That's probably what makes me feel the worst, because if my words were potent enough to cut her so deeply, she had to at least care about me a little bit. There had to be something there, something between us other than a ticket to the top of her career ladder. Why did she have to push me so fucking much? Maybe if she'd backed off, I would have been able to stop myself from spouting a whole bunch of shit I wouldn't have even muttered had I not reached my breaking point with the Hollywood topic. I head back into the house and find Bailey in the same place I left him. Sure, he's turned over onto his other side, but otherwise he hasn't budged an inch from his new moping spot. He's been that way for 2 days straight, ever since Billy left. A bright ray of sunshine in my otherwise drab world, and I basically told her to fuck off. God, I'm a dick. I grab my hardly used satellite smartphone from the junk drawer in the kitchen and scroll through my contacts, but it's pretty much useless because I don't even have her fucking number. How goddamn ironic. The one and only person I want to talk to, and I don't even have a way to reach her. I wonder if she made it back to L.A., if she's okay, if she hates me. When I spot my sister's name in my contacts, one of only a few names and numbers I saved into my sat phone when I moved out here, and I think about what Billy said. But it is that easy. It's been years since I've talked to Rocky. Fucking years. My one and only sibling, pregnant without me even knowing. And I'm the bastard who has been avoiding everything and everyone since the day I stormed off a movie set and left Hollywood for good. I tap her name in my phone, and then, after a deep breath, I hit the phone icon and call her. But it rings once, and then an automated message fills my ears. We're sorry, but this number has been disconnected. It's been so long since I spoke to my baby sister that I don't even have her actual number anymore. Jesus Christ. On a sigh, I scroll through the very short list of contacts in my phone until I stop on Lou. I war with myself on whether or not I should bother him with my bullshit, but in the end, my bullshit wins out. He answers on the third ring. Hey there, Luck, how's it hanging? I'm tempted to lie to him, to tell him all is well and just act like I'm calling to check up, but I force myself to be real, to face my emotional shit head on for once in my damn life. I think I fucked up. He sighs, heavy and beleaguered, like a man who's been on the other end of that kind of disappointment from his late wife enough times to know it well. I had a feeling I'd be getting a call like this. A shocked, harsh laugh escapes my throat. What? Why? Shoot, son. When you're as old as me, you tend to see things coming before they even happen. Lived a lot of life. I could see this train wreck coming from a mile away. So, now you're a fortune teller too? He chuckles. No. But I'm someone who knows the look a man gets when he's falling in love. Had it myself back when I first met Shirley, and you were so deep in that shit with that little gal you brought along you could barely pick your head up long enough to take a breath. My first reaction is denial. I spent 10 days with Billy, and falling in love with someone in 10 days is about as reasonable as a goddamn alligator in Iceland. But the feeling in my chest is at war with my mind. It's overwhelming and painful and makes me want to believe that a cold-blooded reptile can survive in the snow. Am I in love with Billy? Let me guess, Lou continues. She wanted you to come to L.A., but you didn't go. She wanted me to go to L.A. because of that movie, because her fucking career was on the line, I say out of self-preservation. Luck, open your damn eyes. That's not the only reason she wanted you to go. You know it deep down. Look inside yourself and be honest with yourself. You're in deep. And that girl feels exactly how you feel. I sigh. I don't want him to be right about this. I don't want to face the fact that I was short-sighted and hot-tempered and that I hurt someone without a leg to stand on. And I don't want to face the fact that there might only be one way to fix it. Do you miss her? Yes. The word flies out of my mouth before I can stop it. I glance toward my living room and see Bailey lying there on the floor like a pathetic sack of sadness. And I'm not the only one. Fuck. Do you want to see her again? There's no use in hiding my truth now, but I don't even have the chance to. Lou doesn't wait for me to answer. The old bastard knows me too fucking well. That's what I thought, Luck. You know what you need to do. I grit my teeth against the reality I've known was coming since the moment I picked up the phone and dialed Lou's number with the intention of picking over my feelings and run through a list of excuses that are flat, even to my own ears. I can't just up and go to L.A. What about Bailey? What about you? I can't just leave you hanging without anyone to bring supplies out to you. Stop making excuses, Luck, Lou responds without hesitation. I'm sure Bailey would love the California sun, and you know full and well that I'll be fucking fine out here. I have more than enough supplies to last me 3 winters. Wordless, I let it all sink in. Go to L.A.? For Billy? It's the only option. My chest tightens. Jesus Christ. I was never supposed to end up back there, in that fucking city that stole my parents, my childhood, and damn near turned me into a shell of a fucking man. You gotta let go of the past, Luck, Lou says. You're not the same man who left Hollywood years ago. You're different. You're stronger. And you're ready to handle anything that's thrown your way. But am I? And more than that, do I even want to? The answer to both of those questions terrifies and excites me at the same time. And when I end the call with Lou, I dial another person's number. One of the only Hollywood people I've kept in any sort of contact with since I left. Adele Lang's assistant, a male voice fills my ears. Can I help you? I need to speak with Adele. It's Sunday, he retorts, but he doesn't expand. I narrow my eyes. And that's important because why? Because all of Adele's office calls are routed to my phone on the weekends. But I can give her a message. This is an emergency. I cut him off before he can rattle off some bullshit about waiting until tomorrow when she's actually in the office. Tell her it's Luca Weaver calling. I'm sure she'll be glad to take my call. Oh, he pauses, surprise evident in his voice. Just a minute, Mr. Weaver. Not even 2 minutes later, Adele's raspy voice is in my ear. Well, Luca Weaver calling me on a fucking weekend spouting shit about an emergency. I can't deny this is a phone call I only half expected to get. I guess that girl really does have something special. My chest squeezes at the mention of Billy and her ability to get people to do things they don't want to do. I could get angry at Adele, since she obviously led Billy to me in the first place, but even I don't like to be a total hypocrite. I need you to help me get a meeting with someone important. You planning on making a comeback, kid? Kid, I laugh. I'm definitely planning something.
Chapter 33. Billy. The fashion for a nervous breakdown is oddly stylish. Dressed in black from head to toe, shirt, skirt, heels, I head into work ready to attend the funeral for my career. The one good and bad thing about getting back from Alaska on a Saturday was that I had the whole weekend to cry on my sister's shoulder via several telephone conversations, with my new, not-broken phone, about what really went down between Luca and me, and I had time to think about this morning's team meeting. I played every possible conversation in my mind, and I've decided there are two likely scenarios. Either Serena is going to fire me in front of everyone and Charles is going to sit there with a big, fat fucking smile on his face, or Serena is going to fire me in front of everyone and Charles's big, fat fucking smile is going to push me over the edge, and I will end up on Dateline. Fingers crossed it's the former. I walk through the conference room doors and my hands shake as I pull out one of the large leather chairs and take a seat to the right of where Serena always sits. She's not here yet, which I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, especially since today's meeting is starting later than usual at her request. A part of me just wants to get this over with, and the other part of me doesn't want to have to face it at all. Charles walks in, 2 coffees in his hands, and sits down across from me. He makes eye contact with me as he sets a Starbucks cup with Serena written across the side. I might have been MIA for the past week and a half, but it appears nothing has changed. Charles is still kissing asses and running errands. And today, you get to witness him getting the job you wanted so bad, it made you go to Alaska, fall in love with a jerk, and come back empty fucking handed.
How was your trip?
Charles asks. My heart is broken, and I'm about to lose my job. How the fuck do you think it was, you idiot? I force a smile to my lips. It was good. Long, but good.
There is so much you missed while you were gone.
I kind of want to slap him, but does it really matter when this is literally the last team meeting I'll ever attend? Probably not. Guess I'll have to work extra hard today to get caught up. Or, clean out my desk.
It's probably going to take you at least 2 or 3 days to get caught up.
Internally, I roll my eyes, but externally, I force another smile to my lips. I work pretty fast, so I'm sure I'll manage. But thanks for the update, Chuck.
Did you just call me Chuck?
Isn't that your nickname?
No,
he says, and his face turns up like he just ate a lemon.
It's not.
Oh, for some reason I thought you went by Chuck. I've worked with him for the past year, and not once has he ever gone by Chuck, but hell, I can't stop myself from screwing with him. I need it, actually. Otherwise, I'll just be sitting here mentally freaking out over Serena's arrival. Are you sure you've never gone by Chuck?
Yes,
he answers, and his tone rises with irritation.
I never go by that.
Well, maybe you should, I toss out because I'm an avoiding asshole. It's catchy, and much shorter and easier to say than Charles.
I don't want to go by Chuck.
Okay, Chuck. He raises a brow.
Not Chuck, but Charles.
That's what I said.
You said Chuck.
I did? I said Chuck? He narrows his eyes.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry about that. I guess I just see you as more of a Chuck than a Charles, Oh well, I guess I'll stick with Charles even though I think Chuck is better. He opens his mouth to respond but quickly shuts it when the rest of the team, followed by Serena, steps through the door. Good morning, Serena greets us.
How is everyone today?
She asks, and I can't look away from the giant smile etched across her lips. Good Lord, is she this happy to fire me? Everyone offers up how things are going and settles into their seats for the meeting. Serena is still smiling like a loon, and when her eyes meet mine, I grip the armrests of my leather chair for support, Here we go. Brace for impact. Well, Billy, she says, still fucking smiling. I don't know how you did it, but you did it. Did what? Ruined everything? Lost my job? Lied about knowing Luca Weaver? The list of my crimes is kind of long these days. Her smile grows. I don't know how you got Luca Weaver, but hell, Billy, you fucking did it. Wait, what? Serena looks at the rest of the team. I pushed back today's team meeting because I had another meeting. A conference call with Mr. Weaver himself. And I'm excited to tell you he's interested in doing espionage. He'll be on a plane tomorrow to come to L.A. Brakes squeal to a stop inside my brain. Hold the fucking phone. Luca Weaver is coming to L.A.? My heart starts pounding wildly in my chest. He's freaking coming to L.A., and he wants to do the movie? Charles looks like he ate a lemon again. And the rest of the team celebrates with high fives and shit. Don't get too excited. We still need him to sign the contract and get the studio on board with our male lead. Serena updates and looks at me. But great job, Billy. Holy fucking shit. Great job, Billy? I came to this team meeting expecting to get fired, but now I'm receiving fucking accolades on something I didn't even do? My head spins like a goddamn record as I try to recount the steps that led me here. The last time I talked to Luca Weaver, it ended in goodbye. But now he's coming to LA and he wants to work on espionage with Serena? What the fuck? Did someone hit me over the head with a freaking 2x4? Have I suffered a concussion that causes memory loss? Because that's exactly how I feel right now. All the information Serena gave during our team meeting 2 hours ago has my mind reeling. A persistent throb develops just below my hairline, and I decide to head out of the office for lunch. Only, I'm too overwhelmed to eat. So instead, I pace the parking lot like a crazy person. Hopefully my coworkers will just think all that fresh Alaskan air has turned me into some kind of fitness enthusiast, and I will now spend my lunch breaks doing cardio. Tomorrow, Luca will be here in LA, the one city he said he would never step foot in again. Yet when I left his cabin, he was fucking adamant about not having anything to do with this city, Hollywood, the movie, or me. What in the hell changed from the moment he told me I was just a random fuck to him to when he spoke with Serena and told her he wanted to do espionage? Talk about a change of fucking plans. Annoyed with myself and the fact that I'm weaving in and out of parked cars like a lunatic, I pull my cell phone out of my pocket and send out an SOS. Me. 411. When Bertie and I were teenagers, it took one small grease fire in the kitchen to realize that Granny had a tendency to confuse 911 with 411. Fire! Fire! She had shouted from the kitchen. Call 411! Call 411! Both Bertie and I were in the living room, and while the word fire should spur a quick, urgent response, the follow-up of call 411, the number you call from a landline to get freaking directory assistance, had us so confused we started laughing. Granny had gotten pissed. This isn't funny, there's a fire! Call 411! The smoke alarm started going off, and we eventually called the correct emergency response number, 911. Once the fire department arrived and put out the fire, we explained the difference between the numbers to Granny. You'd think that would have fixed the situation, but it didn't. For the rest of her damn life, 411 was still her 911. Thankfully, Bertie understands my text and calls me a few minutes later. No time to waste. I answer on the first ring, skip any sort of friendly greeting, and get right into the meat and potatoes of it all. Everything is crazy. I feel crazy. Help me. Oh boy, she mutters on a sigh. What's going on? Luca fucking Weaver is coming to L.A. Tomorrow, Bertie. He is going to be here tomorrow because he apparently wants to do the movie. I exclaim and toss my free hand in the air. Like, what the fuck? Why is he doing that? The phone goes silent for a long moment. Bertie? Hello? Are you still there? I'm here, she says, voice quiet. But I'm mostly just confused. Tell me about it. I'm confused too. No, she says through a soft laugh. I'm certain our confusion is from two very different sources. What are you talking about? That's what I'd love to ask you, she retorts. Isn't this what you wanted? She asks. For him to agree to do the movie so you wouldn't have to tell Serena you fed her a line of bullshit about knowing him? Well, yeah, I answer. But that was before... Billy, she cuts me off. I know he was a dick to you in Alaska. And I know when you left his cabin you guys weren't on good terms. Weren't on good terms? I toss out. He basically told me I was just some random fuck who was using him for money and success. Hey, she says, her voice quiet and coaxing. Take a breath, relax, and try to look at this with a rational head. It's pretty fucking hard to be rational right now. That is very apparent. Her soft laugh fills my ears. But it's important for you to realize this isn't a bad thing. It's actually a really fucking good thing. How is this a good thing? I retort. He is the last fucking person on Earth I'd ever want to see again, and yet it looks like I'm going to be stuck filming a freaking movie with him. But he's doing the movie, Billy, she reminds me. Somehow, some way, you convinced a guy you didn't even know, an asshole fucking recluse living in the middle of fucking nowhere, Alaska, to do a movie. A man who never wanted to step foot in Hollywood again is coming back to Hollywood because of you. He might be the world's biggest prick, but you won this, Billy. You fucking won. I know she's right in a way. I mean, somehow, the impossible has managed to happen. And all that awful hiking and camping wasn't for nothing. But deep down, when it comes to Luca, I don't want to win. I just want to forget about him. Completely. Well, looks like it's going to be pretty damn hard to forget about him now.
Chapter 34. Luca. Welcome to Hollywood, the land of money, greed, and plastic surgery. Traffic, palm trees, Botox, people. L.A. has changed, but at the same time it has stayed the same. It still takes at least 30 minutes to get anywhere, and it appears Starbucks is trying to build a coffee monopoly. Fucking Starbucks. The world's worst coffee, yet people still line up like gophers waiting for gasoline-flavored caffeine. I pull my rental car into the parking lot that leads to Capo Brothers Studios and show my ID to the security guard at the gate. His name tag reads Pete, and when he looks at my ID and then at my face, he tilts his head to the side. Luca Weaver? That's me. Holy shit! His brown eyes go wide with recognition. You were in that movie. Agent Zero, right? Guilty. And that show, Home Sweet Home. I offer a small, friendly smile. Also guilty. Man, I loved that show as a kid. Pretty sure all of America loved that show. The Winstons were everyone's favorite idyllic family, what everyone else apparently wanted. But the process of being a child actor in the middle of fast-paced Hollywood and starring on one of the most popular television shows at the time didn't equate to idyllic. It was long days, it was constant working, and then, when Rocky and I weren't working, we were sitting with our tutor trying to stay on track to finish school. And when we weren't doing those two things, we were on press junkets and appearances and interviews. We were kids, yet we weren't actually able to be kids. We had appearances, aka a facade, to keep up. We had responsibilities. We had fucking jobs. I don't wish that life on any child. Pete waxes poetic for another few minutes about Home Sweet Home and another movie I did before I left this town, and I take it all in stride, trying to act interested and stay nice and not turn into a dick like I would have 8 years ago. Thankfully, another car pulls up behind me, promptly ending our conversation, and he waves me on through. I park and cut the engine, and I head toward the main entrance of the large office building with the words Capo Brothers Studios engraved in fancy marble across the center. The lobby is swanky, and I roll my eyes. An office doesn't need to smell like lilac and have a goddamn marble fountain in the center, but That's Hollywood. Everything is about money. Earning money, spending money, showing that you have money. It's all so fucking superficial and fake it makes my stomach churn, but this is the reality I will have to tolerate if I want to stay in this town while I do this movie. First, though, I have to leave this meeting with the studio on board with my comeback. 15 stories up in the elevator, and I step off the cart and onto, you guessed it, more marble. The floor gleams and shines as I walk across it, and I move toward an office I haven't seen in nearly 10 years. William and Thomas Capo, brothers who have been in Hollywood for years, have to be in their 70s now. "Good morning," a pretty secretary dressed in a black power suit greets me. "How can I help you today?" "Luca Weaver. I have a meeting at 9. She taps something across the keyboard of her iMac and places her hand on the Bluetooth at her ear. "Mr. Capo, I have Luca Weaver here." Immediately, she looks away from the computer and meets my eyes. "He's ready for you. You can head on in." So I do. I walk past the secretary and through the large glass doors that lead into an expansive office that overlooks downtown L.A. Besides a few nice pieces of art on the walls, this office hasn't changed a bit since I last saw it. "Luca Weaver!" William Capo stands up from his desk to greet me. He is in his usual attire of a full, sleek suit, most likely costing more than most people's cars. But with all gray hair and more wrinkle lines around his eyes and mouth, a decade's worth of age has certainly left its mark. "How the hell are you?" "Good." I glance around, expecting Thomas to be on the other side of the room, but he's nowhere to be found, which is the opposite of the norm. Whenever you took a meeting with the Capo brothers, you got both of them. "Is Thomas coming?" William shakes his head. "I guess you didn't hear. But he passed about 2 years ago." "He passed away?" Shock makes my steps falter, and my jaw nearly hits the shiny fucking floor. God, I'm so sorry I didn't know. The unexpected news makes me feel like a real asshole, especially since I had no idea. Fucking hell. "It's okay," William says with a melancholy smile. "Pancreatic cancer. It was all very sudden." That's awful. I don't really know what else to say, but thankfully William is already all business, gesturing toward the leather chair in front of his desk. "Take a seat, make yourself comfortable." I do as he says and watch him walk around to the other side of his desk and sit down in a large leather chair with a high back. "So I hear you've been off the grid for quite some time." "I have," I offer one curt nod. 8 years to be exact. 8 years? His brow rises. "That's a long time to be away from Hollywood." "It is, but I needed to do it." He smirks. "You were certainly finding yourself in a bit of trouble prior to your departure." "A little?" I laugh. "More like a lot. I was building quite the reputation for being the bad boy of Hollywood." "Building a reputation?" A chuckle escapes his throat, but then his eyes turn serious. "You had achieved that reputation and left us standing there with our dicks in our hands when you decided to walk off the set of Hallowed Ground and never come back." Internally, I cringe. I knew this was going to come up in this meeting. I even prepared myself for him to bring it up, but that still doesn't make it any easier to face. Even though I was merely a commodity to the studio, to this man sitting across from me, it doesn't make what I did okay. "I'm sorry for that," I say, genuine apology in my voice. "I was in a really bad place, and it was what I had to do to survive." William just nods and stares back at me, his eyes searching mine. For what, I'm not sure. "We could have lost a lot of money with that movie," he states. "A lot of fucking money." I can imagine. But luckily, Carrie Matthews stepped in last minute and saved our asses. Carrie Matthews is another actor, one I've never met but heard a lot of good things about back in the day. "I'm relieved to hear that," I say. "My intention wasn't to fuck you guys over, and I'm incredibly sorry for my actions back then. I know I wasn't the easiest to work with." You were just about impossible, he retorts with a little smirk. Incredibly fucking talented, but a real prick most of the time. Yeah, all true. I nod and laugh. But that's not the case now, I say. I'm older now. I'm grounded. And I know what I want. And what is it you want? Espionage. His brow rises. That's one hell of a script. I nod. It is. And how did you get it in your hands? I might have been out of the game for a while now, but I still have a few connections in Hollywood. More like a beautiful, crazy woman tracked me down, and instead of just trying to talk me into making a comeback, she ended up changing my entire life's course by making me fall in love with her. But he doesn't need to know the details of who truly brought me here. I see. He runs his fingers across his smooth chin. So, what you're telling me is that you're here because you want to play the part of Finn Slate? Yes. That screenplay, that role is so good it brought me all the way back to a city I swore I'd never return to. I'm bullshitting a little since the main reason I'm back is Billy, but that's okay. Bullshit is practically Hollywood's love language. You have that much faith in it? I do. 2 words, 0 hesitation. William takes a moment to let my words sink in, his eyes meeting mine, but his gaze somewhere off in the distance. Surely he's weighing out his options, thinking through every possible scenario. He's trying to decide if I'm genuine or full of shit, if I'm another flight risk or his next big commodity. And you think you can live up to Serena Kuntz's expectations? His question doesn't alter my path. Fear of expectations wasn't what made me leave this town. I can live up to expectations. Back then, though, I just couldn't handle letting other people live my life for me. I was just a kid when I'd gotten my big break, and by the time I was old enough to make my decisions, the damage had already been done. The only way to repair it was to distance myself from everything and everyone and start from scratch. I know I can. And what about mine? He asks. Do you think you can live up to my expectations? What are your expectations? No bullshit, he says. You do your fucking job and you finish this movie. I can handle those. And I hope you're not going to give Serena's team a hard time with the budget, I state firmly. I know you have a tendency to do shit like that halfway through production. William chuckles. You leave Hollywood for 8 years and you come back with demands? I've been gone for 8 years and my agent has still never run out of jobs and scripts to send me. Seeing as I hardly kept in touch with my agent while I was gone, I might be stretching the truth a bit, but you have to be willing to play hardball with men like William Capo. And everyone loves a comeback, especially when that comeback is the bad boy of Hollywood. William stares at me for a long moment. You're sure you're ready for this? Yes. No bullshit, no fucking around? No leaving sets and not coming back? I'm all in. Who is your agent? Adele Lang. And Heidi Morris. Is she still your manager? Fuck no. I left that evil piranha over 10 years ago. When my sister and I started to make it really big, our mom stopped being our manager and hired Heidi Morris, otherwise known as the woman without a soul. She is all of the money-hungry, evil, conniving things I refuse to be around. 2 years before I left this town, I fired everyone on my team. Manager, agent, publicist, every fucking one. And Heidi Morris was first on that list. Sadly, though, I hired a new team that was the opposite of the old. Instead of being on my ass every second of every day, they let me do whatever the hell I wanted. It was a recipe for disaster for a guy who was already on a downward spiral. Thankfully, Adele Lang ended up being the one person I could trust, and that's why she's still technically my agent, even while I was off the grid in Alaska. Then who is your manager? Adele Lang is playing both roles. She's been in the business practically longer than I've been alive. She's about the only person I trust wholeheartedly. What about a publicist? I'm not currently working with anyone. I shake my head. But if it makes you feel any better, I know the studio has plenty of publicists to offer me guidance. He quirks a brow. And what will you do with that guidance? You have my word that I will follow it. I'm not the loose cannon asshole I once was. He stays quiet for another long moment, turning in his chair and looking out the window. And I just sit there patiently. My cards are out on the table, and it's up to him to decide. He turns back around to meet my eyes, searching my face before he eventually gives me his decision. Okay, he says, and sets both elbows on top of his desk. Let's get Serena Kuntz on the line and get the ball rolling. I want production to start on this movie in a month. Yeah? You're on board with me playing the lead? He nods. Congrats, Luca Weaver. You are officially Finn Slate. Don't make me fucking regret this. I'm certain this is the first time I've ever truly felt excited about a movie. But I am. Especially the love story I'm hoping to get to play out behind the scenes. And now it looks like I need to do the one thing I thought I would never do. Get myself settled in LA again.
Chapter 35. Billy. This shit is no emoji. This shit is real. 4 weeks ago, I found out Luca Weaver was coming to LA. He wanted to do espionage, and, of course, Serena Kuntz was more than on board with him playing the lead. 2 days after that, I found out Capo Brothers Studios was also on board with him doing the movie, and things would be moving quickly from here on out. The past few weeks have been a whirlwind of getting everything and everyone ready to start production. And somehow, I've managed to avoid Luca for the past month. Whenever I knew he was at Serena's offices, I found other jobs that took me elsewhere. Even when she needed us to get in contact with his agent, I let Charles take the reins, and I ran errands I would have fought hard to dodge mere months ago. You name it, and I'm avoiding it if Luca Weaver is involved. But today, there is no evading. This is the first day the cast will be doing a table read of the script, and I'm stuck here at the studio in the same freaking building as him. Everyone takes their seats at the long table in the center of the room, and my eyes have laser beam focus, spotting him out of the crowd. Stupid eyes. It's like they have a mind of their own. Ugh. He sits in between two of his co-stars, Lucy Larson and Frank Howard. Lucy will play Katerina, Finn Slate's love interest, and Frank will play Mac McCoy, his best friend who will eventually turn into his nemesis halfway through the movie. While the three of them chat quietly between one another, I stand there in the background, wishing Luca were a repulsive sight. But to my dismay, 1 month isn't enough time for someone to morph from devastatingly handsome to disgusting. That rat bastard is still as striking as ever. His beard is shorter. His eyes are still as blue as the flipping sea. And his strong jaw could still give statues a run for their money. Stupid, good-looking jerk. I roll my eyes at myself and distract my brain with the menial task of counting how many cups of coffee I've consumed since I woke up this morning. I downright refuse to think about anything related to Luca fucking Weaver. Not the time we spent together, not what it felt like to be in his arms and in his bed, and certainly not the way he made me feel. Bottom line, that man is a certified asshole, and outside of my job responsibilities, I will not have anything to do with him. While the cast rolls through the script, I meet the caterers at the back door entrance and help them set up the craft services table. Sandwiches, coffee, soda, water, and just about every kind of fruit and dessert you can think of are placed in a delicious display. And since it's nearing noon and I've been up since 5 this morning, I don't hesitate to sneak a banana and my 4th cup of coffee of the day. A girl's gotta eat and get her caffeine fix and all that. Just as I'm about to shove a bite of banana into my mouth, the cast and crew take a lunch break and start to file into the room, heading straight for the food. Aware of my surroundings and just exactly who is in said surroundings, I discreetly step back into the far corner and hide behind some camera equipment. Is this the coward's way out? Most certainly. But do I care? Not in the least. I'm going to do what I have to do to keep my freaking distance. 1 bite, 2 bites, 3 bites into my banana, and I'm already feeling better. But when the soft patter of paws fills my ears, I look down to see I've been found out. Bailey, my Alaskan wilderness hiking buddy. My heart practically explodes with joy when I see his sweet face. He sits right beside my feet, his tail wagging back and forth across the ground, and a smile consumes my face. "Oh, hey there, Bubby," I say and reach down with my free hand to scratch behind his ears. "How have you been? I've missed you." Tail still wagging, he stands on all fours and rubs the side of his body against my legs. "You're such a sweet boy, aren't you?" I croon. "Just the sweetest baby boy. Would you like the rest of my banana?" Bailey sits down immediately, mouth parted, eyes locked on my food. I giggle. Obviously, his priorities haven't changed. "I guess that's a yes, huh?" I grin down at him and hold out one hand. "Give me a paw first." He does. No hesitation. Where food is concerned, Bailey Bear is all business. "That's a good boy." I hold out the rest of my banana in my hand. He takes it gently and stretches himself out on the ground to enjoy his treat. "He's always a good boy when it comes to snacks." The deep, husky voice is painfully familiar, and it takes a Herculean effort to make myself meet his steady blue gaze. Oh, for the love of everything. I should have known I wouldn't be able to leave here today without coming face to face with him. My smiling face quickly changes, my lips turning down at the corners and my eyes narrowing. But Luca doesn't hesitate to close the distance between us. "How have you been, Princess?" My chest tightens, and my heart skips a fucking beat. Princess. God, I hate that nickname. I also hate that it still has the power to affect me. "Good," I say, mouth set in a firm line. "You don't want to ask me how I'm doing?" he asks, and the hint of a smug smirk taps across his mouth. "Nope." "I see you're still walking around with all that sass, huh?" A stupid chuckle leaves his dumb, perfect lips. But when I don't respond and my gaze moves to anything and everything around the room besides him, he adds, "So I guess I should take it you're pissed at me then." Oh, the fucking nerve. I look him dead in the eyes. I'm not anything when it comes to you. He searches my face, and I swear I can see a hint of a smile on his lips, but I can't be sure. "Are you sure about that?" he asks, and I lift my head high in the air. "Positive." "Well, if it's anything to you, both Bailey and I have missed you since you left Alaska." On instinct, my heart clenches at his words, but I refuse to be that girl, the one who lets some dick walk all over her. So instead, I swallow back the unwanted emotion and look down at Bailey. He is still lying there at my feet, his face resting between his paws. I give him a few gentle pets across the back and then look up to meet Luca's steady gaze. I've missed him too. Luca smirks. "And me?" "I haven't thought about you once since I left." Is that a lie? Of course. But he doesn't need to know that. He doesn't need to know anything when it comes to me. "No, I know that's not true." Luca steps closer to me and reaches out to slide a loose strand of hair behind my ear. "But I understand why you'd say that." He understands? Pfft, he doesn't understand shit. "But do you really?" I ask and tilt my head to the side. Because I don't think you truly understand anything when it comes to someone else's feelings. "I'm sorry I was an asshole," he says, and I hate the honesty that rings out in his voice. "And Billy, I want you to know that I'm really sorry I hurt you." My spine stiffens, and my pride aches with discomfort. "You didn't hurt me," I lie again. "Trust me, you don't have that much power." Luca just stands there for a long moment, searching my eyes. I hope and pray all he finds is apathy. Anyway, that's all in the past. I try like hell to brush it off and put a defiant hand to my hip. Now, the only thing between us from here on out is work.
So that's how it's going to be then?
He quirks a brow.
All business?
Correct. Silence fills the void between us, and I'm mere seconds from walking away and doing a secret victory dance in the hall. But Luca has other fucking plans.
Well then, princess.
He starts with a smug little smirk on his lips.
Since we're only business-focused, I guess now is the perfect time to chat with the PA Serena has told me is my go-to person during this movie.
Go-to person? I ask, looking around the room to figure out who he's talking about. But when I don't come up with any obvious options, Luca points one index finger in my direction.
You,
he says.
You're my go-to person.
I'm sorry, what?
So I will be needing some help making sure movers can drop off all of my stuff at my new rental in Laurel Canyon.
He informs me kindly. Movers? His new rental? What the fuck? That has nothing to do with me. I'm a production assistant, Luca, I retort. Not a personal assistant. His smug smile reappears.
But Serena said you would help me with anything I needed. Should I tell her that's not the case?
Oh, the fucking audacity of this asshole. I want to lift my palm and slap it clear across his face. I want to yell. I want to scream. I want to tell him to shove his stupid request straight up his ass. But I can't. And he knows I can't. He knows, when it comes to my job, I am the low woman on the totem pole and I have to follow through on this request. Actually, I have to follow through on all of his fucking requests. Son of a bitch. When do you need me to help with that? I ask through a clenched jaw.
I'm not sure yet. I'm waiting to hear back from the movers.
He responds, smile growing.
But don't worry, princess. I'll definitely let you know when I know.
Great. I lie. Again. This isn't great. This is worse than hiking through the goddamn Alaskan wilderness in a pair of Uggs after losing your favorite pair of cowgirl boots. This, right here, is a disaster. My hands are tied, and this bastard is the one who brought the damn rope. Hell's bells. Working on this movie is going to be one awful fucking ride.
Chapter 36. Luca. After 8 years, the only thing different in Hollywood is me. Word has officially gotten out that I'm back in town, and the paparazzi is hip to my game. My stop at Alfred's Coffee, the best coffee house in the city, was met with 100 camera flashes and even more random bullshit questions tossed my way. Luca Weaver, over here, are you back for good? Are you excited to work with Serena Kuntz? What do you think of your co-star, Lucy Larson? Is it true that Capo Brothers Studio is making you get drug tested every day on set? The drug testing one was a little irritating, but how can I be pissed about it? A reputation is created for a reason. Sure, I was never an actual drug addict, but I was dabbling. I was partying. I was doing all the things you shouldn't be doing. The old Luca would have been a fucking dick to those paps. He would have flipped them the bird, he would have told them to fuck off. But I refused to be that sad, pathetic guy again. So instead of threatening to toss their cameras into the street, I simply waved, said hello, and told them to have a good day. I can be nice without giving in to their questions. I can be nice without giving them more than I'm willing to give. I have control of all that. I have control of everything related to my career in Hollywood. Thank fuck. Fresh coffee in hand, I pull into the studio's parking lot and head inside. This is the second day of our script run-through, and I'm trying to set a new precedent. Instead of running 20 minutes behind, I'm now 20 minutes early. That probably has more to do with the fact that I actually feel like I'm in control of my career, but the reasons do not matter. I am early, and Hollywood's bad boy with a penchant for tardiness is in the past. I sit at the table scrolling through emails on my phone and waiting for the rest of the cast and crew to arrive. But just as I'm scrolling through an email from Adele bitching about the fact that I have yet to hire an assistant, I don't want a fucking assistant, a text message comes through. Lou. Why in tarnation is some kid named Jeremy stopping by my place wanting to make goddamn small talk? I grin and type out a response. Me. I'm assuming that in addition to the lovely small talk, he also brought you some supplies. Or at least, that's what he better have fucking brought. Jeremy is an 18-year-old rally local and Earl Harry's grandson. Once I made the decision to head back to L.A., I ensured arrangements were taken care of. With my shooting schedule and, well, my attempts at getting Billy to forgive me commandeering most of my time, I had no idea when I would be able to get back to Alaska to check on Lou, which thankfully is where Jeremy comes in. Lou. Yeah, he brought a whole bunch of shit, but I already told you I'm good. Me. Just make nice with Earl Harry's grandson and be grateful I still care about your cranky ass. Lou. Cranky ass. Ha! Like you should talk. And just be prepared. The next time you're back in Alaska, I'm kicking your ass. A small laugh escapes my throat. Me. Bring it on, old man. Mr. Weaver, can I get you anything? Eyes away from my phone, I find a young 20-something guy with short brown hair standing beside me. No, I'm good, but thanks. I shake my head. And please, no need for formalities, just call me Luca. He nods, smiles, and then walks away. Back to my emails, I hope to find a message from my sister. I've now resorted to emailing her at an address she hopefully still uses. But so far, no luck. I have no idea what is going on with her or how she is doing, but I refuse to resort to Google and fucking TMZ to figure out what my baby sister is up to these days. With all the bad press I received prior to my departure from Tinseltown, I know how shit can get spun and twisted. When I was 24, a story broke that I had checked into rehab for a cocaine addiction. But I wasn't in rehab, and I wasn't addicted to cocaine. I was in fucking Alaska, visiting Lou. Fucking gossip hounds. Would you like a fresh cup of coffee, Luca? I look around to find the same man standing there, smiling at me while holding out a cup of coffee in his hands. I pause and glance down at the coffee I grabbed before I came here today. I'm all set, actually. Okay, no problem. He starts to walk away but stops, turns, and faces me again. What about a donut or a bagel from the craft services table? I'd be more than happy to get something for you. Jesus, this guy. I feel like if I don't let him get me something, he's going to follow me into the bathroom and try to hold my dick while I take a piss just to make himself feel useful. Sure, that'd be great. His smile beams. What would you like? Anything you think looks good. Anything to get you to stop coming back over here. I'll get you a few things then, he says and turns on his heel with a skip in his step. Unfortunately for me, Mr. Helpful is back in 2 minutes flat with not one but 2 platefuls of breakfast foods in his hands. A bagel, a donut, a yogurt, banana, apple, granola bar, and several other odds and ends. Here you go, Luca, he says, and sets the craft services table smorgasbord in front of me. I got you a little bit of everything. A little bit of everything? Huh. It looks like he hit up a complimentary Holiday Inn breakfast buffet. Any moment, I fear he'll pull a waffle iron out of his back pocket and start pouring fucking batter into it. This is great. Thanks. I pause and stare down at the absurdity of this being delivered for a man who already said he ate breakfast. What did you say your name was again? I don't think I did, he says and chuckles. I'm Charles, one of Serena's production assistants. Thank you, Charles. I think I'm all set for today. It's my pleasure, and do not hesitate to let me know if there is anything else I can get for you. My brain catches up with his words. one of Serena's production assistants. Actually, Charles, I do have one more request. Of course. Billy Harris's phone number. He tilts his head to the side and narrows his eyes. You don't have Billy's number? That's strange. He's skeptical. And then it hits me. This is the Charles, the one Billy calls the ass-kisser. Her competition. I thought you and Billy were close friends, he adds, and searches my eyes for some kind of answer. We are, I say sternly, leaving no room for argument or doubt. But I had to change phones. Can you give me the number, or should I ask someone else who can actually be of help? Oh, his face falls, and I have to bite my lip. I haven't gotten this big of a kick out of being an asshole since Billy first showed up on my deck. Now I'm only enjoying it because it feels like I'm doing it on her behalf. Yeah, I guess I can give her number to you. His earlier enthusiasm that spurred enough breakfast foods to feed the whole damn cast is long gone, but lucky for me, he slides his phone out of his pocket and proceeds to give me her number. It's ironic that I don't have the phone number of the girl I'm trying to win back, but everything about Billy and me is irony at its finest. The way we met, the way I started out hating her, but now not a day goes by where I don't wake up with her on my mind. Everything about us is a crazy contrast. With Billy's number programmed into my phone and Charles long gone, more of the cast and crew arrive. Serena Kuntz, our producer, Mei Chen, our director, Lucy Larson, and the rest of my fellow actors. And Billy. Beautiful, breathtaking, already glaring at me. Billy. Good morning, May addresses everyone at the table. I think it's a wonderful day to finish our read-through of the script. Serena grins. I second that sentiment. The two of them discuss a few changes in the opening scene, and I don't hesitate to pull my phone back out of my pocket and type out a text message. The instant I hit send, I smile to myself, already anticipating her response. Me. Good morning, Princess. I'm sure you won't mind that I managed to get your number from your buddy Charles so that it will be easier to contact you. Only business stuff, obviously. And I hope you slept well last night. She stands beside a few of the camera guys, discussing something quietly, and I watch in fascination as she pulls her phone out of her pocket and reads my message. Her face instantly morphs into annoyance. Billy. I do mind, actually. And I hope you didn't get any sleep at all. God damn, she's so pissed at me that it's cute. Truthfully, it brings back memories of the time we spent fighting with each other before fighting and falling. I have to bite my lip to fight my laughter. Me. Don't be silly about the phone number exchange, Princess. Seeing as you're my go-to person on set, surely we need to be able to get in touch with one another. Billy. I'm 100% certain I will not need to get in touch with you. Me. 100% certain? I'm glad you expect to be that on top of things. Billy. Why are you texting me? Me. Because I like you, which means I like texting you. Billy. Well, I don't like you. At all. If she really didn't like me, if she really wanted nothing to do with me, she would have already put her phone back into her pocket and ignored my messages. But she's still standing there, phone in her hand, staring at the screen like she's waiting for me to respond. Call me crazy, call me delusional, but I'm taking that as a good sign. Me. Well, no matter if you like me or not, you are my go-to person, and I have a few things I think need help getting solved. Billy. Like what? Babysitting movers? Your damn laundry? I type out a reply, hit send, and wait for her sassy response. The smile on my lips is too powerful to hide. Me. No, but if you would like to do my laundry, I can definitely oblige.
Chapter 37. Billy. How quickly does underwear burn if you light it on fire? I was just minding my own business, helping our camera crew work out a few issues, and avoiding Luca Weaver like the coronavirus. Always good. Until my phone vibrated with a text message from the infectious devil himself. Back and forth we went, until he offered to let me do his laundry. As if I'd even be willing to wash his freaking socks. Pretty sure if Serena says to do his laundry, you'll be there with detergent, you little liar. No, brain, I disagree. If Serena says to do his laundry, I'll somehow manipulate Chuck the errand boy into doing it and make him think it's his brilliant idea. Boom. How about them apples? Jesus, I am now having arguments with myself. About Luca. Pretty sure this is a new low. I reread the last stupid text he sent me and don't hesitate to respond. My fingers quick and my words sassy. Me. I know you celebrities are used to the 5-star treatment, like having people wipe your ass for you, but I'm no ass wiper, and I'm certainly no maid. You can do your own stupid laundry, buddy. Huh. Suck on that. I'm 2 seconds away from tossing out jazz hands and celebrating my text victory when my phone vibrates with another message. Unknown.
Suit yourself, princess. But just know the laundry offer always stands. Indefinitely.
This fucking guy. If I had a voodoo doll of him, I'd stab so many needles into that little bastard. His eyes, his ears, his heart, his penis. Nothing would be off the table. I huff out a breath and send a sarcastic response. Me. Oh, wow, that's so generous of you. Unknown.
Well, I'm a generous kind of guy.
Bullshit. He is a lot of things, but he is not that. Self-involved? Yes. A prick? Oh, hell yes. But generous? I don't think so, bucko. Are you sure about that? My brain taunts. Because he's here, doing this movie that you asked him to do. I sigh at myself. Yeah, but he decided to do this movie after he wrote me off as some random girl he fucked a couple times. Otherwise known as, he broke your heart. Ugh, I need a lobotomy. Or a new brain. But before I can process the pros and cons of a brain transplant, my phone vibrates in my hand with more bullshit from him. Unknown.
By the way, this morning, I overheard some issues with the lighting crew, and it sounds like they are having some serious disagreements on budget. You might want to look into it.
What the hell? Unknown.
And Carrie in the makeup department is peeved that FedEx has failed to deliver something that's apparently needed, but since she's busy with makeup testing on the cast all day today, she doesn't have time to figure out how to solve that problem.
How is he aware of these things and I'm not? It's like he's undercover with the FBI and has the whole damn cast and crew wired. I'm irritated with myself that he knows these things and I don't. And, irrational or not, I'm really fucking irritated that he, of all people, is texting me about them. He is the last person I want to tell me anything, especially when it comes to my job. Unknown.
Oh, and by the way, you're going to need to be at my rental today by 3.
I read the text and blink 3 times. You've got to be kidding me. Me. I'm sorry, what? Unknown.
The movers. They're going to be there at 3, but I can't be there because I'll be dealing with fittings until 6.
I just stare down at my phone, wondering how in the hell this is my life now. Because, seriously, how is this my life? The one person I want to avoid just won't fucking go away. Unknown.
Oh, and don't forget to save my number in your phone.
Winky face. See? He won't go away. God help me. I look up from my cell toward the table where all of the espionage cast sits, and right into the blue eyes of the bastard himself. Lucas smiles softly, and I lift my middle finger to scratch my nose. His eyes twinkle with amusement, and I move that middle finger to my hair and scratch there too. Call it childish, I don't care. He deserves all my middle fingers and then some. If my toes could flip the bird, I'd take my damn boots off. My phone vibrates in my hand again, and I look down to find another goddamn text from him. It's the address for his stupid rental, followed by the words, "Thank you for doing this, princess." A really large part of me wants to send him a response that revolves around the words, "Fuck off and deal with the movers yourself." But the other part of me, the rational, I want to keep my job part of me, knows that urge can only stay a fun fantasy. I have to follow through. I cannot be a dick to the most important person in the cast. Which means, later today, once I've put out the fires with the lighting crew and Carrie and makeup, I have to drive to Laurel Canyon, to Luca Weaver's fancy new rental, to meet with his goddamn movers. That voodoo doll isn't sounding like such a bad idea after all.
Chapter 38. Luca. You'd think my bones would break since I've just been the victim of a hit and run, but they just keep on fucking trucking. At a little after 6, I pull into the driveway of my LA rental, and I'm stoked to find Billy's Honda Civic parked in front of the garage. I know the movers left a little over 2 hours ago, but she's still here. At my house. I grin. The plan is working. Hopefully. Engine cut and Mexican takeout bags in my hands, I hop out of the car and head inside. Billy sits on the floor of the living room, rolling a ball back and forth to Bailey. His tail wags. She grins down at him. But that expression quickly morphs into a scowl when she glances up to see me. God, this woman. She is so fucking stubborn and refuses to take any bullshit. I love that about her. Really, I do. But right now, when I'm trying to slide back into her good graces, it's a fucking bitch of a reality. Sassy remarks, narrowed eyes, annoyed sighs. That's about all I'm getting from Billy these days. Hell, she shows more love to my dog than me. How did it go today? I ask, and give Bailey a few pats to his head. Awful. Awful? I tilt my head to the side in confusion and set the bag of takeout on the island in the center of the kitchen. What happened? Oh, don't worry, she says, and rolls her eyes toward the ceiling. Your precious boxes and furniture and whatever other crap you own were delivered as expected. Did the movers make you move the boxes off the truck or something? No, she answers through a snort. I just didn't want to be here. I quirk an amused brow in her direction. Oh, so it was awful because you had to do something for me? Precisely. A smirk slides over my lips. Well, if it's any consolation, I brought you dinner. She raises one scrutinizing eyebrow. What kind of dinner? It's from a little Mexican cantina up the road. Tacos, enchiladas, chips and queso. I pretty much ordered the whole menu. When she doesn't respond, only glares and scowls, I add, You don't like Mexican? I love Mexican. Then why the scowl? I'm not scowling. She is. If her lips stay in any firmer of a line, they might turn to stone. Princess, you're scowling. This isn't a scowl. It's ABF, she retorts, as if that makes any fucking sense. ABF? Should I know what that is? It's like RBF, but on purpose. We going to roll through the whole alphabet before you stop talking in acronyms? Her scowl, her ABF, grows firmer. Active bitch face. Say what? I'm not scowling, you bastard. I'm purposely giving you active bitch face. I'm guessing that's bad, I ask, and bite my tongue when I'm tempted to tell her that despite that scowl or bitchy face or what the fuck ever expression she decides to give me, she never looks anything short of beautiful in my eyes. Yes, she spits. It's awful. Just like my day from 2 o'clock on. I laugh. Noted. You didn't like dealing with the movers. Correction, she retorts. I hated it. I step closer to her, closing the distance between us. She backs up into the kitchen island, but I'm right there, standing before her. I place my hands on the countertop, one on either side of her tiny hips, and will her to meet my gaze. She does. Do you hate me, princess? I ask. I don't like you, she whispers. I smirk down at her. But you don't hate me? I'm trying to hate you.
Any day now, it'll be my reality.
I glance down at her mouth, and I can't stop myself from reaching out to tuck a loose strand of hair behind her ear. I don't miss the way she shuts her eyes at my touch. I don't miss the way she takes a deep inhale and exhale as my fingers brush across her cheek and behind her ear. And I certainly don't miss the way her lips part and a stilted breath escapes her lungs. Do you want to know something? I ask, my voice soft.
What?
I don't hate you, I say, and lean closer to her, my lips near her ear. I could never hate you. You're the first thing I think about when I wake up and the last thing I think about when I go to sleep at night. She doesn't say anything. Instead, Billy's big green eyes stare up into mine and, fuck. I want to lean down and press my lips to hers, but I steel myself not to follow through. Even though I want her so fucking badly, I know I hurt her. I know I have a hell of a lot of work to do to get back in her good graces. And I know that if I do something crazy like kiss her, it will just confuse her, overwhelm her, and push her further away. Patience is a virtue, and I'll be damned if I'm anything but patient when it comes to her. Her eyes blink once, twice, 3 times, and as if she's snapped right out of a trance, those big eyes of hers narrow and her lips turn into a firm line again.
Well,
she pauses and clears her throat.
I try not to think about you at all, but it's very hard to achieve when you're pretty much around all the freaking time.
I smirk and step away, giving her the space she's telling herself she needs, and proceed to pull the takeout boxes out of the bag. How about some tacos? She nods and heads toward the fridge. Visibly comfortable in my new home, she snags a can of Diet Coke and proceeds to look through each takeout box before she finds what she's looking for. 1 taco, 1 enchilada, refried beans, and chips and queso. Not even a minute later, her purse is over her shoulder and her car keys are in hand. You're not going to eat?
Oh, I'm going to eat,
she says, and picks up the can of cola and box of food.
I'm just not going to eat it here, with you.
Okay, I bite my lip to fight my laughter. Well, I guess I'll see you tomorrow. And just like that, without another word, Billy is out of the kitchen and through the front door. Not a goodbye, not a see you later, not even a middle finger tossed in my direction. Which I guess is a good thing. Fuck if I know. Patience, Luca. Just stay patient.
Chapter 39. Billy. God damn it, Cindy Lou Who. Why do you have to make this so hard? Loathing someone and being grateful for them at the same time is one serious mindfuck. How goes it in Hollywood? Bertie asks, her voice echoing from the speakers of my car. It's all right. All right? Pfft, more like really fucking sad. There are hundreds of places to eat lunch. Craft services room, a cafe on Melrose, pretty much anywhere but my car. Yet here I am eating lunch by myself inside my Honda Civic on purpose. Well, that sounds lame, my sister retorts on a snort. There has to be at least something new happening. I can read between the lines, and my response is straight to the point. If you're wanting an update on Luca Weaver, there's nothing to tell. But I thought he was doing the movie, she asks, her voice edging toward concern. What happened? Oh, trust me, I say through a sigh. He's doing the movie. He's just making my life a fucking hell. What's that supposed to mean? Well, since Serena is under the impression that I am friends with him, she has given me the terrible position of being Luca's go-to person. I update and take a sip of my Diet Mountain Dew. And, in true Luca Weaver fashion, that bastard is taking advantage of it. Has me doing errands and shit, walking his dog. But I thought you loved his dog. Damn it, Bertie, you know what I mean, I retort. I do love his dog, but I shouldn't be responsible for his dog or dealing with movers dropping off boxes and furniture at his rental or wiping his celebrity ass. Wait, what? Get real, Bertie. I huff out of breath. Obviously, I'm not actually wiping his ass. It's a metaphor. Her giggle fills my ears. Goodness, you remind me so much of Granny when you're pissed. It's not even funny. I do not. She cracks up. You do. Birdie, now is not the freaking time to start comparing me to our ornery, mean old biddy of a granny. I respond, then add quietly, may she rest in peace. Fine, I take it back. And I'm sorry he's given you such a hard time. Her words are meant to be serious, but laughter is still present in her voice. This isn't fucking funny, Birdie. This is hell. I'm in hell. Oh, yeah, you're in hell. Luca Weaver is always around. What a hell. He's a jerk. You want to know what I think? No, I answer. But I'm sure you're going to tell me anyway. I think Luca is hardcore into you. Even though he tossed cruel words your way, I think they were a bunch of bullshit. I think what happened in Alaska meant something to him, too. Memories of the things he's said to me over the past few weeks fill my head. Missing me, not hating me, thinking about me, liking me. But I shake those memories out real fucking quick. The last thing I'll let myself do is fall into his trap again. I learned my lesson the first damn time. Whatever. I'm just someone he fucked, that's it. He made that known. Like I said, I don't think that's the case, Billy. Yeah, well, it is the case, I snap. Now enough about my shitty LA life. How's the tour going? Oh my God, Billy, I have so much to tell you. Her excitement is palpable as she dives straight into all the music updates. The large crowds, the fans, the fact that she is opening for Blue Street Band, one of country music's biggest bands. All of it is amazing. It is truly everything my sister has dreamed of and more, and I couldn't be happier for her right now. But even though I'm listening and responding and letting her know how proud I am of her, my brain wants to drift off to other things. My mind feels like it's 1,000 miles away, wandering in and out of memories of a man I wish I weren't thinking about. A man I don't want to be thinking about, but I can't seem to stop thinking about. Son of a biscuit, why can't he just go away? Because you don't want him to just go away. Deep down, you're not ready for that. Ugh, I'm an idiot. I force myself to focus on the phone conversation with Birdie, but thankfully she can only chat for another minute or two before music starts calling her name. Hey, I hate to cut this short, but I gotta run to rehearsal, she updates. Call me later? For sure, I answer without hesitation. Love you. Love you too. I hang up the phone, and even though food is the last thing on my mind right now, I force myself to take a bite of my turkey sandwich. This whole Lucas situation has really messed with my appetite. God, I just need to get him the hell out of my head, for good. Then I'll be fine. Then I'll be happy. Yeah, good luck with that, sister. Annoyed with myself, annoyed with this day, annoyed with every fucking thing, I get out of my car, slide my phone into the back pocket of my jeans, toss my half-eaten food in the trash, and head back toward the set. First agenda item on my afternoon to-do list, make sure Denny from lighting got all the cables and outlets he needed. But I don't even make it halfway toward his makeshift office before I'm pulled away from the task. Billy, Serena calls out from her spot beside the director of the movie. They sit in director's chairs and are watching playback from one of the cameras. Come over here for just a second. I close the distance between us and she smiles. I've been trying to catch up with you today, but you've been a busy little bee. A lot of little random things, you know, I shrug. Is everything okay? It is. Her smile grows. I just wanted you to know that, even when I don't actually see all of the things you've been doing, I'm hearing about them. From Luca, from Lucy, from everyone. And Billy, you're doing a fantastic job on this project. Just fantastic. You're anticipating needs, you're following up, you're preventing catastrophes that even I wouldn't have seen coming. I didn't want you to think your work goes unnoticed. Wow, I say, voice quiet and surprised. Thank you. I don't know what else to say. You don't need to say anything else. She grins. Just keep doing what you're doing. I'm glad you're on my team. Will do. I nod. So, is that all you needed? I question. Because I was on my way over to find Denny. Everything okay?
Of course, yeah. There was a bit of an issue yesterday, but I think we ironed it out. Nothing for you to worry about. I answer confidently and then add, "Oh, hey, by the way, just want to make you aware, the makeup department was running low on quite a bit of stuff. I checked with Callie and she said we were well below budget. So if you see a large Sephora shipment arriving today at 3, do not panic."
Got it,
she says through a laugh.
I swear you remind me so much of myself at your age,
she adds.
I fucking love it.
Holy hell. Serena Kuntz just compared me to Serena Kuntz. It's like I've died and gone to Hollywood heaven. I'm high off her words, off her compliments, and I'm so fucking proud of myself. But as I'm heading back to check on Denny and replaying her words in my mind, I can't stop myself from really understanding, from really realizing. Luca was one of the people who told Serena I'm doing a good job. Luca is also the one person who has been giving me little updates on any issues he overhears or sees going on with the cast and crew. Because of his nearly constant insights for the past few weeks, I've learned so much, and I've grown more aware of the things I need to be looking out for on a daily basis. The one man who broke my fucking heart is the same man who is a major part of why Serena said the things she said. On the one hand, I loathe him. On the other hand, I'm secretly grateful for him. Fuck. The realization of it all makes my head want to explode.
Chapter 40. Luca. I guess putting lipstick on a pig can make it look good. Maybe, just maybe, Hollywood doesn't have to be so bad. Luca! Adele's voice crackles through the speakers of my car. You still there? Yeah, Adele, I'm here. Fuck a duck. Why is this reception shit? Have you switched your cell to a goddamn potato? No potatoes here. A chuckle jumps from my lungs. Just me, my cell phone, and my car sitting in awful L.A. traffic. Fucking L.A. traffic, she mutters. What do you need, Adele? Just wanted to check in with you, she responds, and I can hear her inhale smoke into her lungs. She blows it out one breath later. Make sure you're doing okay. Things are going pretty well. Good to hear, kid, she answers, voice throaty. Did you ever get in touch with your sister? No, I answer on a sigh. I think I've left her about 50 voicemails at this point, but she hasn't responded. I'm still trying, though. Once Adele tracked down Rocky's new number, I've tried like hell to get in contact with her. But she's yet to answer or return any of my calls. At this stage in the reconnecting with my sister game, she's even ignoring my text messages. You want me to try to schedule a meeting with her? I know some ways to get people to show up to places when they would otherwise refuse. I laugh. While I appreciate the offer, I'll handle it on my own. I don't think a kidnapping attempt is in any way going to help my relationship with my sister. 8 years ago, I left Hollywood and Rocky behind, so I'm not all that surprised she isn't answering my calls. If anything, I deserve the cold shoulder right now. You got it, kid. A few minutes later, we end the call, and I continue to head toward my dinner destination. Going to dinner at Tao with 2 of my oldest Hollywood friends is the last thing I feel like doing, but I'm trying to turn over a new leaf and not be such a fucking loner. I've spent 8 years living in Alaska with my closest neighbor 15 miles away, so it's probably time I reinsert myself into normal society. Although this restaurant is anything but normal society. A hot spot for the rich and famous of L.A., the meals are overpriced, and the guests are more focused on closing deals, checking their cell phones, or being seen by paparazzi. Most likely all 3. I pull up my rental to the front of the restaurant and let the valet park it. The instant I step out of the driver's seat, cameras flash and paparazzi shout questions toward me in rapid succession. Luca Weaver, over here! Luca, what made you come back to Hollywood? What have you been up to for the past 8 years? What do you think of your co-star Lucy Larson? Did you know she just broke up with her longtime boyfriend Carson Denny? Christ, they don't fucking give up. I ignore their questions and head toward the entrance doors, but just before I step inside, one last paparazzi shouts, "So you haven't changed much, huh? Still a prick who thinks he's too good for the media?" A part of me wants to stop, turn around, and let the dickhead know what I really think of people like him. 8 years ago, I would have. 8 years ago, I wouldn't have hesitated to step right up to him, yanking the camera out of his fucking hands and tossing it into the street. But I'm not that guy anymore. I'm not the angry bastard I used to be. I'm grounded, content in my life, and I'm certainly not looking to get assault charges on my record. Just before I go inside, I turn around, offer a smile and a wave, and say, "Have a good night, everyone." Wide, confused eyes stare back at me, but the cameras continue to flash in quick succession. I might have been a real prick to paparazzi back in the day, but I sure as fuck am not that guy now. I mean, I'm not going to go out of my way to talk to them, but I will continue to keep my composure. A tall, blonde hostess meets me at the door and doesn't waste any time leading me toward my friends. "Luca fucking Weaver," Howie announces as I'm walking toward the table. He smirks like the devil and stands up to give me a one-armed hug and a pat on the back. "Man, it's good to see you." "You too," I respond, my voice genuine. Howie King is one of Hollywood's most brilliant directors, edgy, original, and, a lot of times, shocking. But he doesn't hold back. Actors have been winning Oscars because of his movies since the beginning of his career. It's probably why there's always an overwhelming slog through competitors if you want to work with him. I move my eyes away from Howie and grin at Andrew Watson, the other old pal at the table. "How the fuck are you?" he asks, and follows it up with a bro hug. "It's been 8 goddamn years and you still look 20-fucking-6, you bastard." "Good to see you too, man," I say through a laugh. "And like you should talk, Mr. Sexiest Man of the Year." He smirks like the devil. "I'm glad they made that decision before you decided to come make your big comeback." He's ridiculous. Andrew Watson is a fellow actor, a co-star back in the day, and from what I've heard since I've been back in town, one of Hollywood's hottest stars these days. We sit down at the table, and a waitress steps up to take our drink orders. I order a scotch on the rocks, and Howie and Andrew order their second rounds. "So, what the hell have you been up to?" Andrew asks, his eyes bright with intrigue. "Have you really been in Alaska all this fucking time?" "Yep." "No women, in the middle of fucking nowhere," he muses on a dramatic sigh. "Dude, I don't know how you did it." I laugh. I had to do it. You both know I was a fucking disaster just waiting to happen. "But you were a fun disaster," Howie chimes in with a grin etched on his lips. "Yeah, I was a real good time. But I was a loose fucking cannon. I had to get out before I completely lost myself." "Well, I missed my wingman. It's been hell without you." Andrew waggles his brows. "You ready to get back in the LA pussy game with me?" "Nah, man, I'm spoken for." A soft chuckle slips from my lips. "Anyway, it sounds like you're doing just fine on your own." "Spoken for? Last I knew you were solo in the wilderness," Andrew questions, his eyes narrowing. "Explain yourself." "There's nothing to explain," I respond without hesitation. "I'm with someone. End of story. Technically, I'm not with anyone yet, but that's really only a matter of time and semantics. I only have eyes for Billy Harris, and in my mind, that truly is the end of the fucking story. I don't want anyone else." "Who?" he asks, his eyes bouncing back and forth between Howie and me. "Do you know about this, Howie?" Howie raises both of his hands in the air. "I know as much as you do." "It's a new relationship, but it's serious. And that's all I'm telling you for right now." I chime in, and Andrew starts to open his mouth to retort, but I'm quicker to the draw. "You good though, Andrew?" I ask him, and tilt my head to the side. "What do you mean?" "I mean, are you good? Have you slowed down on all the fucking partying?" Back in the day, it felt like that was all we did together. Booze, drugs, women, parties. He shrugs. I still dabble. Howie snorts. More than dabbles. Andrew here is a one-man show of sex, sin, and debauchery. Andrew waggles his brows. What can I say? The ladies can't get enough of me, and I sure as fuck can't get enough of them. I shake my head on a laugh. Jesus, I should have known. Howie smirks. He's at least taken my advice on double-wrapping his dick prior to his dirty sexcapades. It's true, Andrew says with a nod. I suit up my cock in 2 layers of condom armor these days, and sometimes, if things seem a little riskier than usual, I add a 3rd layer. 3 condoms? I laugh. Can you even fucking feel anything? Howie cracks up. Andrew grins. I can feel enough. Plus, it makes my stamina off the fucking charts, if you know what I'm saying. Fucking hell. It might be time for you to move to Alaska. Get some goddamn perspective. I've got a place you can stay in for a while. And leave this lavish life and all the beautiful women roaming about? He holds out his arms and smirks. I don't think so. Howie rolls his eyes. He's at least keeping up with his career. That's one thing I can say in his favor. What are you working on now? I'm getting ready to do a movie with this bastard, Andrew answers after he takes a sip of his beer. Oh yeah? I question and meet Howie's eyes. Yep, he nods. Just got the green light from the studio. We have most of the cast, just looking for the female lead. What's the project? A little film called Grassroots. Andrew smiles proudly. I play Cal Loggins. I laugh out loud. Wait. As in Cal Loggins, the famous country music singer? You guessed it. You? I question. A fucking singer? He flips me the bird. I can sing, you fuck. Voice lessons, Howie adds. Lots and lots of voice lessons. And auto-tuning. I laugh again. Now that makes more sense. You know, Howie continues, it'd be a real fucking honor if you'd do a cameo in this flick. Is this why you asked me to dinner? I tease. Howie grins. It was part of it. Send me the script and I'll consider it. No shit, he questions in surprise. You'll actually consider it? I might have been a bit of a dick back in the day, but I was always a man of my word. You just didn't make any fucking apologies for your word. I grin. That is also true. Hey, Andrew chimes in. Did I see you driving a fucking Ford Edge up to the valet, or was I seeing shit? It's a rental, I answer. And what's wrong with a Ford Edge? It's a good car. Jesus, he mutters. Luca fucking Weaver cannot drive around in L.A. in a goddamn SUV. You do realize I don't give a fuck what anyone thinks of me, right? He waves me off and snags his phone from the table. One tap to the screen and he puts it to his ear. Janie, be a dear and help me remedy Luca Weaver's awful car situation. It's his assistant, the same one he had before I left town. Honestly, I'm shocked she's been able to put up with his bullshit for this many years without cracking. Yeah, we're at Tao. It's a rental. Ford Edge? I don't care. One of the Porsches will do just fine. Okay. Thanks, Janie. You're a doll. He hits end on the call and sets the phone back on the table. You're welcome, he says, and I roll my eyes. I'm not driving one of your stupid, snooty fucking Porsches around. Firstly, don't you ever talk about one of my babies like that again, he retorts with a smirk. And secondly, it's done. You're welcome, by the way. Jesus Christ, you haven't changed a bit. I know, right? Isn't it fantastic? I just chuckle and shake my head. Andrew Watson is a one-of-a-kind guy. He used to be one of my best friends, and the one person who was by my side for some of the lowest periods in my life. Sure, with his tendency to get into trouble, he wasn't always the best influence, but the same could be said for the old me. I spent far too much time getting into trouble, too. In the good times and the bad times, Andrew was always there for me. He supported me no matter what, even when I decided to leave Hollywood. And as I sit here at dinner with him and Howie, I find myself thinking, I guess being back in this town isn't so bad after all. 2 hours later, I watch Howie help a boozed-up Andrew into the passenger seat of his fancy sports car and find a bright red Porsche staring back at me. Jesus Christ. So much for keeping a low profile. I tip the valet, get into the car, and head for home. Paparazzi are waiting at the exit driveway, and the flashes of their cameras follow me until I'm pulling out onto the main road and out of sight. Luca Weaver is back in Hollywood, and he's driving a red Porsche. The next possible headline fills my mind, and I sigh. It is a never-ending battle, and one I'm going to have to learn to adjust to because it's a constant with this career. If you're in Hollywood, then the paparazzi will be on your ass like white on rice. For L.A., the traffic is light, and I make it back to my new home in no time at all. But when I pull into the driveway, I don't get out of the car. Instead, I pick up my cell phone and try to call my baby sister again, hoping maybe she'll answer my call. But to no avail. I'm still only hearing her voice through her goddamn voicemail. Annoyed and disappointed, I slide out of the car and head inside. Bailey greets me at the door, wagging his tail and jumping around me in excitement. "Have a good day, bud?" I ask, and give him a few gentle pats to his back. He follows me into the kitchen, and I fill his dog bowl with a hearty serving of dry kibble. The instant I set the bowl on the ground, he dives in, face first. Just about ready to call it a night, I change out of my jeans and toss on a pair of sweatpants. And then I get an idea and do the most important task of my evening. Me. I need a ride to set tomorrow morning. Her response comes in a few minutes later, and I grin. Billy. "What do you mean you need a ride tomorrow? You have a car." Me. "I'm having car troubles, and I need a ride." Billy. "Are you freaking serious right now?" "Oh yes, princess, I am serious. I'm lying about the car, obviously, but definitely serious about seeing her tomorrow." Me. "Uh-huh." Billy. "You mean to tell me you, famous celebrity, can't call a driver or something?" Me. "I don't want to call a driver." Billy. "Well, I don't want to pick you up." Me. "Well, then I guess I won't be at work tomorrow." Her ticked-off response comes 15 seconds later. Billy. "God, you're so annoying." Me. "So, I'll see you at 5? Billy. "I hate you so much right now." Me. "I don't hate you at all. Sweet dreams, princess. I'll see you in the morning." Smiling at her words, I set down my phone on the coffee table and open the back door to let Bailey out. Tomorrow, I will get to see Billy. Just the two of us, alone in a car for at least 45 minutes. Maybe this town isn't so bad after all.
Chapter 41. Billy. I'm like the girl who does her ex's laundry. Frankly, even after all of my granny's training to be a strong, independent-minded woman, I'm doing a piss-poor job of hating Luca Weaver. The sky is still dark and my eyes are tired, and I wish I were doing anything other than what I'm doing right now. Picking up Luca for work this morning. He said he was having car troubles, but he didn't want to call a driver. So, due to the fact that I've drawn the short straw since he stepped foot in LA, I was the unlucky person who had to wake up an hour earlier than normal just to give him a ride. A yawn escapes my lips as I pull my Honda Civic into Luca's driveway, and I narrow my eyes when I spot a shiny red sports car in front of the freaking house. You've got to be kidding me. The odds of that Porsche having car troubles are slim to fucking none. $100 says that bastard tricked me into coming here this morning. A groan escapes my throat, loud enough to chime over the radio. Irritated, I honk my horn twice. But he doesn't come to the door. So I honk 2 more times. 2 minutes later, no Luca. Good God. I huff, cut the engine, hop out of my car, and stomp my way toward his front door. Multitasking at my finest, I bang on the door and ring the bell several times. Thankfully, the door starts to open, and my eyes are graced with Luca standing there in just a pair of boxer briefs. Holy moly. It takes all of my willpower not to let my gaze fall down his body, but I manage. Glare engaged, I stare at him with a hand on my hip. What the hell, Luca?
I'm so sorry.
He runs a hand through his perfectly messy hair. Jesus. No one should look this good when they wake up in the morning. It's fucking unfair.
I woke up late.
You think? He smirks.
Just come in for a minute and I'll hurry up and get ready.
I'll wait in the car.
But I have coffee.
God damn him. He knows I can't resist coffee. Ugh, fine. I groan and push my way past him and into the house. But you better move your ass.
Will do, sassy pants.
He chuckles behind me and shuts the door. While Luca heads toward the master bedroom, I make my way into the kitchen. But I don't miss how far the house has come. Furniture, paintings on the wall, a television in the living room, everything is pretty well set up. And it looks really nice, actually. Sophisticated, modern, not like a bachelor pad at all. But I shouldn't be surprised. Luca's cabin in Alaska wasn't anything to snub my nose at. There is no denying the man has taste. Bailey greets me in the kitchen and I squat down to pet his ears. He obliges by slapping 2 licks to the side of my face. You're such a good boy, I tell him, and he wags his tail in response. Once Bailey has received his fill of attention, I stand back up and find freshly brewed coffee in the pot on the counter. I pour myself a cup and add a little sugar and cream to the mix. The first sip hits my taste buds just right, and I sigh in contentment. Besides you, I tell Bailey, who is now lying by my feet, this cup of coffee is my favorite thing of this morning. I drink a little more of my coffee, and it takes a moment, but when a low, familiar beat filters into my ears, I realize Luca Weaver is listening to music. I scrunch up my nose in surprise and listen to the soft, endearing sounds of Fleetwood Mac's Gypsy vibrating gently through the surround sound speakers placed throughout his fancy schmancy home. He once told me he never listens to music. If that was the case, what in the hell changed? Right on cue, the devil himself strides into the kitchen, freshly dressed in a pair of dark, faded jeans and a white t-shirt. And I hate how good he looks. When my fingers itch to reach out and run through his perfect, messy hair, I clear my throat and change my focus to something less crazy. So, you're listening to music, I say, and he tilts his head to the side in confusion. I thought you didn't listen to music.
I didn't, but I took someone's advice.
He snags 2 to-go mugs out of the cabinet and takes the ceramic mug out of my hand.
Someone who's very special to me, by the way.
His eyes lock with mine for a long moment, and I don't know what the hell to say. Someone who is very special to him? Is he talking about me? My heart skips a beat inside my chest. Thankfully, Luca turns his attention back to the coffee pot. He pours my coffee into one of the to-go mugs, topping me off with fresh brew in the process, and prepares one for himself.
Ready?
He asks, and I have to blink out of my confusion. Uh-huh. We head to the door, but then he pauses.
Wait, did you eat something?
I shake my head. Didn't have time. In an instant, he turns on his heel, jogs into the kitchen, and a moment later comes back with a banana and a granola bar.
I'll drive. You eat,
he says as we head out the front door. I shrug and start to hand him the keys, but he smirks.
I got my car fixed, so we can take the Porsche.
I quirk a brow. You got your car fixed? In the middle of the freaking night? By who?
I guess you could say I know a guy.
Bullshit, I retort. And there's no way in hell I'm going to let you drive us in your fancy sports car and leave my car here to pick up later. He grins.
Don't worry,
He says with a smirk.
I'll have Charles the ass-kisser deal with getting your car to set later today.
I stand there, completely unsure of what to do. I mean, having errand boy Chuck run an errand for me is a bit too tempting to resist.
Get in, Billy,
Luca urges.
or else we're going to be late.
Somehow the bastard tricked me into coming to his house this morning for no actual reason. And now I'm going to be stuck in the car with him for a 45-minute commute. God, it's like he won't go away. Yeah, but do you really want him to go away? It's not like you're putting up too much of a fight whenever he requests something from you. Stupid brain. I ignore it and get in the car. I mean, I don't really have a choice at this point, do I? At least he fed you breakfast and provided your morning caffeine fix.
Chapter 42. Luca. I wish I'd known 8 years ago how good it feels to be high on hope. One day Billy will be mine. I have no choice but to believe it. 15 minutes into the drive and Billy hasn't done anything but eat her granola bar and banana and take sips from her to-go cup I brought for her. And she's kept her responses to any of my questions short and to the point. You excited to head?
Hi, just a quick pause. Take a moment to relax and breathe. Here's a short musical interlude, and remember, this audiobook is completely free for you. Thanks for listening.
To Austin tomorrow morning? Yeah. How is your sister's tour going? Good. Do you want to listen to some music? Sure. What do you want to listen to? I don't care. She's as stubborn as a mule, I'll give her that. But I refuse to let this rare moment of being alone with her go to waste. And I refuse to be anything else but open and honest with her. Old Luca would have given up a long fucking time ago. Hell, old Luca wouldn't even be in this situation. He was a non-committal bastard with a chip on his fucking shoulder. Thank God, old Luca is a thing of the past. But me, the man I am today, knows Billy is worth my patience. Worth all of my goddamn time. She is worth every fucking thing. As I merge onto the highway heading toward the studio, I glance at Billy out of the corner of my eye and find her just sitting there, looking cute as a fucking button in her all-too-familiar style of cowgirl boots and jeans. Obviously, she found the time to get a new pair at some point. Her hair is tossed up in a messy bun, and besides some kind of shiny lip gloss on her lips, her face is bare of makeup. Other than seeing her in my clothes all those weeks ago when she woke up at my cabin, this is one of my favorite Billy looks. Natural, beautiful, perfect. If only she could see herself through my eyes. Maybe then she'd understand how I really feel about her, how much I care about her, that she is the only woman on the planet I have eyes for. Maybe then she'd forgive me for being such a prick on that awful day she walked away from me in Alaska. Maybe then she'd be mine. Because that's all I really want. I want her to be mine. God, I wish my baby sister could see the lengths I'm willing to go to win this woman's heart, I think to myself. Rocky would lose her shit if she knew about this, in the best way. The thought urges me to break the silence in the car. So, I took your advice. Billy's big green eyes turned toward me. What advice was that? I called my sister. Wow. Really? Her eyes go wide and her lips part in surprise. How did that go? Well, to be honest, not so good, I admit. Before I left Alaska to come here, I tried to call her with the number I had saved in my phone, but I quickly realized it wasn't her current number. Adele tracked down her new number for me, but I've left Rocky so many damn voicemails and I've yet to get a response back. So, yeah, it's not really going at all. A sigh escapes my lungs. I feel like a real bastard, to be honest. I have no fucking clue what she's up to these days, and it's all my fault. Truthfully, I don't blame her for not wanting to return my calls, but I'll keep trying. She deserves that much from me. You could probably Google her to see what she's up to, she teases, and I snort. I'm not fucking Googling my baby sister. No way am I going to use gossip columns to get an update on her. I can definitely understand that, she says, her voice the most relaxed and calm it has been since she arrived at my house this morning. After a brief pause, she softens her tone a little and asks a question I should have been expecting. Billy Harris never leaves it simple. What about your parents? Do you think you'll try to get in touch with them? I don't know, I answer honestly. It's something I need to think about, but I really don't think I want anything to do with them. That makes sense, she says. But if my opinion is worth anything, you're doing the right thing with your sister. I don't know her, obviously, but I think you both need each other. I don't know what I'd do without mine. Your opinion is worth everything, I say quietly, and Billy's eyes meet mine. To me, at least. Her lips part slightly, and fuck. I want to watch her more. I want to search her eyes and ask her what she's thinking right now, but I'm driving this fucking car. Instantly, I bring my eyes back to the road and focus on the priority, getting Billy to the studio safely. And the car stays silent for the rest of the ride. She mostly stares out the window and I drive, until I make a right turn into the lot. Once the security guard at the gate greets us and lets us through, she turns in her seat to face me as I park the car. So are you going to tell me why you lied about your car not working? She asks. I mean, it's pretty darn obvious this car has zero issues. It's a freaking brand new Porsche. The answer is easy. Because I wanted to see you, I say as I cut the engine. I always want to see you, princess. Billy sits there, stunned. And there's a part of me that wants to lay it all out there and tell her how I feel and what I want, but our time is short. We need to go inside and start our day. Son of a bitch. Time is not my friend right now. You ready? I ask. And she nods her head and clears her throat. Yeah. I hop out of the car and round the front to open her door for her. Thanks. Anytime. And then, side by side, we head toward the studio. I don't miss the fact that Billy doesn't keep her usual distance between us. Instead, she's right there, right beside me, her petite arm lightly brushing mine as we head inside. A good sign? God, I fucking hope so.
Chapter 43. Billy. I always believed one broken bone was easier to break a second time around under stress. Google, however, says I'm wrong as I scroll through the search results while everyone parties around me. We've been in Austin, Texas for a few days now, and we've managed to tackle every single one of the scenes that we needed to film here 2 days ahead of schedule. In the world of film production, that is a rarity. To celebrate, Serena insisted the team spend the evening drinking and dancing and just having fun at this little dive bar in the middle of downtown. The joint is called El Camino, and I've found they serve the best fucking queso that's ever touched my lips. Margaritas are flowing, and the food hasn't stopped since we stepped in the door. Surely I'll walk out with an extra few pounds of cheese attached to my ass and hips. But it'll be worth it. Production bought out the bar for the night, and as I look around, I'm happy to see a lot of familiar faces. Our director, Mei Chen, Denny from the lighting department, Bob with the camera crew, Olivia and Callie, Laura from the wardrobe department, lots of actors and actresses, including Lucy Larson, the film's female lead. Oh, and Charles. Yeah, he's here too. My eyes go wide when I recognize one face in particular and tuck my phone back into my pocket. The one person I never would have thought would come here tonight. Luca stands at the bar chatting with Lucy, and I hate the way my heart twinges at the visual of those two beautiful celebrities smiling and laughing with each other. Are you seriously jealous right now? I have no reason to be jealous. Luca Weaver isn't anything to me but an actor working on one of Serena's movies. That's it. End of fucking story. Lucy laughs and I have to avert my eyes. Sure doesn't seem like the end of the story. I roll my eyes at my stupid internal monologue and take a long, hearty drink of the peach margarita in front of me. Best margaritas ever, right? Serena asks with a little grin, and I nod. A little too good, if you know what I mean. I sure do. A robust laugh escapes her throat. So much that once I finish this one, I'm calling it a night. What? Why are you leaving so early? Because I have to catch an early flight back to LA. Don't want to miss Maddie's piano recital tomorrow afternoon. Maddie is her youngest daughter. She's 12, smart as a whip, and musically inclined. And Serena never misses a single recital, even when we're in the middle of a project. You're a good mom, I say, and honesty fills my voice. I don't know how you juggle all the things, but somehow you manage it so gracefully. It's because I'm a vampire, she teases. I don't sleep. It's my turn to laugh, and I pretend to scrutinize her face, tapping my chin thoughtfully. You know, I knew there was something off about you. Serena cackles, and Olivia and Callie join in on the fun. We stay at the bar, my back toward whatever is going on behind me, and chat for another 20 minutes about anything and everything, but mostly the film. Not long after, Serena makes good on her promise and leaves El Camino before the rest of her team. But not before telling everyone she better not see any stories on TMZ when she gets back to LA. The most challenging part of espionage is the grueling travel schedule. In 4 days, we're supposed to head to New York, our last stop in the U.S. After that, we'll be overseas. France, Russia, Israel, just to name a few of the international filming locations we'll be checking off our production list. Since we're ahead of our shooting schedule, most of the cast and crew will enjoy a few days of free time in Austin before needing to head to our next location. Well, pretty much everyone but Serena and me. Tomorrow morning, I have a flight to West Virginia to visit my hometown. I need to check on Granny's house, and, well, 2 days from now marks the anniversary of my parents' death. Every year, I try to make sure I spend that particular afternoon at the cemetery. And thankfully, since we're ahead of the game on our schedule, this year I'll keep the tradition going. Come on, Billy, Olivia says, and I look up from the table to find her standing with her hand held out toward me, and Callie standing beside her. Come dance with us. I laugh and shake my head. I'm good. No, you certainly are not, Olivia refutes. Get your cute little ass up and let's go. You're literally the only one in this bar wearing boots, and we're in fucking Texas. You have to dance. A giggle and a sigh escape my lips at the same time, but I give in to their demands and get on the dance floor with them. The song switches from Dixie Chicks to Patsy Cline, and in true Harris fashion, I put my fingers in my belt loops and start to line dance. Every wedding I'd ever been to in West Virginia included lots of country music and line dancing. Needless to say, I know a lot of line dances. My new favorite pair of cowgirl boots tap across the dance floor, and I simply let go and dance. Callie shouts, "Yes, cowgirl!" Olivia laughs, and I all but force them to follow my line dance moves. Eventually, all three of us are tapping our way through the song, and more of our team joins in. Bob, Lucy Larson, Mei Chen, pretty much all of the wardrobe department. Even Luca. Black leather jacket, motorcycle boots, white t-shirt, and a pair of well-worn jeans. He is a Lana Del Rey song come to fucking life. My chest aches a bit, but I force myself to focus on the music, the dancing, the fun everyone around me is having. I refuse to notice him or what he's doing or who is next to him. But when Bruce Springsteen starts crooning "I'm on fire," it becomes really fucking impossible to do. Memories flood my brain. Luca and me on that ridiculous hiking trip. Me telling him this is the best song to line dance to and him not believing me. Us laughing and kissing and just... Jesus, stop it. I refuse to go down that path of memory lane. I refuse to think back on those moments and memories we shared. I tap my boots across the dance floor, and when I turn on my heel, he's right there, right in front of me. He smiles at me. God, I hate how much I love that smile. Goosebumps pebble my arms, and before I know it, he is dancing with me. One strong arm wrapped around my back and the other pulling my waist closer to his. This isn't good, but it feels good. That smile of his turns soft and gooey as he stares down at me. "Having fun?" he asks, a gentle whisper in my ear. A little too much fun, with you of all fucking people. All I can do is nod. "I guess you were right, huh?" he says, and I lift a brow up at him. "Bruce Springsteen," he explains. "Apparently you can line dance to his music." I offer a half-hearted smile, and he wraps his arms around my waist and pulls me closer, skillfully dancing us around the floor. I hate that being this close to him feels like safety. It feels like coming home. "Are you still mad at me?" he whispers into my ear. "Do you still not like me, princess?" "Yes." The word pops out of my throat before I can think twice about it. I am still mad at him. I hate the way he hurt me in Alaska. But mostly I hate that over the past several weeks I've been finding it so hard to keep hating all of those things. I hate that my heart wants me to forgive him. And I really hate that my stupid heart still wants him. God, do I fucking hate that. "That's a shame," he whispers down at me, and I tilt my head to the side, curiosity getting the best of me. "And why is that?" "Because I don't want you to be mad at me," he says, and his lips move closer to my ear. "And I want you to like me like I like you. Because I do, princess. I like you. A lot. So much so that I'm certain it's a whole lot more than like." I lean back and search his eyes. For what? I don't know. But his eyes are so tender and genuine, and it urges my body to turn soft and relax more into his dancing embrace. The song switches over to something less country and more pop. A vibrating boom, boom, boom turns into a seductive beat, and Selena Gomez starts to sing about being in a crowded room. Fuck. This song. If I weren't so lost in Luca's words and smiles and eyes, I'd think deeper into how perfect this would be if this moment right here, if Luca and me in this dive bar dancing together, was actually a scene from a movie. Luca is so close that I can smell the familiar scent of his soft cologne and body wash. I can see the small little scar above his right eye. And I can feel the warmth of his body. It is engulfing me, cradling me, wrapping me up, and making me want to be closer, closer, closer. His gaze never leaves mine. It flits from my eyes to my mouth and back to my eyes, and I dig my teeth into my bottom lip. Every cell inside my body is insisting for me to stand on my tiptoes and press my mouth to his. God, I just want to feel his kiss again. Feel how soft and full his lips are. Feel how skilled his tongue is. Just feel that again. Feel him again. My body aches, and I don't know how I've lost myself so deep in him again, but I have. No matter how hard I try to move past what we had in Alaska, to put it out of my mind completely, I can't. I still think about him every day, even when we're not on set. And deep down, I still want him, even though I'm terrified that if he hurt me again, it would destroy me. His lips are so close, his mouth mere inches away from mine. I stare at them, taking in how soft and full and tempting they are. And my body is like butter, melting toward him, getting closer and closer and closer to giving in to the desire to kiss him. But my heart and mind are at war. Yes, 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 my heart shouts. But my mind is reminding me of why I shouldn't be doing this. Why I should walk away. Remember that day you said goodbye. Remember the words he said. Remember how he broke your heart. Fuck, I do remember that day. I remember leaving his cabin and feeling utterly bereft. I remember how much he hurt me. Would he hurt me like that again? When I don't have the answer to that question, fear starts to clog my throat. And then it starts a rapid path through my veins, hitting every cell inside my body. It doesn't take long for the spell to break, and the urge to flee is overwhelming. Instantly, I step back and put distance between us.
Billy?
Lucas stares down at me, confusion etched across his uncertain lips.
Are you okay?
I just need some fresh air, I say. I need to get away from whatever is happening between us. Yeah, I just need some fresh air. I don't give him any time to respond. I can't give him any time to respond. I need to leave, and that's exactly what I do. Off the dance floor, out the entrance doors of the bar, and into the humid Texas night air. I walk away from him before I let myself do something stupid like get hurt again.
Chapter 44. Luca. The truest hell on earth is not knowing what you've got until it's gone. 1 minute she was in my arms and those pretty green eyes of hers were staring into mine, just daring me to kiss her. And the next she was all but sprinting away from me as fast as she could, off the dance floor and straight for the exit door of the bar. I'd felt like maybe she was finally dropping that stubborn fucking guard of hers. Like maybe she was going to open up to me. But something snapped inside her. Her spine stiffened, her eyes changed from soft and warm and welcoming to cold and hard and guarded, and then she was gone. I don't know where she is going, but out the door and into the humid air I follow her. It's after midnight, and I refuse to let her wander the streets by herself. Thankfully, it doesn't take me long to find her. Tucked into an empty alley on the side of the bar, she leans against a brick wall. Her eyes are down, staring straight at the ground, and her shoulders sag forward. Billy? Carefully, I close the distance. Are you okay? I don't know. Her voice is so small, and her gaze is still locked on her damn boots. God, just look at me, talk to me. Tell me what is happening right now. Gently, I place my fingers beneath her chin and bring her eyes back to mine. Billy? She doesn't respond, but thankfully her eyes are no longer averted. Staring straight into mine, she searches for something. What, I don't know. But fuck, I hope it has everything to do with wanting to kiss me again. Because I sure as fuck want to kiss her. What happened back there? I ask, the tenderness I feel for her more than apparent in my voice. Why did you run off? I don't know. I shake my head. You know that's a lie. Yeah, it is. She breathes out a deep breath and shuts her eyes for a brief moment. But only because the truth is too hard to face. Billy, I whisper, and gently rub my thumb against the skin of her cheek. Talk to me. She doesn't respond. Instead, she just stares back at me. But her gaze is still guarded, still stubborn, still keeping a distance from me. Her silence is unnerving. Fuck. When is she going to understand that I simply want her, only her? I feel like I've been climbing a fucking mountain these past several weeks, trying to get her to forgive me, trying to make her understand, just trying to be what she deserves. And right now I fear maybe I'll never live up to what she needs. I wanted to kiss you, she whispers, and my chest blooms and my heart pounds. In the bar while we were dancing, I wanted to kiss you so bad, but I don't know. My patience gone and her words a catalyst, I place both of my hands on her cheeks and press my lips to hers. She moans and it vibrates against my mouth. Her lips part and she wraps her arms around my neck like a vice, holding me there while she kisses me back. It's a rough kiss, lips and tongues and teeth crashing against each other, but fuck, it feels good. She feels good. I feel like I've been waiting an eternity for this. I lift her up into my arms and she wraps her legs around my waist. All the sexual tension that's been building since she left Alaska explodes between us, and we keep kissing and touching and just feeling each other. God, I've missed you, I say against her lips. So much. But my words don't do what I want them to do. Instead of fueling our fire, they're a bucket of water, dousing the flames. Her mouth turns hesitant and she pulls away until her lips are no longer touching mine. Then she does the very last thing I want her to do and disentangles herself from me. Fuck, I'm such an idiot, she mutters, more to herself than to me. Billy, I can't do this, Luca, she whispers, and can hardly look me in the eyes while she says it. Sex might just be cavalier to you, and you might not realize this, but sex with you meant something to me. You meant something to me. You broke my heart, Luca, and I just can't let you do that to me again. Her words are a knife, and they cut me right open. Fuck, princess. I reach out to place my hand on her cheek, but she pulls away and my heart falls out of my fucking chest. I know I was a real prick to you that day at my cabin, and I'm sorry about that. I'm so fucking sorry, Billy. I run a rough hand through my hair. I'm sorry for what I said and how things went down before you left Alaska. The words rush past my lips. I was just scared. I was fucking scared. I was falling in love with you and you were leaving, and the only place to follow you was the one place I said I'd never go back to. It was a mind fuck. But it's no excuse. I was wrong. So wrong. Tears fill her eyes. I don't want to break your heart, Billy. I want to protect it. I want to keep it. I want to make it mine. She doesn't respond, so I really lay it out there. Because my heart is already yours. Those tears spill out of her eyes and down her cheeks. And before I know it, she's kissing me again, her lips crashing against mine and her tongue slipping past my lips. But there is something off about this kiss. It feels like it's the only thing she wants in the whole world, but also it's the one thing she doesn't want to give in to. It's heaven and hell, and it doesn't take long before she's pulling away from me again. I'm sorry, Luca, she whispers and swipes at her cheeks. I just need space. I just need time. This is too much to process right now. God, that fucking hurts. Giving her space is the last thing I want to do, but I've told her how I really feel. I've told her I want her, only her. I've told her I'm in love with her. I'm helpless in this. It's truly out of my control, and the only thing I can do is give her the space she is requesting. I nod, and without another word, I lead Billy by the hand to the taxi stand and make sure she gets in a cab safely. I tell the driver where to take her, and I stand on the sidewalk and watch the lights of the yellow car drive in the opposite direction, toward the hotel, and away from me. Fuck. A part of me wishes I could just walk away from it all, from Hollywood, from her. But I know that's an impossible task. I could never walk away from Billy. And I can't stop trying. I need to make her realize that while I made a mistake in Alaska and was a total fucking prick, when it comes to her, I'm all fucking in. But how in the fuck can I make her understand that? Feeling hopeless, I forego walking back into the bar and just wander the streets of downtown Austin. But knowing paparazzi are in town and are hip to our filmmaking game, I make a pit stop in a little souvenir shop and buy a cheap pair of sunglasses and a ball cap that reads Texas across the front. It's a shitty disguise, one that wouldn't work in LA, but it's dark outside, and Serena's team did a good job of making sure tonight's celebration location stayed secret. I walk through downtown Austin with no actual destination in sight. The weekend crowd is boisterous. Drunk people stumble out of bars. Couples walk hand in hand down the strip. A bachelorette party dances around with a blow-up doll on the sidewalk. Honestly, it's a comical shit show around me, but I just keep fucking walking, thinking about Billy. I wish I knew what was really going on inside that head of hers. I wish I knew all the right things to say to her to make her realize I really am in love with her and would do anything when it comes to her. But I feel like I've said the words. Maybe she needs more than words, though. The thought makes me stop dead in my tracks. What else could I possibly do that's more than words? Like fucking lightning, the idea strikes me, and I know without a doubt what I need to do. My cell phone out of my pocket, I dial the one man who might be able to help me. "Luca fucking Weaver," Andrew exclaims into my ear. "You need to come party. I'm at the Hills. Right fucking now." "I can't, bud." "What? Why the fuck not?" A soft chuckle leaves my lips. "Because I'm not in LA. I'm in Austin." "What the hell are you doing there?" "Shooting on location." "Ah," he responds. "That's right. You're actually working these days." "Very funny," I retort. "And before you derail this conversation any further, I have a favor to ask you." "Hit me with it." "Are you still friends with Harold Logan?" Harold Logan is a bigwig at a media conglomerate that specializes in the syndication of popular television shows. "Just talked to him a few weeks ago. Why? What's going on?" "I'm hoping he can find something important for me." "You getting all misty-eyed and want to watch reruns of Home Sweet Home?" he teases, and I can't not laugh. "Just give me his number, you fuck. Anything for you, honey." A minute later, I have Harold Logan's number, and by 6 a.m. the next morning, I'm putting my new plan into action.
Chapter 45. Billy. Apparently, I prefer the meat of my emotions well done. Burned. Charred. Unrecognizable, even. I've spent the whole damn day locked in my hotel room ignoring the outside world. 12 hours of zero contact with anyone besides Ralph at the front desk and Carrie Ann from room service. No phone calls, no text messages, no emails. I've ignored everyone and everything. Hell, I didn't even leave my room to buy candy from the vending machine. And trust me when I say this, the Reese's cups inside that damn thing have been calling my name for days now. Thankfully, I have a flight to West Virginia to get ready for. And showering and packing in between watching reruns of Parks and Rec has filled most of my time. Which, considering I've been up since 5 this morning, is pretty damn amazing. I didn't mean to get up that freaking early, but I did. Memories of last night managed to sneak their way into my dreams. And once fantasy became reality, I went from blissfully unaware to painfully conscious. I kissed Luca. Or did Luca kiss me? I honestly don't know who initiated, but I do know we were equally involved. In the middle of a dark alley, outside of El Camino, I lost myself in Luca's kiss and his touch, and him. For one small moment, I forgot about the past. I forgot why I don't trust him with my heart, and why I don't want to allow myself to open up to him again. I forgot about everything except for how he makes me feel. And I just kissed him. It made me aware of how deeply my feelings go when it comes to him. I fell for him in Alaska, and even though I wish this weren't the case, I'm still there. I'm still in love with him. That kiss was bliss, and it was terrifying. Eventually, though, the fear won out and I had to go. If I let him back in, all the way in, will he just end up hurting me again? I wish I knew the answer to that. I wish I had some kind of guarantee that Luca will never break my heart. But life doesn't come with guarantees. When you lose both of your parents at the age of 9, sadly, you come to understand that stark reality more than most. I know the baggage of my past makes it difficult for me to open up and trust people, especially in relationships. Throughout my 24 years of life, I've had all of 3 boyfriends, none of whom lasted more than a few months. Mostly, I just dated, taking comfort in the temporary without having to commit to the future. But with Luca, opening up and trusting was the easy part. It was the whole him breaking my heart thing anyway that was hard to deal with. Ron Swanson waxes poetic about his love for breakfast meats, and I shove the last pair of shoes into my suitcase and zip it up. It's a little after 5 p.m., and my flight leaves at 9 this evening. Once I toss on my boots and throw my hair up into a messy bun, I call Ralph and let him know I need a cab to the airport.
Of course, Billy. I'll have one here in about 15 minutes.
He obliges. Sheesh. Pretty sure when you're on a first-name basis with hotel staff, you've probably spent a little too much time inside the fucking hotel. When I finally check my phone, I see a few texts and missed calls from Olivia and Callie. Apparently, since no one needs to leave for New York until late tomorrow, most of the cast and crew are going to meet for dinner and drinks downtown. Quickly, I shoot them a text and let them know my current status, heading to the airport for a flight to West Virginia, and thank them for the invitation. And then I grab my purse and suitcase and head for the door. Ralph greets me by name again at the front desk, helps me check out and into the waiting cab. The ride to the airport is quick, and before I know it, I'm there, all checked in and through security, and my boarding zone number is on the screen. I give my ticket to the gate agent and walk down the jetway that leads to my plane. When I find my seat, I toss my carry-on in the overhead compartment and sit down, buckling myself in and staring out the window while the rest of the passengers file onto the plane. My phone vibrates in my pocket, and I pull it out to find incoming call Luca flashing across the screen. Like a dam breaks inside my brain. Memories of last night filter into my mind again, and I just kind of stare down at the screen of my phone, unable to hit accept on the call. I still don't know what I'm feeling. He kissed me. I kissed him. He told me he loves me. I told him I needed space. And he respected that, didn't question it, and simply put me in a cab. Other than his text last night to make sure I made it back to the hotel safely, I haven't heard from him at all today. Not while I was getting ready to leave, not when I was in a taxi on my way to the airport, and not when I was waiting at the gate to board my plane. When the call goes to voicemail, my heart drops. Fuck, I probably should have answered. Even if I'm a mess of confusion and doubt, I should have at least given him that. But not even a minute later, a text comes through. Luca.
I thought you'd be at dinner with the crew, but you're not here. Are you okay?
I type out a response and hit send. Me. I'm fine. I'm at the airport. I have somewhere else I need to go for a few days, but I'll meet up with everyone in New York. Luca.
I know you said you needed space from me, and I respect that. But I need you to know that I meant what I said last night, Billy. Everything I said.
Tears fill my eyes, and I just stare down at his words. Luca.
And I have something for you.
A moment later, a video clip comes through. My finger hovers over it as my mind wars with itself, going back and forth on whether or not to watch it. I don't know what it is, but it just feels like it's something important. Something I have to watch. Quickly, I connect my earbuds to my phone, put them in my ears, tap the screen of my phone, and the video comes to life. The recording is grainy at best, but it's clear enough that I can tell it's some kind of TV show. Set in a diner, the chef behind the silver counter does something silly with his spatula, and a laugh track fills my ears. The camera cuts to a waitress in a white apron and a pink uniform. She pulls out a notepad and asks the customer what they want for lunch. And then my heart fucking jumps into my throat when I spot familiar green eyes and blonde hair, and a smile I can only see in my dreams now. My mother. Right there, in the video. Whatever you do, don't order the meatloaf. Her voice is music to my ears. It makes my heart ache and my breath get all tangled up in my lungs. Tears stream down my cheeks, and I'm so distracted by replaying and replaying and replaying the video. It takes the flight attendant several tries to get my attention. Miss, we're about to take off. she tells me after she gently taps my shoulder. Please put your phone on airplane mode. I nod. But then she walks down the aisle, telling the rest of the passengers the same thing. I watch the clip one more time. More tears fall down my cheeks. I'm happy and I'm sad, and I'm just so fucking overwhelmed with what feels like every emotion possible. Birdie and I have spent our entire lives trying to find this video clip, and somehow Luca found it. He remembered. My flight is only 2 hours, but it feels like it takes an eternity for the damn plane to land. And the whole time my brain reeled. I thought about Mama and Daddy and Granny. I thought about the awful days when Birdie and I lost them. But mostly I thought about Luca. What he did, tracking down that clip, I can't even put into words how special that is for me. Kind, thoughtful, amazing. Every word I come up with doesn't do him justice. This is everything. The instant we land, I grab my luggage out of the overhead bin and exit the plane as quick as I can. And before I make my way to baggage claim, I sit down in a chair by a random gate and call Birdie. Hey there, she greets. Did you make it to West Virginia okay? I'm sending you something, I tell her in a rush. And we're going to watch it together. What? Just check your text messages right now, I say, and hit send on the clip that's now saved in my phone. You're acting weird, are you okay? Birdie, just check your texts. Fine, weirdo. She trails off and stays silent for a few seconds, and then she's back. A video? She asks. Is that what you want me to watch? Yes, I say, and my heart is pounding so hard in my chest. Hit play. Okay. The phone goes quiet for a long moment, and then I hear her gasp. Oh my God, she whispers, emotion already filling her voice. Billy. I know. Oh my God, she repeats, and a half sob makes her voice stutter. I know. Now I'm crying too. How? She asks. How did you get this? Luca. God, Billy, this is the sweetest thing I'm pretty sure anyone has ever done for another person. I told him when we were hiking in Alaska. More tears slip down my cheeks. And he remembered, Birdie. He fucking remembered. And then he went and did this. If that isn't a man who truly loves a woman, I don't know what is. I stay silent for a long moment. Billy? My sister's voice fills my ears. I know he was a dick to you, and I know he hurt you, but everyone deserves a second chance. And this right here, don't you think this is worth a second chance? I'm scared, Birdie, I whisper back, my voice shaky. I'm just scared. I understand that. But you need to take a step back and think about everything that man has done. You need to really think about his actions and his words since he's been in L.A. Is Luca Weaver worthy of me? Is he going to protect my heart? Billy, honey, I think you're overthinking this, my sister adds quietly in my ear. It's impossible not to, I respond without hesitation. What are you going to do? She asks, and I shrug. I don't know. I think you should call him, she says. I think you should at least let him know what that video meant to you. It's more complicated than that. No, it's not. It's that freaking simple, she says, an annoyed groan filling my ear. God, you're too stubborn for your own good sometimes. No, I'm not. Oh, yes, you are. I sigh. She's right. I am stubborn. But I get it honest. Our granny was worse than a fucking mule. Will you at least tell me you'll call him? She questions. I'll think about it. Seriously, Billy? She whines. God, if a man ever did something like that for me, I'd be getting on the next flight to wherever the fuck he is and going there. Don't be ridiculous. I'm not being ridiculous. I'm being 100% real here, she insists. Right now, you have the possibility of the kind of love people search their whole fucking lives for. It's what Mama and Daddy had. You're the one being ridiculous. You should be running toward him, not running away from him. I'm not running away from him, I argue. You know exactly why I came to West Virginia before heading to New York. You know where he'll be, too. I know visiting Mama and Daddy's grave every year is an important thing for you. But Lord knows, They'd understand if you skipped out of town right now. Hell, Mama would have encouraged it. Yeah, but Daddy would be annoyed. Probably demand to meet Luca himself and put him through the ringer. Bertie giggles. True story. All right, I need to go, I say, but she chimes right in. For fuck's sake, at least tell me you're going to call him. I told you I'd think about it. Billy! Bye, Bertie. Love you. I end the call before she can get in another word. And not even 30 seconds later, a text message chimes through. Bertie, if you don't at least call him, I'll be forced to take this into my own hands. I laugh to myself. What is she going to do, call the police on me? Pfft, pretty sure they don't arrest you for being confused. Chapter 46. Billy. In order to eventually cross the finish line to destiny, you have to try to run in the right direction. Luckily for me, those country roads I'm always talking about really know where they're going. Today is bittersweet. I wake up in my old bedroom, happy to spend some time at my childhood home, but I also can't help but feel incredibly melancholy. Granny isn't here to greet me with a cranky hello. Bertie isn't bitching at me about taking too long of a shower in the bathroom. The delicious smell of Granny cooking up some breakfast doesn't fill my nose when I step into the kitchen. And 15 years ago, on this very day, I waved goodbye to my smiling parents as my daddy pulled his pickup truck out of the driveway. It was their monthly date night, and my sister had promised to watch Dirty Dancing with me. Once they were all the way down the dirt road and out of sight, Bertie took me inside the house and Granny made us a snack. I remember almost everything about that day. I ate apples with peanut butter. We watched Dirty Dancing. Granny made us pancakes for dinner. And the phone rang 3 times before our lives changed forever. 10:05 p.m. That's when Granny answered the phone. That's when her face dropped. That's when tears started dripping down her cheeks. That's when I knew Mama and Daddy weren't coming home. Once I'm dressed in a flowy summer dress and my hair is dry, I apply a little blush and mascara and lipstick to my face and head for the door. By the time I'm stepping out the front door, my phone pings with a text notification. Butterflies flutter around inside my belly as I snag my phone from my purse and check the screen. But when I see it's just a message from Bertie, inklings of disappointment replace the flurry of wings. Why on earth would I be disappointed to hear from my sister? Today, of all days. Probably because you're hoping to hear from someone else. I crinkle my nose in confusion when I read her text. Bertie, please don't be mad at me. Me, what are you talking about? Bertie, wait, where are you? Me, getting ready to walk to the cemetery? Bertie, oh, okay. Well, tell Mama and Daddy I say hello. Me, will do. Bertie, and just remember that when it comes to my baby sister, everything I do is out of love. Me, why do you keep talking in riddles? You're freaking me out over here. Bertie, no need for a freak out. Just forget I said anything. Until later, then definitely remember what I said. Me, Bertie, for the love of everything, what is going on? Bertie, oh man, I would love to keep chatting, but I have to go. I'll call you later. Me, Bertie. Me, seriously, Bertie? On a sigh, I try to call her, but of course it goes straight to voicemail. What in the ever-loving hell was she just talking about? After I try to call her 3 more times, all of them going straight to voicemail, I resign myself to really read her the riot act the next time I talk to her. And then I take a deep breath, lock the front door behind me, and head out of the driveway and up the dirt road that leads to where my parents were laid to rest. They say time heals all wounds, but even after all these years, when I step into the grass of the cemetery and head toward my parents' gravestones, the wounds are still there. Deep and jagged scars. They might not be open and bleeding, but they're still painful all the same. Hey, Mama. Hey, Daddy. I stare down at their gravestones and stifle a sob. I miss y'all something fierce. Every day. Every single day. No child should lose their parents at the age of 9. Neither my sister nor I were dealt the easiest hands when it came to our childhood. It was incredibly hard losing our parents at such a young age. There were so many milestones and life experiences and happy times and sad times we had to experience without them. Birdie says hi. I know she misses you too. I run my fingers across their gravestones and sit down. I'm still living in L.A. Birdie is still in Nashville. She's currently getting ready to go on a 3-month tour, making a name for herself in the country music scene. God, you guys would be so proud of her. I run my fingers through the grass. And I saw you, Mama. I saw a video of you. Your one and only acting gig. God, you were so beautiful. So perfect. I sigh and stare down at the words etched on the gravestones. A man named Luca Weaver sent it to me, I whisper, and proceed to tell them all about the roller coaster ride that is Luca and me. I tell them about my trip to Alaska and how we started out hating each other, but somehow along the way it changed. I tell them I fell in love with him, but that he broke my heart. And I tell them how I thought I was going to lose my job, but he ended up coming to L.A. to do the movie. I tell them how Luke has been the past several weeks. I tell them that he told me he loved me. I love him too, but I'm just scared. I whisper the truth. If he broke my heart again, I feel like I wouldn't be able to survive it. I sigh and swipe at the tears falling down my cheeks. God, I think about you guys all the time. I wonder what it would be like if you were still here. Daddy, I hope we'd still listen to John Denver and Patsy Cline together in the evenings. Mama, I hope we'd still spend Sundays making biscuits and jam in Granny's kitchen because she has the best stove. I sit there for a long while, flat on my back beside their gravestones. The sun hovers over my face and legs, and I just shut my eyes and soak in the warmth of this summer day. I don't know how much time has passed, but eventually it's time to go. I've said everything I needed to say. Until next year, I whisper and blow them both a kiss. Love you. I place a gentle hand to each of their gravestones, silently tell them goodbye, and head back toward the dirt road home. But I only make it halfway through the grass before I'm stopping again. I'm not alone. He's here. Luca, standing right there, at the edge of the grass near what must be his rental car. Luca is here, in West Virginia. Thank everything. I don't think. Instead, I just run. But this time, I go in the right direction.
Chapter 47. Luca. The only constant in life is change. Because if you're not changing, you're dying. The instant she spots me standing here, not too far from where she sat for a long time, right beside her parents' graves, she stops, blinks several times. My heart catches in my throat as I wait for her to react. I even start to open my mouth to call out to her, but she surprises me. Between one breath and the next, she is on the move, running toward me, and she doesn't stop until she crashes into my arms. Thank fuck. Relief fills my chest, and my eyes shine with emotion as I hold her as tight as I can. When she is in my arms, all is right with the world. How did you know I was going to be here? She whispers, looking up at me with tears sheening her eyes. How did you know? I received a phone call from a very persistent woman named Birdie. Her jaw falls open. My sister called you? She did. I nod, a smile on my lips. She yelled at me for a good 5 minutes, told me she'd rip my balls off if I ever hurt you again, and then, once she gave me a chance to tell her how I really feel about you, that I'm in love with you, she told me you'd be here. You joking? Nope. I shake my head, brushing my nose with hers. Once I got off the phone with her, I booked a flight, and here I am. She stares into my eyes for a long moment. You remembered what I told you about my mother, she whispers. How did you remember? When it comes to you, I remember everything. But I don't understand. She pauses, and I don't hesitate to pull her closer into my arms and just hold her. Fuck, she feels so good. So right. Before Billy, I didn't think I needed anyone or anything. I was a man who was content to be isolated from the world. But then this pint-sized woman came barreling into my life with her cute country twang and her big green eyes and her fucking sassy persistence. And then everything changed for me. She changed me. Country roads take me home, I whisper into her ear, repeating the words she once told me her dad would say about her mom. And she leans back to look up into my eyes. Don't you get it, princess? You're the game changer for me. You're the only person who makes me want to be a better man. Billie Jane Harris. You're it for me. Tears flood her eyes. I'm not certain about a lot of things, but I'm certain about you. I love you, princess. And wherever you are is where I want to go. The emotions slip from her eyelids and down her cheeks. I love you too, she whispers, and her lip trembles. So much, Luca. So much. I lean down and press my lips to hers, taking her mouth in a soft, tender kiss. She loves me. Thank fuck.
Chapter 48. Billy. For me, life really has always been a song. But now it finally seems like someone else can hear the music. Luca surprises me by pulling onto the dirt road that leads to my granny's house, and I tilt my head to the side in confusion. Wait, how did you know where to go? He grins at me.
Oh, trust me, Bertie gave me all the details.
Good God, I swear. I should be pissed at her for calling you, but I'm glad she did, I say and flash a soft smile at him. Although I'm pretty sure this gives me free rein in the future. The next time she falls in love, I'll be making some fucking phone calls. He laughs at that and pulls the car to a stop in front of Granny's old house. We get out and he stops in front of the house, staring up at it in awe.
So this is where Billie Harris grew up.
It sure is. I smile and reach out to hold his hand. Would you like the official tour? He kisses my forehead.
I thought you'd never ask.
We step inside the house and Luca doesn't hesitate to let go of my hand and start exploring. The living room, the kitchen, the back porch where we always used to drink Granny's homemade lemonade in the summer, the big oak tree in the backyard that gives the perfect amount of shade. It's small, I comment. Not nearly as big as your cabin or your LA digs.
It's perfect.
He walks over to me and wraps his hands around my waist.
What everyone's childhood home should look like.
I grin up at him. I'm glad you like it.
You want to know a secret?
He asks, and I nod. Of course.
I'm going to marry you someday.
My heart does a little dance inside my chest. Is that right?
Uh-huh.
He presses a little kiss to my lips.
What song is in your head right now?
God Only Knows by the Beach Boys. My answer is immediate. Although, when I was a little girl, I thought the song was about me. Billy only knows.
That's fucking adorable.
His blue eyes brighten and he reaches out to run his fingers across my cheek.
And one of a million reasons why I love you.
You love me? I ask. I already know the answer, but now I don't think I will ever grow tired of hearing him say it.
More than anything.
Lucky in love? I tease, and he smirks down at me.
That's cute, he responds, and very true.
My granny was obsessed with the idea of luck. Luca raises a brow and I continue. She always thought if you were a Harris, you were either lucky in life or flat on your ass. There was no in-between in her opinion. I tell him as we walk back inside the house and into the living room. She was so superstitious about Harris luck that when she won a $4 million lottery jackpot, she didn't touch the money and kept it a secret until she was on her deathbed. And then she told Birdie and me about it and told us she was passing the Harris luck on to us.
That is the craziest story I've ever heard.
Tell me about it, I respond on a giggle. My granny was a strange bird.
Is this one her?
He asks and picks up a photo from the mantel. It is. He takes in the rest of the photos on the wall and the mantel. Pictures of Harris family reunions, photos of Birdie and me growing up, a beautiful shot of my parents.
You look so much like your mother,
he muses.
Green eyes, blonde hair. When I found that video clip, I almost thought it was you in that apron.
How did you find it? I ask. Birdie and I spent years trying to track that down, but we never could. A little smirk appears on his lips.
I have friends in high places.
I giggle. I figured you had a little help. But then my giggle stops, and I step toward him and wrap my arms around his trim waist. Thank you, I whisper and bury my face in his chest. You have no idea how much that meant to me, and to Birdie.
You're welcome,
he whispers into my hair.
When it comes to you, I'd do just about anything.
Anything? I lean back and quirk a brow. He nods.
Anything.
Like make-up sex in my childhood bedroom? His eyes turn heated, and he lifts me up in his arms and wraps my legs around his waist.
You want to be a bad girl, princess?
I have to be a little bad to keep up with Hollywood's notorious bad boy.
Smartass.
He rolls his eyes and presses a kiss to my lips.
And now, you're really going to get it.
Yes, please, I exclaim, leaning my head back and fist-pumping the air. Several giggles follow my words. Luca doesn't waste any time after that, leading us down the hall and toward the back of the house.
Which one is yours?
He asks, a fork in the road. Birdie's bedroom and my bedroom, the only choices. Left. Between one breath and the next, Luca moves us from the hallway to my bedroom. And it doesn't take long before he's tenderly undressing me and laying me back on the mattress.
God, I love you,
he whispers, his lips starting a delicate path up my legs and my thighs and my belly. I love you too. He removes his clothes and then resumes his kisses. My belly, my hips, right between my thighs where I ache and throb for him. And then up my chest, across my breasts, until he stops at my mouth, his body hovering over mine. Our eyes locked, Luca slides inside me and I moan. He takes it slow at first, but when our kisses grow erratic and my nails claw at his back, his smooth strokes turn to deep thrusts. And he kisses and makes love to me in a way no one else can. Only him. Always him. Epilogue. Billy. 2 months later. The instant I step through the front door, the soft sounds of Patsy Cline fill my ears and I smile. It's a Saturday afternoon, and since we both have the day off from filming, I decided to go to the grocery store to grab a few things. Luca, being the famous celebrity that he is, decided to stay home and avoid the paparazzi. Although with news breaking of our engagement, I didn't exactly make it through my errands without spotting a few cameras being pointed in my direction. Luca's and my love story has become a whole fairy tale kind of thing. Famous actor falls in love with a lowly production assistant. So much so that I snagged a copy of a gossip magazine with Luca's face on it from one of the racks near the checkout because the headline, Luca Weaver engaged, has Hollywood's baddest boy been tamed, made me giggle. I don't know that Luca is the type of man that can ever be tamed, so to speak, but I don't want to tame him. I just want him to be mine forever. The diamond ring on my left ring finger shines a reminder, and I wiggle it around a little and grin. Apparently, Harris luck is on my side. With 3 reusable grocery bags in tow, I head into the kitchen. Lucky, I'm home, I shout as I toss the bags onto the counter, but I don't get any response. Luca, I'm home. Where are you? I call out again, even louder this time, and begin to unpack my grocery bags. About a month ago, I officially moved in with Luca, into the LA house he was renting but now owns. And while I love this house, I really do, It's too fucking big for just 2 people and a dog. Hence the need to yell really loud. Yeah, but that might change soon.
Upstairs, princess,
He finally shouts back.
Just got out of the shower.
Once all my bags are unpacked, I take one particular item and hide the box under my shirt. It's the main reason why I ended up going to the grocery store today, but a reason I'm trying not to think too much about until I know for sure. I don't waste any time heading into the bathroom off the entry hallway and locking the door behind me. Box torn open, instructions read. I do my business and set the stick on the counter next to the sink. Just 2 minutes. In 2 minutes, I will know. Holy moly. Nerves flutter around inside my belly, and I just stand there, tapping the toe of my sandal on the tile floor and staring at the timer I set on my phone. 2 minutes have never felt so long in my life. The sounds of Luca padding down the stairs fill my ears, and I double-check to make sure the door is locked. I don't know why, but I just need to know the results before I tell him what's going on.
Billy?
He calls out.
Where the hell are you?
In the bathroom. Be out in a sec. I hold my breath as the timer counts down the last 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Eyes to the stick. Pregnant. Oh my God, I'm pregnant. I have a baby. Luca's baby growing in my belly right now. Holy moly, this was not in the plans. I mean, I am on birth control, but apparently said birth control wasn't controlling much of anything about 8 weeks ago. My eyes go wide and I stare at my reflection in the mirror. And then I put a hand to my belly and gaze down at my fingers. There is a baby inside there. My baby. Our baby. Inside me. Hell's bells, I knew I was feeling off for the past few weeks, but this is just about the most unexpected news I've ever received. With only 2 weeks left of filming, I recently found out from Serena that I am going to be working with her permanently. And Luca already has another movie lined up in the winter. He'll be on location in Australia for 8 freaking weeks. And then, after that, we were going to try to fit in our wedding and honeymoon, and now I'm pregnant. Am I ready for a baby? I stare down at my belly again, and I can't deny I'm a bit terrified. But I'm also really fucking happy. Incredibly blissed out, to be honest. Now I just have to tell my future husband that, even though we were not planning on having a baby right now, surprise, we're having a baby. Oh boy. Deep breaths. It will all be okay. With the stick in my hand, I step out of the bathroom and head to the kitchen. When I spot Lucas standing near the island, I start to open my mouth, but I shut it quickly when I realize he's on the phone.
God, Rocky,
He says.
it's so good to hear from you. I'm pretty sure I've left you 1 million voicemails since I managed to get your new number.
Holy shit. Rocky, his sister. He nods his head and smiles.
I know, I'm a real fucking prick. I'm sorry it took me this long to get my head out of my ass, but
He nods.
Yeah, I know. I mean, I've only been trying to get a hold of you for what feels like fucking forever, but 8 years was a long fucking time for me to be MIA. No doubt I definitely deserved the silent treatment. Probably deserved more than just that, to be honest.
A laugh leaves his lungs.
I think it's time we put all our bullshit aside for my niece or nephew, don't you?
He pauses and then nods as he talks again.
Yeah, I heard you were pregnant back in May. Figured you'd had the baby by now.
He smiles hugely then.
A girl? What's her name? Holy shit, she's already 4 months old? Goddamn, congrats, sis. I'm so happy for you.
Is it just me, or is the baby thunder feeling really fucking loud right now?
Wait.
He pauses, and his brow furrows.
Yeah, I heard it was some guy from New York.
Suddenly he stops pacing and looks down at the counter, his eyes turning heated in a way I haven't seen them since the day I stepped up on his Alaskan porch uninvited.
I must be hearing you wrong, because I could have sworn you said Harrison Hughes, and there's no fucking way that's right. I know, out of all the fucks in the world, there's no fucking way you'd have gone and had a baby with that asshole.
Luca's jaw goes tight.
What the fuck, Rocky?
He pulls the phone away from his face and scowls before tossing it onto the counter with a thud. Jesus Christ, what is happening right now? I know he doesn't have any sort of respect for phones, but this isn't the way I expected the call with his sister to end. He stands there at the kitchen island with both of his palms resting on the counter and his eyes staring straight at the ground. So, I say quietly, and he looks up to meet my eyes. What's going on?
My sister called, he says. She's still a bit pissed at me, which is understandable,
he updates.
But now I'm fucking pissed at her. The guy you couldn't remember? He's my Charles. My fucking childhood nemesis, the worst fucking kid I've ever met in my life, and he's my baby niece's father.
Seriously? I ask, and realize the stick is still in my hands. Oh shit. Quickly I hide it behind my back. Sounds like a lot of information to process. Probably not a good time to let you know that's not the only baby you need to worry about.
Yeah.
He sighs and runs a hand through his hair.
But I can't deny that she sounded really fucking happy.
I'm glad you finally got in touch with her.
Me too. She said she'd call me again when I'd had time to calm down.
He smiles.
I guess she still knows me pretty well.
I nod. When his eyes spot the magazine on the counter, he laughs.
I see you got everything you needed at the grocery store.
I giggle. Yep.
Hollywood's baddest boy,
he states and rolls his eyes.
This headline is ridiculous.
Personally, I like it, I retort. I mean, I'm the one who's taming Hollywood's baddest boy. Makes me feel like a total badass. Luca laughs and walks around the kitchen island to pull me into his arms. But when I wrap only one of my arms around him, he glances behind my back.
What's in your hand?
Oh, shit. I slip the stick into the back pocket of my jeans. Nothing.
I just saw you put something in your pocket.
Luca grins down at me.
What are you hiding, you little liar?
Oh, boy. Or girl. Here we go.
Luca. See, it's kind of a funny story. She pauses and pulls out one of the stools near the kitchen island. But maybe, just maybe, you should sit down first before I tell you? I narrow my eyes. Come on, princess. What is it? Probably not optimal timing, she mutters, and I start to step toward her. No, she says, shaking her head and pointing one index finger toward the chair. Sit down first and I'll tell you. You're either being super dramatic right now, or I should be concerned. I'm not sure which. Luca, she whines. Fine, I say and sit my ass down on the stool. I'm sitting. Okay, she says, and I watch as she takes a big, deep breath into her lungs and exhales it slowly. So, I was feeling a little off. Well, a lot off, and She pauses again. Princess, come on. What's going on? She doesn't respond with words. Instead, pulls something out of her back pocket and hands it to me. Here. I look down at the white stick in my hand, and one word stares back at me. Pregnant. Wait a minute. I shut my eyes. Am I seeing things? Then I open them again. Pregnant. Nope, definitely not seeing things. I move my eyes from the stick to Billy, back to the stick, until finally back to Billy. Her teeth worry against her bottom lip, and there's uncertainty in her eyes. Princess, does this mean what I think it means? She nods. We're going to have a baby? It looks like not only are you an uncle, but you're going to be a dad, she whispers. I'm on my feet and pulling her into my arms, and I just hold her there, tight in my embrace. My nose is in her hair, breathing in the soft scent of her flowery shampoo, and my heart is pounding wildly inside my chest. My baby is inside this woman's belly. Are you happy? She asks me, her voice hardly a whisper. I lean back and stare into Billy's eyes. I don't think I've ever felt this overwhelmed by happiness in my whole fucking life. A fresh sheen of tears fogs her pretty eyes. You're not mad then? Princess, why on earth would I be mad? I ask. I don't know, she shrugs one petite shoulder. I mean, we have so much going on right now with work and planning a wedding and making amends with your sister and, well, I was worried it might just be a lot to wrap your mind around. If you ask me, I smile down at the woman I love, the woman who is my whole fucking world. I think our life is pretty fucking perfect right now. Me too. Her responding smile reaches out and touches my heart. Billy stands on her tippy toes to press a small kiss to my lips. I love you. I reach down and pull her into my arms again. I love you too. After over 4 months of trying to get in touch with Rocky, I finally hear from her and find out that not only do I have a niece, but the father is a guy I pretty much hated when we were kids. And now, my soon-to-be wife, my Billy, is pregnant too. God damn, what a day. But it's a great day, a fantastic day. Besides the whole I'm probably going to have to beat the shit out of Rocky's baby daddy when I see him dilemma, I couldn't ask for a better fucking day. Or a better life. Thank everything for my Billy. This concludes Taming Hollywood's Baddest Boy by Max Monroe. Narrated by Noel Bridges and Aidan Snow. Copyright 2020 by Max Monroe. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Max Monroe, care of Bookcase Literary Agency, and was produced in the year 2020 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.